Blackstone Audio presents The Lucifer Principle, a scientific expedition into the forces of history by Howard Bloom. This book is read by Malcolm Hilgartner. To Linda Bloom. If only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and it were necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. And who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Only through knowledge will we be able to deliver those with superstitious faith in the omnipotence of violence from their folly. Fang Li Zhuo. We have need of history in its entirety, not to fall back into it, but to escape from it. Ortega y Gasset. Forward. The author of this book is an intellectual, originally trained in science, who decided to avoid the limitations of an academic career. Instead of conducting laboratory experiments and competing for federal grant dollars, he put his interest in mass human behavior to work by playing a key role in the careers of rock stars such as Michael Jackson and John Cougar Mellencamp. Meanwhile, he continued to read widely and do what all scientists as intellectuals should do, attempt to understand and explain the nature of the world around him. His experience, at the center of our culture's myth-making machinery, may have taught him more about human nature than a university career. Perhaps we should regard him as an anthropologist who has spent many years observing a strange tribe, us. In the course of his inquiry, Howard Bloom became convinced that evolution could explain the fundamentals of human nature and the broad sweep of human history. He is not alone. It is no longer heretical to study our own species as one of evolution's creations, and many books are appearing on the subject. The Lucifer Principle, however, does not merely report on the rapid developments that are taking place within academia. Howard Bloom has his own vision of evolution and human nature that many scientific authorities would dispute. He is a heretic among former heretics. The bone of contention is the organismic nature of human society. Thomas Hobbes and many others of his time regarded individuals as the cells and organs of a giant social organism, a Leviathan, which is but an artificial man, though of greater stature and strength than the natural, for whose protection and defense it was intended. Today this idea is regarded as no more than a fanciful metaphor. Evolution is thought to produce individuals who are designed to relentlessly pursue their own reproductive success. Society is merely the byproduct of individual striving and should not be regarded as an organism in its own right. Even individuals can be decomposed into selfish genes whose only purpose is to replicate themselves. It is a mark of Howard Bloom's independence of thought that he resisted the extreme reductionism that pervades modern evolutionary biology. He believes that the Leviathan, or society as an organism, is not a fanciful metaphor, but an actual product of evolution. The Darwinian struggle for existence has taken place among societies as well as among individuals within societies. We do strive as individuals, but we are also part of something larger than ourselves, with a complex physiology and mental life that we carry out but only dimly understand. That is the vision of evolution and human behavior found in The Lucifer Principle, and at the moment, it can be found nowhere else. When Howard Bloom wrote The Lucifer Principle, he studied numerous developments taking place within the halls of academe, but was unaware of others. Evolution is increasingly being studied as a process that operates on a hierarchy of units. Even individual organisms are higher-level units, composed of parts that were themselves free-living organisms in the distant past. Truly organismic societies have evolved in insects, and even some recently discovered mammal species. As for ourselves, human society may turn out to be far more organismic than the vast majority of evolutionary biologists imagined only a few years ago. These discoveries are unfolding within the scientific community, and many of them have been anticipated by Bloom. Scientists and other academicians might find themselves treading a path forged by an outsider. As a scientist who has been developing a hierarchical view of evolution from within academia, I have learned from Howard Bloom and value him as a fellow traveler. I do not agree with everything he says, and I sometimes blush at the way he says it, not with the reserve of a scientist, but with the brashness of a mass media denizen. Of course, that only makes the book more fun for the average reader. Many of Howard Bloom's ideas must be passed through the scientific verification machine before they can be accepted. Until then, your motto for the Lucifer principle should be not read it and believe, but read it and think. David Sloan Wilson, Binghamton, New York. Who is Lucifer? How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning! For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12 through 14. 1800 years ago in the city of Rome, an influential Christian heretic named Marcion took a look at the world around him and drew a conclusion. The God who created our cosmos couldn't possibly be good. The universe was shot through with appalling threads, violence, slaughter, sickness, and pain. These evils were the Creator's handiwork. Surely he must be some perversely sadistic force, one who should be banished from influence over the minds of men. More traditional Christians found another way of dealing with the problem of evil. They created the myth of Lucifer. Lucifer had been a magnificent angel, a courtier of God, a prime noble in the kingly halls of heaven. He was trusted, powerful, charming, awesome in his self-possession. But he had a flaw. He wanted to usurp the seat of heavenly power and seize the throne of God himself. When the plot was uncovered, Lucifer was hurled from heaven, exiled beneath the earth, and tossed into the dreary realms of hell. The ancient gods who had been his co-conspirators were cast into the lightless subterranean caverns with him. But Lucifer still bore some of the attributes of his creator and former master. He was an organizer, a would-be crafter of new orders, a creature bent on pulling together forces in his own manner. The fallen angel did not lay face down long in the muck of the lightless caverns. His first step was to mobilize the squabbling gods trapped with him in hell, regimenting them into a new army. Then Lucifer set forth to conquer the earth, using as his pawn a fresh, godly invention, an innocent pair Jehovah had placed in a garden, Adam and Eve. The great seducer tempted Eve with the apple of knowledge, and she could not resist the Luciferian fruit. Eve's sin against God corrupted all mankind. Ever since that time, man has aspired to the Lord, but found himself a victim of the devil. Marcion the heretic said God was responsible for evil. Mainstream Christians absolved the Almighty of responsibility by blaming all that's wrong on the Prince of Darkness and on man. But, in a strange way, Marcion understood the situation better than the more conventional followers of the Church, for Lucifer is merely one of the faces of a larger force. Evil is a byproduct, a component of creation. In a world evolving into ever higher forms, hatred, violence, aggression, and war are a part of the evolutionary plan. But where do they fit? Why do they exist? What possible positive purpose could they serve? These are some of the questions behind the Lucifer principle. The Lucifer principle is a complex of natural rules, each working together to weave a fabric that sometimes frightens and appalls us. Every one of the threads in that tapestry is fascinating, but the big picture is more astonishing still. At its heart, the Lucifer principle looks something like this. The nature scientists uncover has crafted our viler impulses into us. In fact, these impulses are a part of the process she uses to create. Lucifer is the dark side of cosmic fecundity, the cutting blade of the sculptor's knife. Nature does not abhor evil. She embraces it. She uses it to build. With it, she moves the human world to greater heights of organization, intricacy, and power. Death, destruction, and fury Do not disturb the mother of our world. They are merely parts of her plan. Only we are outraged by the Lucifer Principle's consequences, and we have every right to be. For we are casualties of nature's callous indifference to life, pawns who suffer and die to live out her schemes. One result? From our best qualities come our worst. From our urge to pull together comes our tendency to tear each other apart. From our devotion to a higher good comes our propensity to the foulest atrocities. From our commitment to ideals comes our excuse to hate. Since the beginning of history, we have been blinded by evil's ability to don a selfless disguise. We have failed to see that our finest qualities often lead us to the actions we most abhor: murder, torture, genocide, and war. For millennia, men and women have looked at the ruins of their lost homes and at the precious dead whom they will never see alive again, then have asked that spears be turned to pruning hooks and that mankind be granted the gift of peace. But prayers are not enough. To dismantle the curse that Mother Nature has built into us, we need a new way of looking at man, a new way of reshaping our destiny. The Lucifer Principle takes fresh data from a variety of sciences and shapes them into a perceptual lens, a tool with which to reinterpret the human experience. It attempts to offer a very different approach to the anatomy of the social organism. In the process, the Lucifer Principle contends that evil is woven into our most basic biological fabric. This argument echoes a very old one. St. Paul proposed it when he put forth the doctrine of original sin. Thomas Hobbes resurrected it when he called the lot of man brutish and nasty. Anthropologist Raymond Dart brought it to the fore again when he interpreted fossil remains in Africa as evidence that man is a killer ape. Old as it is, the concept has often had revolutionary implications. It has been the thread on which men like Hobbes and St. Paul have hung dramatic new visions of the world. I've attempted to employ the subject of man's inborn evil, as have those who turned to the subject in the past, to offer up a restructuring of the way we see the business of being human. I've taken the conclusions of cutting-edge sciences, ethology, biopsychology, psychoneuroimmunology, and the study of complex adaptive systems, among others, to suggest a new way of looking at culture, civilization, and the mysterious emotions of those who live inside the social beast. The goal is to open the path toward a new sociology, one that escapes the narrow boundaries of Durkheimian, Weberian, and Marxist concepts, theories that have proven invaluable to the study of mass human behavior while simultaneously entrapping it in orthodoxy. We must build a picture of the human soul that works, not a romantic vision that nature will take us in her arms and save us from ourselves, but a recognition that the enemy is within us, and that nature has placed it there. We need to stare directly into nature's bloody face and realize that she has saddled us with evil for a reason, and we must understand that reason to outwit her. For Lucifer is almost everything men like Milton imagined him to be. He is ambitious, an organizer, a force reaching out vigorously to master even the stars of heaven. But he is not a demon separate from nature's benevolence. He is a part of the creative force itself. Lucifer, in fact, is Mother Nature's alter ego. The Clint Eastwood Conundrum. We think of ourselves as rugged individuals, cocky, Clint Eastwood-like characters, capable of making up our own minds no matter what kind of group pressures torpedo the less independent thoughts of people around us. Erich Fromm, the psychoanalytic guru of the 60s, turned the idea that the individual can control his own universe into a rabidly popular notion. Fromm told us that needing other people is a character flaw, a mark of immaturity. Possessiveness in a romantic relationship is an illness. Jealousy is a character defect of the highest magnitude. A mature individual is one who can drift through this world in the self-contained manner of an interstellar transport, manufacturing its own oxygen and food. That rare, healthy soul, Fromm wished us to believe, had an indestructible sense of his own worth. As a consequence, he had no need for the admiration and reassurance that only the weak long for. Fromm was trapped in a scientific fallacy that has become mainstream dogma. Current evolutionary theory, as promoted by scientists like Harvard's E.O. Wilson and the University of Washington's David Barish, says that only the competition between individuals counts. The concept is called individual selection. Social groups may glare and posture, threaten, connive, and occasionally battle to a grim and bloody death, but none of this really matters. The dogma of the moment declares emphatically that the creature struggling alone, or occasionally helping out a relative, is the only one whose efforts drive the engines of evolution. However, the accepted view requires a closer look. Among humans, groups have all too often been the prime movers. It is their competition that has driven us on the inexorable track toward higher degrees of orders. This is one key to the Lucifer principle. At first glance, the notion seems elementary, scarcely worth exploring further, but it has revolutionary implications. This book will show how the competition between groups can explain the mystery of our self-destructive emotions, depression, anxiety, and hopelessness, as well as our ferocious addiction to mythology, scientific theory, ideology, and religion, and our one even more disturbing addiction, to hatred. Group competition solves puzzles of the immune system recently uncovered by researchers in psychoneuroimmunology. It answers perceptual riddles revealed by new studies on endorphins and control, and it even offers solutions to some of our most baffling political dilemmas. Individualism is a personal credo of great importance. I, for one, am a passionate believer in it. But to scientists, it has been a chimera leading them down a dead-end path. Specifically, individualism has reared its head in science in the form of a simple proposition. If a piece of physiology, a tooth, a claw, an opposable thumb, or the neural circuit underlying an instinct, has emerged from the evolutionary process, it has triumphed for a simple reason: it has helped the individual survive. More specifically, the physiological device has proven useful in the survival of a long line of individuals, each of whom maintained a competitive edge by virtue of the piece of biological equipment in question. The problem: this basic premise is only right up to a point. Individual survival is not the only mechanism of the evolutionary process, as shown in recent research on stress. The stress response, with its high levels of corticosteroids and its clammy manifestations of anxiety, is usually described as part of a fight-or-flight syndrome, a survival device left over from the days when men were fending off saber-toothed tigers. When our primitive ancestors were confronted with a snarling beast, the stress response supposedly prepared them to engage the brute in battle or to hot-foot it out of the path of danger. But if the stress response is such a marvelous tool for self-defense, why is it so disabling? Why do stress reactions shut down our thought processes, cripple our immune system, and occasionally turn us into stupefied blobs of jelly? How do these impairments help us survive? The answer is that they don't. Men and animals do not merely struggle to maintain their individual existence. They are members of larger social groups, and all too often it is the social unit, not the individual, whose survival comes first. At first glance, our dependence on our fellow human beings sounds encouragingly angelic, but it is a blessing with a barb. Harvard psychologist Daniel Goleman, paraphrasing Nietzsche, says, "Madness is the exception in individuals, but the rule in groups." A study by social psychologist Brian Mullen shows that the larger the lynch mob, the more brutal the lynching. Freud declares that groups are impulsive, changeable, and irritable. Those caught up within them, he asserts, can become infantile slaves to emotion, led almost exclusively by the unconscious. Swept up by the emotions of a crowd, humans tend to lose their ethical restraints. As a result, the greatest human evils are not those that individuals perform in private, the tiny transgressions against some arbitrary social standard we call sins. The ultimate evils are the mass murders that occur in revolution and war, the large-scale savageries that arise when one agglomeration of humans tries to dominate another. the deeds of the social group. The social pack, as we shall see, is a necessary nurturer. It gives us love and sustenance. Without its presence, our mind and body literally switch on an arsenal of interior devices for self-demolition. If we ever save ourselves from the scourge of mass violence, it will be through the efforts of millions of minds, networked together in the collaborative processes of science, philosophy, and movements for social change. In short, only a group effort can save us from the sporadic insanities of the group. This book is about the social body in which we are the unwitting cells. It is about the hidden ways in which that social group manipulates our psychology and even our biology. It is about how a social organism scrambles for survival and works for mastery over other organisms of its kind. It is about how we, without the slightest sense of what the long-term results of our minuscule actions may be, contribute to the social organism's ponderous and sometimes earth-shattering deeds. It is about how, in our preoccupations with sex, our submission to gods and leaders, our sometimes suicidal commitment to ideas, religions, and trivial details of cultural style, we become the unconscious creators of the social organism's exploits. The whole is bigger than the sum of its parts. There's a strange concept in the philosophy of science called an entelechy. An entelechy is something complex that emerges when you put a large number of simple objects together. Examine one molecule of water in a vacuum, and you'll be utterly bored by the lack of activity in your vacuum tube. Pour a bunch of molecules into a glass, and a new phenomenon crops up, a ring of ripples on the water's surface. Combine enough glasses of water in a big enough basin, and you'll end up with something entirely different, an ocean. Take the 26 letters of the English alphabet, lay them out in front of you, and you'll have a set of small squiggles, each of which evokes just one or two specific sounds. String a few million together in precisely the proper order, and you'll have the collected works of Shakespeare. These are entelechies. A city, a town, a culture, a religion, a body of mythology, a hit record, a dirty joke. These, too, are the results of entelechies. Take one human being, isolate him in a room from the time he's born until the time he dies, and you'll end up with a creature incapable of using language, with little in the way of imagination, an emotional and physical wreck. But put that baby together with 50 other people, and you'll end up with something entirely new, a culture. Cultures spring into existence only when the crowd is large enough. They are a phenomenon that sweeps across the face of the multitude like a wave. The phenomenon that creates the Beatles, that makes a Hitler, that launches a new philosophy like communism or Christian fundamentalism. These are all entelechies at work, waves rolling over the surface of society, incorporating the minor moves of individual human beings into a massive force, the way swells of the sea orchestrate insignificant twitches of water molecules into an overwhelming motion. The perpetual churnings of the waves and the tides are stirred by the gravity of the moon. But what propels the cultural tides of human beings? What causes a horde of barbaric nomads in the desert wastes of the Arab Peninsula to suddenly coalesce under the leadership of one man and spill across the known world, carving out an empire? How does an invisible idea preached by an Ayatollah pull isolated humans into surging swells of believers ready to die or kill for truth? Why does a sect, originally committed to turning the other cheek, flood the world with warriors who literally wade in blood? What makes a country like Victorian England crest in the domination of fully half the planet, then ebb like a spent wave from power and prosperity? What undertow is sucking America into that same path today? 5 simple concepts will explain these human currents. Each section of this book concentrates on one of those ideas and its sometimes startling implications. Together, these concepts are the foundation underlying the Lucifer principle. Concept number 1. The principle of self-organizing systems. Replicators. Bits of structure that function as mini-factories, assembling raw materials, then churning out intricate products. These natural assembly units, jeans are one example, crank out their goods so cheaply that the end results are appallingly expendable. Among those expendable products are you and me. Concept number 2. The superorganism. We are not the rugged individuals we would like to be. We are, instead, disposable parts of a being much larger than ourselves. Concept number 3. The meme, a self-replicating cluster of ideas. Thanks to a handful of biological tricks, these visions become the glue that holds together civilizations, giving each culture its distinctive shape, making some intolerant of dissent and others open to diversity. They are the tools with which we unlock the forces of nature. Our visions bestow the dream of peace, but they also turn us into killers. Concept number 4. The neural net. The group mind whose eccentric mode of operation manipulates our emotions and turns us into components of a massive learning machine. Concept number 5. The pecking order. The naturalist who discovered this dominance hierarchy in a Norwegian farmyard called it the key to despotism. Pecking orders exist among men, monkeys, wasps, and even nations. They help explain why the danger of barbarians is real, and why the assumptions of our foreign policies are often wrong. 5 simple ideas. Yet the insights they yield are amazingly rich. They reveal why doctors are not always as powerful as they seem, but why we are compelled to believe in them nonetheless. They explain how Hinduism, the religion of ultimate peace, grew from the greed of a tribe of bloodthirsty killers, and why nature disposes of men far more casually than women. They shed light on America's decline and the dangers that lie ahead of us. Above all, they illuminate a mystery that has eternally eluded man, the root of the evil that haunts our lives. For within these 5 small ideas we will pursue, there lurks a force that rules us. The Chinese Cultural Revolution. The men who are the most honored are the greatest killers. They believe that they are serving their fellow men. Henry Miller. It's getting uncommonly easy to kill people in large numbers, and the first thing a principal does, if it really is a principle, is to kill somebody. Dorothy L. Sayers. In the mid-60s, Mao Zedong tore the fabric of Chinese society apart. In doing so, he unleashed emotions of the most primitive kind, the true demons of the human mind. These primordial motivators ripped across the face of China, bringing death, destruction, and pain. But the frenzy Mao had freed was not some freak child of Mao's philosophies. It was the simple product of passions that squirm every day inside you and me. In 1958, Mao had decided to throw China violently into the future. His catapult was the Great Leap Forward, an economic plan designed to harness China's manpower in a massive modernization program. Billboards carried pictures of a Chinese worker astride a rocket. The slogan read, "Surpass England in 15 years." Students, senior citizens, intellectuals, and farmers labored ceaselessly to build steel furnaces. They collected iron pots and tore brass fittings off the ancient doors of their houses to provide the scrap metal required for the construction of those furnaces. Peasants left their homes in mass mobilizations, slogged to communal dining halls, and threw themselves into their work with tremendous enthusiasm. After all, says Gao Yuan, one Chinese schoolboy who lived through it, people were saying that true communism was just around the corner. Unfortunately, somewhere along the line, the Great Leap Forward stumbled and fell on its face. The communal dining halls closed. Householders who had taken their pots to the furnaces were forced to find new ones. Ration coupons appeared for grain, oil, cloth, and even matches. The little boys who had thrown themselves so enthusiastically into making an economic miracle grew faint from hunger as they sat in school. They learned to catch cicadas on poles with glue-coated tips, then forced themselves to swallow the still squirming insects. They scoured the hills for edible grass and weeds. Their mothers baked bread with flour augmented by willow and poplar leaves. During 3 long years of heroic progress, millions died of starvation. The Great Leap Forward had crippled the economy, throttling the production of even the simplest things, and the architect of the brave blunder, Mao himself, lost power. He retired into ideological matters, leaving the day-to-day running of the state to a bureaucratic nest of lesser officials. Those officials looked at a citizenry racked with malnutrition and quickly changed gears. They abandoned theoretical rigor and worked to boost production of the household necessities that had all but disappeared. Highest on the priority list was raising food, lots of it. Doctrine took a back seat to the simple task of putting meals on Chinese tables. The further the new policy proceeded, the more the officials responsible for implementing it felt that they were the real powers controlling China. Their swelling pride told them that they were the new bosses, the men who had taken over the helm of history. Mao was a relic, an antique, a figurehead. When Mao tried to issue orders, his underlings treated him politely but shrugged him off. The commands of China's great leader went unheeded. Mao Zedong did not enjoy being led to pasture, and he wasn't the sort of man to take forced retirement lying down, so this demigod of the revolution contrived a plan to reassert authority, a plan that would be even more devastating to China than the Great Leap Forward. His scheme would not just starve people, it would torture them, beat them to death, and force them to suicide. It was the Cultural Revolution. Mao took advantage of a simple peculiarity of human nature, the rebelliousness of adolescence. The defiant attitude of teenage punk rockers and heavy metal headbangers may seem like a rage spawned by the unique disorders of Western culture, but it is not. Adolescence awakens defiant urges in nearly all primates. In chimpanzees, it inspires a wanderlust that forces some young females to leave the cozy family they've always known and go off to make a new life for themselves among strangers. In langur monkeys, it triggers a restlessness that's much more to the point. Adolescent langur males kick loose the bonds of their childhood family life and cluster in unruly, threatening gangs. Then they go on the prowl, looking for some older, well-established male they can attack. The adolescent's goal is to dislodge the respectable elder from his cushy home and take over everything he owns, his power, his prestige, and his wives. As we'll see later, humans are driven by many of the same instincts as our primate relatives. Consequently, many adolescents of our species also resent the authority of the adults over their heads. Their hormones have suddenly told them that it is time to assert their individuality and to challenge the prerogatives of the older generation. Mao didn't address himself to the adults of China. Those comrades saw the good sense of the officials who had shuffled Mao to the side and focused on producing food to fill the stomachs that had ached with emptiness for 3 long years. Mao turned elsewhere for help in recapturing authority. He turned to the country's teenagers. Mao started his campaign to regain the reins of China innocently enough. Under his orders, the major papers began a literary debate. They attacked a group of authors who called themselves the Three-Family Village. These essayists were government officials, key figures in the phalanx of bureaucrats resisting Mao's orders. One was vice mayor of Beijing. Another, the editor of the Beijing Evening News, was propaganda director for Beijing's party committee. A third was a propagandist for the Beijing city government. Over the years, the articles of these three had been regarded as entertaining diversions, models of witty style. Now official editorial writers discovered that the writings of the Three-Family Village were hidden cesspools of secret meanings. And what did those meanings amount to? An assault on the sacred precepts of the party. The attack on the Three-Family Village quickly moved from the papers to the schools. Students were encouraged to pen their own excoriations of the traitors, as one newspaper put it, opening fire at the anti-party black line. Pupils made posters vilifying the scoundrels' names and plastered them over every available wall. Thus they carried out their duty to hold high the great banner of Mao Zedong thought. The banner of Mao's thought soon wrapped itself around the necks of more than just the Three-Family Village. School children were encouraged to find other literary works rotting with revisionism and anti-revolutionary notions. The children leapt avidly to their homework assignment, but they became even more enthusiastic a few months later when a new directive came from above. ferret out bourgeois tendencies and reactionary revisionism among your teachers. The new task was one to which any youngster could apply himself with gusto. That teacher who gave you a poor mark on your last paper? He's a bourgeois revisionist. Humiliate him. The pedagogue who bawled you out for being late for class? A capitalist rotter. Make her feel your wrath. Revenge had nothing to do with it. This was simply an issue of ideological purity. Students examined everything their teachers had ever written. In the subtlest turns of innocent phrasing, they uncovered the signs of reactionary villainy. At first, they simply tacked up posters reviling the teachers as monsters and demons. Then all classes were suspended so that pupils could work on sniffing out traitors full-time. Instructors who had fought faithfully with Mao's revolutionary forces were suddenly reviled. Others who considered themselves zealots of Maoist thought were pilloried as loathsome rightists. Some couldn't take the humiliation. Gao Yuan, son of a party official in a small town, was a boarding student at Democracy Street Primary School in Yizhou at the time. At Gao Yuan's school, one teacher attempted to slit his throat. Other pedagogues tried to placate the students. They exposed their colleagues and wrote confessions, hoping to get off the hook. It didn't work. The students at Democracy Street Primary School created a new form of school assembly. Its star attraction was the jet plane. A teacher was interrogated at great length in private and forced to admit his crimes. Then he was taken on stage before a student audience and kicked in the back of the knees until he fell down. One student grabbed him by his hair and pulled back his head. Others lifted his arms and yanked them behind him. Then they held the hapless instructor in this contorted position for hours. When it was over, most teachers couldn't walk. To make the humiliation a bit more lasting, students shaved their erring teachers' heads. Among their teachers, the diligent students discovered the vilest of the vile. Gao Yuan says that they uncovered hooligans and bad eggs, filthy rich peasants and son-of-a-bitch landlords, blood-sucking capitalists and neo-bourgeoisie, historical counter-revolutionaries and active counter-revolutionaries, rightists and ultra-rightists, alien class elements and degenerate elements, reactionaries and opportunists, counter-revolutionary revisionists, imperialist running dogs, and spies. The students armed themselves with wooden swords and hardware. At night they imprisoned their teachers in their bedrooms. Another instructor at the Democracy Street Primary School was driven past endurance and hung himself. Now that they had practiced on their teachers, the students were urged to take their cultural cleansing further and form organized units, Red Guards, to root out revisionism in the towns. Like young monkeys raiding an elder's domain, 10- and 15-year-olds rampaged into the cities looking for officials who had strayed from the strict Maoist line. They sniffed out ox ghosts and snake spirits among the municipal authorities, subjected magistrates, mayors, and local party heads to interrogations, beatings, and head shavings, and marched miscreants through the streets wearing dunce caps that were sometimes 30 feet high. Needless to say, the officials under attack had provided the foundation of support for the bureaucratic powers who had ignored Chairman Mao not long ago. The more the Red Guards attacked that foundation, the more the bureaucratic resistance to the glorious chairman crumbled. The Red Guards did not let their enthusiasm stop there. Urged on by Mao's speeches, they went on a campaign against the Four Olds, the remnants of pre-revolutionary style. The students pulled down store signs, renamed streets, slit the trouser legs of anyone wearing tight pants, stopped women entering the town gates to cut off their braids, pulled down ancient monuments, broke into homes, and smashed everything that carried the hated aura of tradition. Then the Red Guards turned on each other in what started as a debate over the true Maoist line. Behind the argument about Mao's thought, however, was another issue. Class warfare is a central concept of Maoism. As a result, each citizen of Maoist China was categorized according to the class from which his parents or grandparents came. If your family in the distant past had belonged to an unacceptable social category, you were a pariah. What was acceptable? The poor peasants and soldiers. Middle peasants and intellectuals were beneath contempt. Upper peasants, capitalists, or landlords were beyond the pale. Just to keep things straight, the descendants of these hated social strata were sometimes forced to wear black armbands with white letters broadcasting their status. In Gao Yuan's school, one student declared categorically that only those whose class background was pure, those whose parents had come from the red categories, poor peasants and soldiers, should be allowed in the Red Guard. And what of the children whose parents came from the black categories, middle-class peasants, wealthy peasants, landlords, and capitalists? Keep them out, said the snobbish student. A parent's class has nothing to do with children, protested Gao Yuan. All our classmates were born and brought up under the 5-star red flag. We all have a socialist education. Not true, snarled the boy, determined to keep the Red Guard an exclusive club. A dragon begets dragons, a phoenix begets phoenixes, and a mouse's children can only dig holes. In the coming months, belonging to the Red Guard would be a matter of vital importance. The Red Guard would take over the administration of the cities and the schools. If you belonged, you'd have power. If you didn't, every petty grudge against you could be turned into a political charge, and the slightest accusation of ideological sin could be used to make your days worse than your most appalling nightmare. The debate over who should be allowed in and who should be kept out was not an innocent children's game. Eventually there would be 2 different Red Guards in Gao Yuan's school. One would embrace the children of the favored classes, the other would harbor the rejects, the children of the forbidden castes. At first, the 2 factions were content to squabble over which one upheld Mao's true line. Each accused the other of right-wing revisionism. Both shouted torrents of Mao's quotations, determined to prove the rival faction wrong. Soon they turned from citations to taunts and insults. Then they graduated to throwing rocks. The 2 sides armed themselves. They made slingshots and clubs, then wove helmets from willow twigs soaked in water. The helmets were so hard you could smash them with a hammer and barely make a dent. A few lucky kids found old swords. Others made sabers and daggers out of scrap metal. Everyone in Gao Yuan's town had grown up knowing how to mix gunpowder from scratch, since children traditionally crafted their own firecrackers for annual holidays. Now the students of Democracy Street Primary School put that skill to a new use. They built arsenals of homemade hand grenades. Some even found ways to get guns. It wasn't long before the 2 rival gangs of Red Guards at Gao Yuan's school were engaged in full-scale warfare. Each occupied a separate group of buildings on the campus, and each began a series of raids to unseat the other from its newly established headquarters. In those armed forays, students were wounded with stones, blades, and explosives. The more the blood flowed, the angrier each side became. One Red Guard faction came across a lone member of the rival gang on campus, dragged him to an empty dormitory room, tied him up, and interrogated him, searching for secrets to their adversaries' weak points. The captured student at first refused to talk. The interrogators beat him with a chair leg. They snared another student and hung him from the ceiling of the room for days, and bludgeoned yet another with a poker. This time, they made a mistake. The poker had a sharp projection at the end that punctured their prisoner's skin every time it struck. When the questioning session was over, the victim's legs were bleeding profusely. He died a few hours later. Why had the tormentors used so much force? Their captive was a traitor to the precepts of Chairman Mao. The chairman himself had said that revolution is not a dinner party. Sometimes it was hard to remember that the person hanging from the rafters had sat 3 chairs away from you in homeroom since the 2 of you were little kids. The commitment of students on both sides to the words of Mao was passionate. They spat phrases from the great leader like machine gun bullets, ferocious in their devotion to dialectic truth. But, in reality, the Maoist ideology, with its noble goal of liberating humanity, was being used by one Red Guard faction to seize power from another. Idealism's rationalizations transformed the rapacity of the students into a sense of selfless zeal. The Cultural Revolution threw China into chaos. Finally, the military took control of the country and restored order. The Red Guard members were drafted as they came of age. The teenagers who had fought each other went their separate ways. Gao Yuan entered military service, then studied in Beijing. He met an American girl, moved to the United States, and wrote a book about its experience, Born Red. Not long after, others who had suffered through the Cultural Revolution would pen memoirs revealing even greater horrors. Meanwhile, the head of the class purity-oriented group that had systematically tortured Gao Yuan and his friends for over a year became a member of a trucking company. The leader of Gao Yuan's more liberal Red Guard brigade disappeared for many years. He resurfaced only when China began the modern economic reform that allows a measure of entrepreneurial freedom. Today, the former Red Guard leader once again uses the ability to organize others that helped him marshal his fierce young army of students. He founds successful capitalist enterprises. Only one person really got what he wanted from the Chinese Cultural Revolution: Mao Zedong. When it was all over, he had driven his opponents from their roosts and regained control of China. But the Chinese Cultural Revolution had unleashed the most primitive and appalling human instincts, providing a clue to the biological machinery that leads us into war and violence. The formerly shy and well-behaved teenagers caught up in the Chinese Cultural Revolution pulled together in tight clusters. The signal that drew them together was the altruism of ideology. Once their groups had been formed, ideology served a second purpose. It became a weapon, an excuse for lashing out at rival groups, a justification for murder, torture, and humiliation. Within their tight gangs, the Chinese teenagers loved each other. Their loyalty to their comrades and to their master, Chairman Mao, was ferocious. But when they turned their attention to outsiders, the folks they labeled as counter-revolutionaries, their feelings were different. Toward those beyond their tiny circle, they radiated only hatred, and they treated those they despised with remorseless brutality. The Chinese Cultural Revolution was a microcosm of the forces that manipulate human history. It showed how the insubstantial things we call ideas can trigger the loftiest idealism and the basest cruelty. And it demonstrated how, under the urge to heroism and the commitment to the elevation of all mankind, there often lies something truly grotesque: the impulse to destroy our fellow human beings. How do mere fragments of thought turn to concepts that kill? Why do groups so readily congeal, face off, and fight? To answer these questions, we have to look at the forces that gave us birth. Bloodstains in Paradise. Mother Nature, the bloody bitch. We do not see, or we forget, that the birds which are idly singing around us mostly live on insects or seeds, and are thus constantly destroying life. Charles Darwin, The Origin of the Species. Mankind has always been cutting one another's throats. Do you not believe that hawks have always preyed upon pigeons? Then, if hawks have always had the same nature, what reason can you give why mankind should change theirs? Voltaire, Candide. In 1580, Michel de Montaigne, inspired by the discovery of New World tribes untouched by Europe's latest complexities, initiated the idea of the noble savage. Nearly 200 years later, Jean-Jacques Rousseau popularized the concept when he published 4 works proclaiming that man is born an innocent wonder, filled with love and generosity, but that a Luciferian force ensnares him: modern civilization. Rousseau claimed that without civilization, humans would never know hatred, prejudice, or cruelty. Today, the Rousseau-esque doctrine seems stronger than ever. 20th-century writers and scientists like Ashley Montagu, Claude Lévi-Strauss, who hailed Rousseau as the father of anthropology, Eric Jansch, David Barish, Richard Leakey, and Susan Sontag have reworked the notion to condemn current industrial civilization. They have been joined by numerous feminist, environmentalist, and minority rights extremists. Even such august scientific bodies as the American Anthropological Association, the American Psychological Association, and the Peace and War section of the American Sociological Association have joined the cause, absolving natural man of malevolence by endorsing the Seville Statement, an international manifesto which declares that violence is neither in our evolutionary legacy nor in our genes. As a result, we are told almost daily that modern Western culture, with its consumerism, its capitalism, its violent television shows, its blood-soaked films, and its nature-mangling technologies, programs violence into the wide-eyed human mind. Our society is supposedly an incubator for everything that appalls us. However, culture alone is not responsible for violence, cruelty, and war. Despite the Seville Statement's contentions, our biological legacy weaves evil into the substrate of even the most unspoiled society. What's more, organized battle is not restricted to humans. Ants make war and either massacre or enslave a rival swarm. Cichlid fish gang up and attack outsiders. Myxobacteria form wolf packs that corner and dismember prey. Groups of lizards pick on a formerly regal member of the clan who has become disfigured by the loss of his tail. Female bees chase an overage queen through the corridors of the hive and lunge, biting over and over until she is dead. And even rival super-coalitions of a half-dozen male dolphins fight like street gangs, often inflicting serious injuries. Ants do not watch television. Fish seldom go to movies. Myxobacteria, lizards, dolphins, and bees have not been programmed by Western culture. A host of writers gained attention in the late 80s and early 90s with books that celebrated a return to a mothering earth. They felt that if we scraped away large-scale agriculture, internal combustion engines, televisions, and air conditioners, nature would return to bless us with her primordial paradise. Unfortunately, these authors held a distorted view of pre-industrial reality. A pride of lions at their ease enjoys the kind of nature the radical environmentalists dreamed about. You can see the smiles on lions' faces as they lick their paws and stretch out on the ground side by side, clearly pleased with the comfort of each other's warmth. You can see the benevolence with which a mother keeps a cub from playfully tearing her tail apart. She lifts her huge paw and gently shoves the infant aside when his nipping becomes too painful. But nature has given these lion mothers only one way of feeding their children: the hunt. This afternoon, these peaceful creatures will tear a gazelle limb from limb. The panicked beast will try frantically to avoid the felines closing in on her, but they will break her neck and drag her across the plain still alive and kicking. Her eyes will be open and aware as her flesh is gashed and torn. Suppose for a minute that lions were suddenly stricken with guilt about their feeding habits and swore off meat. What would they accomplish? They would starve themselves and their children, for they have been given only one option: to kill. Killing is an invention not of man, but of nature. Nature's amusements are cruel. A female sea turtle crawls painfully up the beach of a tropical island, dragging her bulk across the sand. Slowly she digs a nest with her hind flippers and lays her eggs. From those eggs come 1,000 tiny, irresistible babies, digging out of the sand, blinking at the light for the first time, rapidly gaining their orientation from a genetically pre-programmed internal compass, then taking their first walk, a race toward the sea. As the infants scoot awkwardly across the beach, propelling themselves with flippers built for an entirely different task, seabirds who have been waiting for this feast swoop down to enjoy meal after high-protein meal. Of 1,000 hatchlings, perhaps 3 will make it to the safety of the ocean waves. The birds are not sadistic creatures whose instincts have been twisted by an overdose of television. They're merely engaged in the same effort as the baby turtles, the effort to survive. Hegel, the 19th-century German philosopher, said that true tragedy occurs not when good battles evil, but when one good battles another. Nature has made that form of tragedy a basic law of her universe. She presents her children with a choice between death and death. She offers a carnivore the options of dying by starvation or killing for a meal. Nature is like a sculptor continually improving upon her work, but to do it, she chisels away at living flesh. What's worse, she has built her morally reprehensible modus operandi into our physiology. If you occasionally feel that you are of several minds on one subject, you are probably right. In reality, you have several brains, and those brains don't always agree. Dr. Paul D. MacLean was the researcher who first posited the concept of the triune brain. According to MacLean, near the base of a human skull is the stem of the brain, poking up from the spinal column like the unadorned end of a walking stick. Sitting atop that rudimentary stump is a massive cerebral tissue bequeathed us by our earliest totally land-dwelling ancestors, the reptiles. When these beasts turned their backs on the sea roughly 300 million years ago and hobbled inland, their primary focus was simple survival. The new landlubbers needed to hunt, to find a mate, to carve out territory, and to fight in that territory's defense. The neural machinery they evolved took care of these elementary functions. MacLean calls it the reptile brain. The reptile brain still sits inside our skull like the pit at the center of a peach. It is a vigorous participant in our mental affairs, pumping its primitive, instinctual orders to us at all hours of the day and night. Eons after the first reptiles ambled away from the beach, their great-great-grandchildren many times removed, evolved a few dramatic product improvements. These upgrades included fur, warm blood, the ability to nurture eggs inside their own bodies, and the portable supply of baby food we know as milk. The remodeled creatures were no longer reptiles. They had become mammals. Mammals' innovative features gave them the ability to leave the lush tropics and make their way into the chilly north. Their warm blood allowed them, in fact, to survive the rigors of an occasional ice age, but it exacted its costs. Warm blood demanded that mammal parents not simply lay an egg and wander off. It forced mammal mothers to brood over their children for weeks, months, or even years, and it required a tighter social organization to take care of these suckling clusters of mammal mothers and children. All this demanded that a few additions be built onto the old reptilian brain. Nature complied by constructing an envelope of new neural tissue that surrounded the reptile brain like a peach's juicy fruit enveloping the pit. MacLean called the add-on the mammalian brain. The mammalian brain guided play, maternal behavior, and a host of other emotions. It kept our furry ancestors knitted together in nurturing gangs. Far down the winding path of time, a few of our hirsute progenitors tried something new. They stood on their hind legs, looked around them, and applied their minds and hands to the exploitation of the world. These were the early hominids. But proto-human aspirations were impractical without the construction of another brain accessory. Nature complied, wrapping a thin layer of fresh neural substance around the two old cortical standbys, the reptilian and mammalian brains. The new structure, stretched around the old ones like a peach's skin, was the neocortex, the primate brain. This primate brain, which includes the human brain, had awesome powers. It could envision the future. It could weigh a possible action and imagine the consequences. It could support the development of language, reason, and culture. But the neocortex had a drawback. It was merely a thin veneer over the two ancient brains, and those were as active as ever, measuring every bit of input from the eyes and ears and issuing fresh orders. The thinking human, no matter how exalted his sentiments, was still listening to the voices of a demanding reptile and a chattering ancient mammal. Both were speaking to him from the depths of his own skull. Richard Leakey, the eminent paleoanthropologist, says war didn't exist until men invented agriculture and began to acquire possessions. In the back of Leakey's mind, one might find a wistful prayer that agriculture would go away so we could rediscover peace. But Leakey is wrong. Violence is not a product of the digging stick and hoe. In the Kalahari Desert of southern Africa live a people called the Kung. The Kung have no agriculture and very little technology. They live off the fruit and plants their women gather and the animals their men hunt. Their way of life is so simple that hordes of anthropologists have studied them, convinced that the Kung live as our ancestors must have over 10,000 years ago, before the domestication of plants. In the early years of Kung ethnography, anthropologists became wildly excited. These simple people had no violence, they said. Anthropology had discovered the key to human harmony, abolished the modern world, and returned to hunting and gathering. Richard Leakey used the Kung as his model of paradisal pre-agriculturalists. The Kung way of life proved that without the plow, men would not have the sword. Yet later studies revealed a blunt and still underpublicized fact. Kung men solve the problem of adultery by murder. As a result, among the Kung, the homicide rate is higher than that in New York City. Kung violence takes place primarily between individuals. In both humans and animals, however, the greatest violence occurs not between individuals, but between groups. It is most appalling in war. Dian Fossey, who devoted 19 years to living among and observing the mountain gorillas of Central Africa's Virunga Mountains, felt these creatures were among the most peaceful on earth. Yet mountain gorillas become killers when their social groups come face to face. Clashes between social units, said Fossey, account for 62% of the wounds on gorillas. 74% of the males Fossey observed carried the scars of battle, and 80% had canine teeth they'd lost or broken while trying to bite the opposition. Fossey actually recovered skulls with canine cusps still embedded in their crests. One gorilla group will deliberately seek out another and provoke a conflict. The resulting battles between gorilla tribes are furious. One of the bands that Fossey followed was led by a powerful silverback, an enormous male who left a skirmish with his flesh so badly ripped that the head of an arm bone and numerous ligaments stuck out through the broken skin. The old ruling male, whom Fossey called Beethoven, had been supported in the fight by his son, Icarus. Icarus left the battle scene with 8 massive wounds where the enemy had bitten him on the head and arms. The site where the conflict had raged was covered with blood, tufts of fur, broken saplings, and diuretic dung. Such is the price of pre-human war in the Virunga Mountains. Gorillas are not the only subhumans to cluster in groups that set off to search for blood. By the early 70s, Jane Goodall had lived 14 years among the wild chimpanzees of Tanzania's Gombe Reserve. She loved the chimps for their gentle ways, so different from the violence back home among humans. Yes, there were simian muggings, beatings, and rage, but the ultimate horror, war, was absent. Goodall published a landmark book on chimpanzee behavior, In the Shadow of Man, a work that to some proved unequivocally that war was a human creation. After all, the creatures shown by genetic and immunological research to be our nearest cousins in the animal kingdom knew nothing of organized, wholesale violence. Then, 3 years after Goodall's book was printed, a series of incidents occurred that horrified her. The tribe of chimps Goodall had been watching became quite large. Food was harder to find. Quarrels broke out. To relieve the pressure, the unit finally split into 2 separate tribes. One band stayed in the old home territory. The other left to carve out a new life in the forest to the south. At first, the 2 groups lived in relative peace. Then the males from the larger band began to make trips south to the patch of land occupied by the splinter unit. The marauders' purpose was simple: to harass and ultimately kill the separatists. They beat their former friends mercilessly, breaking bones, opening massive wounds, and leaving the resultant cripples to die a slow and lingering death. When the raids were over, 5 males and 1 elderly female had been murdered. The separatist group had been destroyed, and its sexually active females and part of its territory had been annexed by the males of the band from the home turf. Goodall had discovered war among the chimpanzees, a discovery she had hoped she would never make. Years later, biological ecologist Michael Guillieri traveled to Uganda to see just how widespread chimpanzee warfare really is. He concluded that the happy-go-lucky chimpanzee has turned out to be the most lethal ape, an organized, cooperative warrior. So the tendency towards slaughter that manifested itself in the Chinese Cultural Revolution is not the product of agriculture, technology, television, or materialism. It is not an invention of either Western or Eastern civilization. It is not a uniquely human proclivity at all. It comes from something both sub- and superhuman, something we share with apes, fish, and ants, a brutality that speaks to us through the animals in our brain. If man has contributed anything of his own to the equation, it is this: he has learned to dream of peace. But to achieve that dream, he will have to overcome what nature has built into him. overcome what nature has built into him. Women. Not the peaceful creatures you think. The rivalry of women is visited upon their children to their third and fourth generation. Gillette Burgess. Males play the greatest role in stirring up bloodbaths. They do most of the killing, and they also do most of the dying. This makes men sound pretty atrocious, and indeed they are. Males by far outdo females in aggression. Remove the testicles from a rooster and it becomes a peace-loving bird. Sew the testes back into its stomach, and the masculine hormones once again flood the fowl's bloodstream. Now the recently mild-mannered chicken struts off to start a fight. It's not surprising when pundits declare that if only we had female leaders, war and international aggression would rapidly disappear. Many people are convinced that females are inherently peaceful. Okay, so Margaret Thatcher, the female former Prime Minister of Britain, won the Falklands War, supplied the British military with nuclear submarines, and packed those subs with atomically tipped ballistic missiles. Indira Gandhi led a military campaign against Pakistan, jailed her opponents, and suspended civil liberties. And Peru's Shining Path guerrilla assassination squads were headed almost entirely by women. But surely these are just aberrations. Or are they? The evidence from the world of our closest relatives in the primate family indicates that the cheerfully idealistic picture of women is a self-delusion. Females, too, are victims of the Lucifer principle. Dian Fossey, the chronicler of the Central African mountain gorillas, had been following a gorilla band for 9 years when she suddenly noticed that one of the tribe's babies had disappeared. This came as a shock. The baby hadn't been sick. Fossey couldn't understand what had happened to it. The naturalist and her aides hunted through the forest, looking for the remains of the body, expecting to find it in one of the spots where the guerrilla group had fought with a rival band. But Fossey found no corpse whatsoever at the battle sites. Finally, acting on a hunch, Fossey and her African helpers collected all of the dung the guerrillas had left during the previous days. After their years following this group, the researchers could identify which dung came from which guerrilla. For days, the humans painstakingly sifted through the excrement. Finally, Fossey found what she'd been looking for, 133 bone and tooth fragments from an infant gorilla, contained in the deposits left by the dominant female and her 8-year-old daughter. The mother of the dead baby came from a social level these female gorilla aristocrats despised. She was an outcast the well-placed ladies frequently mocked and bullied. Her presence simply could not be tolerated in proper company. Her child was beneath contempt. Fossey concluded that the head female and her daughter had attacked the infant, killed it, and eaten it. There was more than mere cruelty behind this murder of a helpless baby. Effie, the aristocratic female who had apparently led the infant-killing effort, was in the last stages of pregnancy. 3 days after the brutal incident, she gave birth to a baby of her own. Effie had acted like the ambitious wife in a harem who fights to eliminate the children of her rivals. Through infanticide, she had become the only female with 4 children in the group at one time. She had ensured that she and her young would be the tribe's ruling class. By doing so, she had turned the entire group into a support mechanism for her own offspring. Effie was very much like Livia, the most powerful woman of Rome in the days a little less than 2,000 years ago, when that city was reaching the peak of imperial power. According to Robert Graves's careful reconstruction in I, Claudius, Livia, like Effie, was one of a number of wives, and, like Effie, Livia was mated to the dominant male in the pack. Specifically, Livia had managed to inveigle into matrimony a man named Augustus Caesar, the leader who had grabbed the reins of Rome from his rivals and stabilized the empire in a time of turbulence. In the process, Augustus had become the most powerful man the world had ever known. Guerrillas managed to keep a whole gaggle of wives trailing behind them simultaneously. Augustus didn't have that privilege. The law forced him to possess his official mates one at a time. Livia was Augustus's 3rd wife. She had won him when she was a tender 17. Well, maybe not so tender. According to Graves, the teenage beauty had grown contemptuous of a previous husband because the unlucky gentleman believed in such principles as liberty for Rome's citizens. Livia had no patience with these notions. She was convinced that all power should be centered in the hands of one man, preferably a man under her direct control. So she divorced her soft idealist and sought out a harder husband whose possibilities were more in line with her own aspirations. At the time, Augustus was married to someone else. In fact, he'd had a number of children by the woman at his side and seemed reasonably pleased with his present wife's ways. But that didn't stop the ambitious young Livia. She managed to tarnish the reputation of his spouse and to drive additional wedges between the unfortunate lady and her husband. Then she inserted herself into the gap, making her presence the only logical consolation for Augustus's distress over his wife's disgrace. Livia quickly consolidated her hold over Augustus. Soon he would not make a major decision without her. Like the gorilla Effie, Livia had struggled to become the first lady in the band. And, like Effie, Livia was ambitious for more than just herself. She was ambitious for her children. Rome had been run in the past by a democratic senate, but Augustus was shifting power to a one-man emperorship. Livia wanted the newly established imperial throne to go to her own children. It wasn't that easy. There were rival claimants to the seat of imperial authority. First in line were two of Augustus's old friends and confidants. But more important, there were Augustus's 3 grandchildren, born to the daughter of his previous wife. One by one, according to Graves, the rivals died off. Some collapsed mysteriously, others came down with lingering diseases, and still others suffered inconsequential wounds but were given the wrong medical treatment. Surely Livia's expertise in poisons and her network of murderous helpers, much like the cooperatively cannibalistic cronies in the gorilla Effie's clique, had nothing to do with these deaths. Finally, only Livia's children were left, as Grave puts it, to carry on the line, Livia's line. Livia, like Effie, had eliminated her children's rivals and guaranteed her offspring a spot on the top of the heap. One empress in China roughly 1,700 years ago took Livia's ambition several giant steps further. To ensure her children power over the empire, she eliminated every single individual in a rival extended family. In all probability, this minor act of manslaughter was not limited to a mere handful of human obstacles. Chinese noble families of the period usually had hundreds or even thousands of members. Livia, Effie, and the Chinese empress were as bloodthirsty as any male, and the motivation that drove them was distinctly maternal, the desire to give every advantage to their young. Women are violent. In fact, females are as much a part of the apparatus that triggers male violence as the men themselves. Nobel Prize-winning ethologist Konrad Lorenz described a common behavior in several species of ducks. The female runs out to the edge of her husband's territory and tries to provoke another duck, then runs back to her male, stands next to him, and looks behind her at the enraged rival in the hope that her mate will jump into the fray. Many are the human females who have tried to stir up a similar fight. Women encourage killers. They do it by falling in love with warriors and heroes. Men know it and respond with enthusiasm. The Crusaders marched off to war with ladies' favors in their helmets. They were not setting out on some mission of gallant gentleness. On their way through Asia Minor, the Crusaders literally roasted Christian babies in cases of mistaken identity. Because the local folk did not speak a language they understood, the chivalrous knights assumed the panicky babblers were heathens. Heathens, of course, deserved no mercy, so the heroes sliced up the adults and baked the infants on spits, all the while thinking of how the damsels back home would admire their bravery. Technically, this is called sexual selection. The females of a species develop a craving for a certain kind of guy, and all the males compete to live up to the female ideal. Lady peacocks adore hunks with towering blue tails, so peacock gentlemen sport foppish plumes. Lady bowerbirds swoon over bachelors with an architectural flair, so bowerbird males turn sticks and scraps into a Taj Mahal. And what have human females gone for in nearly every society and time? Courage and bravery. In short, violence. The poetry of the classic 6th century Arab master Labed is a testament to the feminine ability to bring out the animal in a man. In Labed's lyrical verses, a young fellow jostles along on his camel, dreaming of how he can get his beloved's attention. She, it seems, does not recognize his true worth. He dreams of how he will prove his manliness with feats of daring glory. Now, what is the one feat of daring glory guaranteed to rivet the admiration of a beauty in Labed's tribal desert society? You rush into the nearest village, kill a few of the males, and steal as many camels and old clothes as you can get your hands on. Greatness belongs to the killer, and the young ladies swoon over guys who are great. Labed will tell you, it works every time. Even T.S. Eliot's erudite Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock is the intellectualized cry of a man who feels women will not look on him with admiration and bear his children unless he wins their attention with a few violent deeds. I have heard the mermaids singing each to each, mopes the protagonist. I do not think that they will sing to me. What would get these lovely girls in the sea to give the poet a second look? Well, he could be a bit more like Prince Hamlet, able to finally make a decision and kill. But the poet hesitates. He is not the kind of person to take decisive measures. He imagines himself growing old, a foolish, lonely man, ignored by women all his life. Finally, he consoles himself. There will be time, he says, to murder and create. But females do more than provoke violence among males. They engage in it themselves. Primatologist Gene Altman, studying the female baboons of Kenya's Amboseli National Park, noted that when a new baby baboon arrived, the females all rushed over to see it. As it grew older, the baboon ladies came back time and time again. At first glance, their interest looked touchingly affectionate, but on closer inspection, it was something quite different. During a typical incident, a mother and baby sat in the savanna grass. A high-ranking female walked haughtily over to the pair. She tugged gently at the baby's arm. When the mother would not give up her child, the socially superior female grew impatient. She tugged the arm more violently. Then she yanked at the baby's leg. The mother reared back, bared her teeth, and made a warning sound. She knew what this meddler was really up to. Given half the chance, the lady of lofty social standing would grab the infant, treat the squealing child like a rag doll, drag it around, pass it back and forth to her friends, and in the end injure it so badly that her interest might very well prove fatal. The chattering anger of the mother did its work. The female from a higher social sphere went back to her clique. The mother was a member of the underclass, looked down on by the haughty and none too kind members of the female in-group. The worried nurturer spent the rest of her day clinging tightly to her infant. She could not gather as much food as she needed for herself and her baby, for she was too preoccupied with protecting her offspring from an unforeseen attack. Her child wriggled impatiently in her arms. Further research suggests that the child wanted to go off on its own and have a good time. But this was one baby that would never have the freedom to run and play. It would never be able to wrestle and roll about with the children of the more dominant females. It would never experience that easy social access that leads to self-confidence and a quick mind among baboons. Ultimately, this toddler, like its mother before it, would live its adult years at the bottom of the social pile. The baboon's mother was forced to smother it overprotectively simply to ensure that it survived. For among baboons, the babies of the dispossessed have an omnipresent mortal enemy, the females of the tribe. It is useless for women to blame violence on men, and it would be futile for men to blame violence on women. Violence is built into both of us. When Margaret Thatcher constructed a nuclear navy, she was not behaving in a manner distinctly male, nor was she behaving in a manner distinctly female. She wasn't even obeying a set of impulses that are uniquely human. Thatcher, like Rome's Livia, was in the grip of passions we share with gorillas and baboons, passions implanted in the primordial layers of the triune brain. Fighting for the privilege to procreate. Why all this savagery? A lot of it springs from a simple biological commandment: be fruitful and multiply. The gorilla Effie led her friends in the murder of a baby to gain an advantage for her offspring. Livia, mistress of mighty Rome, did the same to benefit her sons and their sons after them. Where violence takes place, children crop up over and over again. Stags fight for the right to have them. Humans declare wars to make the world safe for them. Strange as it sounds, children, and the genes they carry, are one key to the mystery of violence. An adult male langur who's become the head of the establishment ensconces himself regally at the center of his group. He has every reason for sitting pretty. If you take a closer look at the cluster of langurs milling around him, you'll discover that all of them are either his wives or children. The females do his bidding and offer their bodies only to him. If they attempt a romance with some dashing bachelor, they are severely punished. So is the hopeful seducer. No wonder the central male looks so lordly. He is surrounded by a tribe devoted to one primary purpose, having and raising his kids. As we saw several chapters ago, not every member of the langur society is happy about this state of affairs. In the jungle nearby roams a gang of post-pubertal hooligans who have left home permanently to hang with toughs their own age. Their newly spurting sexual hormones have triggered the growth of horniness, muscle, and a cocky aggression. Periodically, the gang of youthful thugs advances on the territory where the well-established elder sits in the midst of his large family. The hoodlums try to get his attention. They mock and challenge the patriarch. He sometimes sits aloof, refusing to dignify their taunts with a response. On other occasions, he ambles over to the periphery of the harem, then rears up and puts on a display of outrage that chases the young Turks away. But from time to time, the masked delinquents continue their challenge, starting a fight that can be brutal indeed. If they are lucky, the upstarts trounce their dignified superior thoroughly, chasing him from his comfortable home. Then the newly triumphant members of the younger generation execute an atrocity. They wade into the screaming females, grabbing babies left and right. They swing the infants against the trees, smash them against the ground, bite their heads, and crush their skulls. They kill and kill. When the orgy of bloodlust is over, not an infant remains. Yet the females in their sexual prime are completely unhurt. The mass murder is anything but random. Like Effie's infanticide, it has a simple goal. This cluster of wives was raising the children of the old man who just fled. As long as the ladies continue to suckle infants, they would be tied to the children of the toppled authority figure. A natural birth control device called lactational amenorrhea would keep them uninterested in sex, preventing them from entering estrus, and blocking the females from carrying the seed of the new conquerors. When a mother's baby is killed and her suckling stops, however, the whole game changes. Her biochemistry shifts, resurrecting her sexual interest. She becomes an empty womb waiting to have another child, and this time the child will not belong to the deposed monarch. It will carry the legacy of one of the invaders. But surely humans don't indulge in such barbarities. Or do they? In the rainforests near the Amazon live a people called the Yanomamo. Their ethnographer, Napoleon Chagnon, calls them the fierce people. They pride themselves on their cruelty, glorying in it so enthusiastically that they make a great show of beating their wives. And the wives are as much a part of this viciousness as the husbands. A spouse who does not carry enough scars from her husband's blows feels rejected and complains miserably about her unbruised condition. It is a sign, she is certain, that her husband does not love her. Yanomamo men have two great preoccupations, hunting and war. The patterns of their warfare bear a strange resemblance to those of the langur. Yanomamo men sneak up on a neighboring village and attack. If they are successful, they kill or chase away the men. They leave the sexually capable young women unharmed, but they move methodically through the lean-to-like homes, grabbing babies from the screaming captives. Like the langurs, the Yanomamo men beat these infants against the ground, bash their brains out on the rocks, and make the footpaths wet with babies' blood. They spear the older children with the sharp ends of their bows, pinning their bodies to the ground. Others they simply throw from the edge of a cliff. To the Yanomamo, this is an exhilarating entertainment. They brag and boast as they smash newborns against the stones. When the winning warriors have finished, not a single suckling child remains. Then the triumphant Yanomamo men lead the captured women back to a new life as secondary wives. No wonder the Yanomamo word for marriage means dragging something away. What have the Yanomamo victors accomplished? The same thing the Lungurs did. They have freed the females from the biochemical birth control vice that keeps a suckling woman from bearing new progeny. The Yanomamo fighters have made the wombs of their captured consorts available to carry their children. The Yanomamo are not some strange aberration out of the jungle to illustrate a far-fetched point. In the early 4th century, Eusebius, the first historian of the Christian Church, summarized what the study of history had focused on until his time: war, slaughters for the sake of country, and children. Hugo Grotius in 1625 published De Jure Bellis ac Pacis, or Concerning the Law of War and Peace, a book that tried to make Christian war more humane. In it, Grotius justified killing children. He cited Psalm 137, which says, "Happy shall he be who takes and dashes your little ones against the rock." Thus, Grotius was well aware of two things: that killing enemy children was common in the days of the Old Testament, and that it remained as common as ever in 17th century Europe. In fact, the restless effort of human males to find more wombs to carry their seed has been dignified by the forefathers of Western civilization. The rape of the Sabine women, a bit of Roman history anyone with a modest classical education can recount, was a stunt similar to those frequently pulled off by the Yanomamo. The heroes of the tale, a gang of early Romans, invited the neighboring tribesmen and their wives over for dinner and entertainment. The entertainment turned out to be a display of Roman weapons. The hosts pulled their swords, grabbed the girls, then attacked and chased away the husbands. There was a high time among the Roman founding fathers as they indulged merrily in sex with the weeping captives, and 9 months later there was more weeping as the kidnapped ladies gave birth to a fresh crop of infants, the babies of the banquet hosts. The Trojan War also ended with a scene that any Yanomamo warrior would have understood. It started as a battle over one woman, a lovely creature, who behaved very much like Konrad Lorenz's female duck. The aquatic female who provoked a fight then ran back to her mate and tried to get him to join in. The instigator, in the case of the human conflict, was Helen of Troy. When the fighting was over, the winning Greeks were rewarded with a Yanomamo-esque bonanza, captured plunder, and conquered Trojan females. The warriors took the women home and ravished them, but they didn't bother to carry Trojan infants on the trip back across the Aegean Sea. As Troy was going down in defeat, Andromache, one of the Trojan wives, told her baby that the odds were good that some Achaean will take you by the hand and hurl you from the tower into horrible death. Less than a year later, the fresh crop of babies from the Trojan captives fattened the Greek bloodline. The Yanomamo, the Lungurs, the Romans, and the Greeks were all driven by the same force. They were hungry for sex, and that hunger translated into something else, the desire to populate the world with their own offspring. But the men were not alone. Effie, the cannibalistic gorilla, and Livia, the Roman schemer, were out for the same thing. Under the impulse toward violence often lies the simple urge to have kids, which leads us to one of the fundamental forces behind the Lucifer principle, the greed of genes. The greed of genes. According to current cosmological theory, the universe was born in an explosion that goes by the quaint name of the Big Bang. In its first second of existence, the newborn cosmos began a habit it has never overcome. It started evolving higher forms. What began as powerful, inchoate energies soon coalesced into elementary particles. Those particles were attracted to each other and banded together in tight microsystems called atoms. From nothingness and energy, matter in its simplest form had been born. Obeying the rules of a magnetic square dance, some atoms linked arms and do-si-doed into the void as molecules. The universe had taken another quantum leap up the stairway of complexity. Molecules spinning through the emptiness were drawn together by gravity into suns and planets. Voila! the universe lunged once more up the ladder of intricacy. In its beautifully mindless way, nature was disgorging whole fresh batches of inventions. Then, on the face of at least one of the new planets, an assembly mechanism that used something even more wondrous than the power of gravitational or electromagnetic attraction arose for the first time. In the beginning, says Oxford University zoologist Richard Dawkins in The Selfish Gene, the face of the earth was washed by primitive seas. On the surface of those waters, lightning and sunlight knit together molecules of ammonia, water, carbon dioxide, and methane to form the first organic substances. These substances sloshed inertly beneath the waves, a slowly accumulating, murky sludge. One day, a miracle occurred. Some accident twisted a few of the organic clumps of atoms together into a new shape, giving them a property the universe had never seen. The molecular pretzel could make copies of itself. It mindlessly attracted scraps of muck to its surface and, quite accidentally, snapped the molecules it was embracing together like poppum beads. When the pretzel let the finished product go again, it had unwittingly made a mirror image of itself. The replica had the same property as its pretzel-like parent. Molecules of sludge were attracted to its surface. Each segment of surface would pull toward it a very specific atomic shape, so the replica's exterior acted like a paint-by-numbers canvas, drawing precisely the correct component to exactly the right spot. Once all the new molecules were lined up in order, they'd snap together. The result was yet another spanking new copy, ready to unpeel from its parent and drift away. The fresh-born copy, in its turn, would attract other wandering molecules to its face, where they would line up, pop together, then uncouple to be carried off by the currents of the sludge-filled early seas. The molecules with the peculiar ability to make copies of themselves are called replicators. These replicators, like the innovations that had preceded them, would move the universe one more step up the ladder of complexity. For eons, replicators drifted through the chemical soup of the early Earth, casually copying themselves. But eventually the population of molecular Xerox machines grew overwhelming, and the supplies of untouched organic sludge began to run short. That's when the replicator that could do more than merely reproduce itself had an edge. The replicators that could do more, says Dawkins, were those that learned to make copies from more than just raw sludge. They could take apart their competitors and reassemble the components for their own purposes. Other replicators arose that could defend themselves. The first defense was probably a simple chemical armored shell, like those that protect some bacteria. But over time the armored suits became more intricate, developing muscular whips to provide speed, movable fins for steering, and, far into the future, hands, feet, and brains. The descendants of the early replicators are the genes of today, and the latest versions of those first primitive protective suits are you and me. There's another aspect to Dawkins' replicators that helps explain some of nature's more reprehensible habits. Imagine a day in the future when some clever engineer invents an entirely new industrial process, a manufacturing technique that makes factories and workers obsolete. Under the new system, management committees that sit around anxiously pondering the next profitable move are as useless as last week's donuts. The enormous stamping machines, pressing devices, and even welding robots are unnecessary artifacts to be tossed into museums and gawked at from time to time. What has replaced them? An ultra-miniaturized factory, complete with a built-in blueprint for its finished product. The device is so small that you can fit millions of them on a fly-speck, and so inexpensive that a penny will buy you more than you can count. These little wonders have another advantage. You can scatter them at random. They take care of the rest. There's no more need to spend billions digging metals out of the earth or cracking chemicals from oil and turning them into plastics. The automated mini-factories find what they need without help, sensing the presence of unprocessed industrial materials in a pile of garbage, a whiff of air, or a lump of dirt. If they run across the necessary substances, they immediately go to work assembling the finished goods. If they don't discover what they need, the mechanisms simply fail to activate. A deactivated mini-factory is no great loss. After all, millions of the micro-construction units can be turned out for the price of a stick of gum. When the new system becomes popular, however, it turns out to have a glitch. The scheme is too successful. Each product is cranked out in a world overrun with other gizmos stamped out by the same system. What's more, each product of the mini-factories is programmed to go out and gather the raw materials to make more copies of itself. Suddenly, the fields, streets, kitchens, and garbage heaps are awash in bright new contraptions stumbling over each other in an effort to grab the stuff more contraptions are made of, and there simply isn't enough raw material to go around. It doesn't take long before some bright designer endows his gadgets with a clever twist. The improved models speed up the raw material gathering process by pouncing on finished products from rival microplants, stripping them to pieces, and using the parts as pre-packaged parcels of raw industrial stuff. The insidious new models spread fast, stalking unwary gizmos left and right, strewing the planet with discarded components that others snatch in seconds. Then the updated models increase their efficiency even further by working in packs. Sometimes millions of complex final products are lost at a time, but in the grand scheme of the new economy, the loss is not that great. Gadgets abducted for scrap can be replaced at a price that even the Koreans would find hard to believe. This auto-construction technique, based on Dawkins's replicators, is analogous to the genetic system. The genetic method's sheer efficiency is one of the primary reasons Mother Nature isn't nice. She doesn't have to be. For over 3 billion years, raw materials have grown so scarce and finished goods so numerous that gizmos have scrambled through a mad dash to grab and disassemble each other, but that doesn't disturb Mother Nature at all. In fact, she's discovered that research and development is aided by the finished product's competition. Just toss them out there and watch them try to outwit each other. Keep the clever and flip the unsuccessful into the circular file. From a million failures will spring the breakthroughs of tomorrow. The generative power of the genetic process helps explain why we are so appallingly expendable in the eyes of an indifferent cosmos. Our prehistoric cousin, the Neanderthal, was a clever contraption. Numerous anthropologists believe the Neanderthal was capable of philosophy, religion, and language. Unfortunately, once Homo sapiens evolved, Neanderthal became an obsolete scrap on the garbage pile of history. In human terms, obsolescence means suffering and mass death. Each individual product of the mini-factory system is built with a vast array of sensory devices designed to protect it from damage. It's regrettable that those sensory mechanisms happen to be quick and efficient, because they produce what we humans call pain. But then, no product is perfect. The Neanderthal woman who had lost her children and mate was probably plunged into emotional agony. She may well have lost her family to rampaging Homo sapiens tribes, glorying in their victories, gloating over their superiority, and reveling in their conquests. The ability to give speeches on glory, conquest, superiority, and nobility may well have been one of the features built into the latest model, our heroic ancestor, Homo sapiens. The new Homo sapiens concepts of nobility and heroism would have been great leaps forward. Why? They suited the hunger of genes. Dawkins, the selfish gene, rearranged the way many of those who deal with animal and human behavior see the world around them. Dawkins said that we tend to see ourselves as masters of our genetic endowment, but in reality, we are merely servants. We are not using genes to achieve our own ends. Our genes are using us. The idea had been anticipated by the 17th century English poet and satirist Samuel Butler, who quipped, "A hen is just an egg's way of making more eggs." If Dawkins is right, humans and their social groups originated as mere puppets, complex tools of tiny molecules. You and I were fashioned as if we were cranes, dump trucks, and tanks, designed to be driven by a set of replicators. We are gatherers of raw materials, operating at the behest of microscopic mini-factories seated at the center of our cells. For genes are infected with an overweening ambition. Their ultimate goal is to reproduce and, in the process, to overrun this world. Despite the opinions of Montaigne, Rousseau, and their contemporary followers, modern civilization is not the generator of violence, nor is brutality limited to the patriarchal male. The creator of human savagery is nature, who works her ways through brain segments bequeathed to both men and women by our animal ancestors. Ironically, it is female aggression that gives the greatest clue as to why nature has found conflict so indispensable. Creatures of every species fight for the privilege of procreation. They battle to immortalize the replicators at their core. No wonder the wives of ancient emperors and high-ranking ladies of the guerrilla clan have been out to corner the world for their children. No wonder Greek heroes, Yanomama warriors, and rampaging Romans have risked their lives in the hunt for new wombs to sow. Every time a sperm and egg spew a fresh creature into the world, the victor is a gene. Why humans self-destruct. The theory of individual selection and its flaws. Richard Dawkins's theory is a powerful tool for cracking the mysteries of the cosmos, but it has a limitation. In reality, genes were never the loners that Dawkins makes them out to be. Though he labels them selfish, even he is forced to admit that genes were compelled to coagulate in teams, just as their minions, from termites to humans, would later be. Current evolutionary theory, known as Neo-Darwinism, says that preservation of his genes is the first priority of the individual, preservation for himself, his children, and for his remaining relatives. And as the examples in previous chapters show, when it comes to children, at least, that view has much evidence to support it. Yet it is missing something vital in the human experience. When Rudolph Valentino died, numerous women committed suicide. Survival for themselves and their immediate families was the last thing on their minds. Underlying the notion of genetic selfishness is another, even more basic assumption: the theory of individual selection. According to the theory of individual selection, when it comes to picking and pruning, evolution sorts creatures one at a time. Hence, the most potent impulse in the makeup of every micro and macro beast is the drive for personal survival. But somewhere deep inside, each of us knows that individual survival is not his only raison d'être. So thoroughly is that fact built into us that we find it in our physical structure. We come complete at birth with an arsenal of survival weapons, but we're also equipped with the devices that can negate our existence. These are our self-destruct mechanisms. In 1945, the Japanese had been fighting American soldiers for 3.5 years. They had known they could not lose. Their gods had made them a superior people. They had swept through China and the Pacific Islands in the 30s like an avenging wind, taking vast territories, conquering hordes of inferior peoples, showing the heaven-given supremacy of their race. The enemy who faced them was a contemptible lot, unblessed by the divinity that buoyed Japan, and crippled by racial impurity. Yet the mongrels from the West were accomplishing the unthinkable. They were beating down the warriors of Japan. By the time the Americans reached Okinawa, the Japanese could see that heaven had deserted them. The shame was unendurable. 4,000 Japanese killed themselves in Okinawa's underground naval headquarters. Another 30,000 military men and civilians threw themselves from a nearby cliff. On the Japanese mainland, pilots volunteered to keep the American Marines in Okinawa from getting supplies. Those flyers were promised honor and death. Their mission was to guide their planes to the enemy and stay at the controls as the explosive-laden aircraft slammed into the enemy's ships. "I will be doing my duty by dying," they wrote in final letters to their families. 15,000 of them fulfilled that fatal obligation. One commentator, describing the kamikaze experience 40 years later, explained that Japan is a society of groups, not individuals. To us, the kamikaze's ultimate devotion seems baffling, alien, something that could never happen here. But it has happened here. Patrick Henry was declaring his loyalty to his fellow revolutionaries and their cause when he said, "Give me liberty or give me death." He was confessing that the social organism of which he was a part was more important than his own existence. Suicides in 1929, the year of the Great Crash, tended to be flamboyant and highly publicized. There was the head of the Rochester Gas and Electric Company, who asphyxiated himself with his firm's chief product, the two stock speculators who flung themselves from a New York City roof hand in hand, and the investor who poured flammable liquid on himself and lit a match. But these were exceptions, not the rule. However, from 1930 to 33, once the Depression hit its stride, the number of suicides skyrocketed. In 1932 alone, it tripled. The men and women who killed themselves contributed very little to their own survival or to that of their closest relatives. Back in 1897, the seminal French sociologist Émile Durkheim compiled a set of statistics that demonstrated the rise of self-inflicted deaths after the market crashes of 1873 and 1882, and coined the term altruistic suicide. Durkheim seemed to sense that beneath the surface, the suicide was destroying himself to rid the wider social group of a burden. Sociologist and ethnologist Michel Mauss, a relative and follower of Durkheim, was even more specific. He noted an occasional violent negation of the instinct for self-preservation by the social instinct. If our actions are geared to increasing the odds that our personal genes or those of our near relatives will make it into the next generation, what is the reason for suicide's existence? And what about the other bits of death in life built into the human psyche? Why do humans get depressed? Why do they sometimes feel like crawling off into a corner and dying? There is an answer, but it doesn't quite square with the notion of genes fighting for themselves no matter what. We are parts of a larger organism, and occasionally find ourselves expendable in its interests. This idea is not very fashionable at the moment. Evolutionists, myself included, believe that competition is vital to the creation of new species. The beast with the bigger brain, the sharper claw, or the cleverer way of building a nest outdoes his or her clumsier rival and has more children. His offspring inherit his advantageous cranial capacity, natural weaponry, or architectural skill, and in turn have plentiful broods of their own. Within a few 100,000 generations, the creatures with the anatomical or mental advantages have outbred their dull-witted or blunt-pawed rivals. Less favored creatures may easily find themselves extinct. According to the current evolutionary party line, this competition takes place between individuals. The idea that it could occur between groups has been resoundingly dismissed because of a chain of arbitrary twists in the history of evolutionary theory. The concept of evolving life dawned long before the publication of Charles Darwin's theories. In roughly 580 BC, the Greek philosopher Thales of Miletus declared that life had not been created by the gods, but had emerged by natural means from water. 2,300 years later, Enlightenment thinkers like Francis Georges-Louis Buffon reinterpreted petrified oddities formerly dismissed as stone tongues and dragon's teeth. The objects, the audacious naturalist said, were parts of fossilized creatures from a previous era. Using the latest theories of geology, Buffon and his fellow iconoclasts demonstrated that placement of fossils in the rocky strata suggested primitive creatures had occupied the earth far before the supposed biblical date of creation, and had progressed to increasing levels of complexity as they'd moved from their birthplace in the seas to footholds on dry land. Meanwhile, Pierre-Louis Moreau de Maupertuis, another scholar who preceded Darwin by 100 years, worked out a remarkably prescient theory explaining how advances from one species to another might occur. Even Darwin's grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, anticipated his younger relative by more than half a century, putting forth an evolutionary overview in his Zoonomia, 1796. But it was Darwin's meticulous fact-gathering, his family connections, and his methodical campaign to win over the scientific community that finally reoriented the thinking of specialists and laymen alike. Darwin kept a checklist of influential thinkers, then used his social ties to bring them on board one by one. As a result, Darwin's 1859 Origin of the Species created a splash so great that its propositions were even the subject of newspaper cartoons. 27 years earlier, Darwin's evolutionary thinking had been thrown into high gear when a book called An Essay on the Principle of Population brought the young naturalist's attention to the hyperactive output of the replicatory system. The essay was the work of Thomas Robert Malthus, a pessimistic English clergyman who had proposed in 1798 that food supplies increase at a sluggish arithmetic rate, while population explodes in a geometric progression, making mass death through starvation inevitable. Population excess of this magnitude, Darwin concluded, would create competition for survival, and the creatures best suited to get the most out of a hostile environment would be the contestants who survived. Hence nature would prune her flock like the breeders of sheep near the Kentish country home where Darwin did most of his writing. These careful squires selected for reproduction only the animals that were the hardiest and produced the most wool. A culling of this sort performed by nature, if continued over eons, would produce radical changes in a species. Because of the similarities between the methods of gentlemen farmers and the less tender mechanisms of competition in the wild, Darwin dubbed the results of the battle for survival natural selection. Darwin saw competition taking place at several levels, including that which occurs between individuals and that which occurs between groups. When discussing ants, he acknowledged that evolution could easily induce individuals to sacrifice their self-interest to that of the larger social unit. In his later writings, he proposed that a similar process occurs among human beings. In the 1930s, a new school of population geneticists, led by men like J.B.S. Haldane and Sewell Wright, cranked out theories whose arcane mathematical formulas gave evolutionists the sense that they were making the climb from Darwin's mere observation and speculation to the higher scientific ground normally occupied primarily by those most envied practitioners of the discipline, physicists. The popularity of Haldane and Wright's algebraic hypotheses grew despite a substantial flaw. They were not strongly supported by empirical evidence. Equally disturbing, each of the formulations seemed based in large part on the premise that the individual is the basic unit of evolutionary change. Competition between groups had been hustled off the stage. Then, in 1962, the Scottish ecologist V.C. Wynne Edwards, a careful observer of his country's native red grouse, concluded that these birds sometimes sacrifice their reproductive privileges to keep their flock from starvation. The grouse, Wynne Edwards contended, gauged the amount of food the Moors could provide each year and adjusted their behavior accordingly, delaying breeding when supplies looked meager, or even opting for total chastity. The interests of the group, concluded Wynne Edwards, overrode those of the individual. The backlash to the University of Aberdeen professor's heresy was immediate and intense. Scientists like G.C. Williams and David Lack declared that group selection was all but impossible, and August theorists like W.D. Hamilton and R.L. Trivers explained away the altruistic tendencies Wynne Edwards had discerned by generating a new mathematical system, the theory of kin selection, that said that individuals would only sacrifice their own interests in favor of others if the others in question were relatives, creatures who possessed similar sets of genes. In other words, self-sacrifice represented an individualistic gene selfishly protecting a copy of itself. The newly consolidated theories of individual and kin selection were hailed as major achievements and became biological dogma. Wynne Edwards's carefully reasoned theory, based on decades of fact-gathering in the field, was tossed aside as a disreputable aberration. The Scotsman spent 14 years in the heather gathering fresh information, tabulated the resulting statistics, and published the conclusions in his 1986 work, Evolution Through Group Selection. The book was virtually ignored. However, in the late 80s, an uneasy sense that evolution may not be limited to the level of the individual organism or gene showed signs of inching toward science's peripheral vision. Stephen Jay Gould puzzled over the fact that there's too great a variety of seemingly useless genes lurking in the chromosome, more than one would statistically expect if each gene were subjected to extermination by natural selection. Some genes, he concluded, seem to be invisible to selective pressures. Competition between groups could account for the conundrum, since the group preserves a wide variety of individuals incapable of surviving on their own. However, Gould sidestepped considering this option. Though he was forced to acknowledge that not all selection takes place on the individual level, he contended that selection transpires below that level between gene fragments and above that level between species. Gould assiduously avoided mentioning the possible importance of social groups. California State University's David J. Depew and Bruce H. Weber, on the other hand, asserted forthrightly that a group can be considered as an individual and that the population level remains primary as a unit of selection. But their brief observation, buried in a work on an unrelated subject, went unnoticed. E.O. Wilson, in his keystone book Sociobiology, cites numerous examples of behavior in which individuals sacrifice themselves for the good of the larger whole. But current theory continues to explain these away by claiming that members of the group who give up their lives do it to protect brothers, sisters, and cousins who share bits of the same genetic legacy. Much of the enthusiasm over the theory of kin selection comes from W.D. Hamilton's brilliant mathematical demonstration of how genetic relatedness might account for the cohesion of bees, wasps, and other hymenoptera in a hive. However, recent evidence shows that Hamilton's 1964 notion doesn't always mesh with the real world. Tropical wasps live together in cooperative colonies and function as a social unit. Most of the females become workers and give up on having offspring of their own, working not in their own interests or that of their kin, but in the interests of the group. Yet they do not show the high degree of family relationship, that is, genetic similarity, predicted by Hamilton. In many cases, human beings who willingly form squadrons, march off, and fight to the death have no genes in common at all. In fact, during the American Civil War, relatives squaring off on opposite sides did not protect those who shared their genes. Instead, they threatened to destroy them. Even more damning, women in a murderous frame of mind usually do away with their own children. Researcher Donald T. Lund says, almost all infants who are killed by their mothers. These mothers wipe out the very offspring who would carry their genes into the next generation. The next favorite target of a married woman is her husband or lover. And these grim facts of life are not restricted to the United States. Murderers in the former Soviet Union, Hong Kong, and Britain also show a predilection for killing those who share their genes. Kin selectionists have had a difficult time explaining yet another mystery. Why, among some social animals, a few members of the herd will stand up and shriek when a predator approaches, even at the risk of making themselves obvious to the predator and becoming his first meal? For example, a herd of Thompson's gazelles is grazing quietly in an open East African field. A hungry leopard approaches quietly from downwind, holding its body low in the tall grass. Suddenly, a gazelle raises her head, cocks her ear, and freezes. A snapping sound has aroused her suspicions. Looking around, she spots the silhouette of the leopard's head. What does she do? To enhance her own survival and that of her genes, her best strategy would be to move to the center of the herd, making herself as unobtrusive as possible. The leopard would then pick off some unsuspecting and unrelated creature on the herd's periphery. The gazelle's worst move, on the other hand, would be to draw attention. Research shows that predators almost invariably go for a herd animal that is acting differently from the rest. But the gazelle who has just spotted the clawed creature does not quietly blend into the bunch. She breaks into a strange run punctuated by abrupt jumps into the air. Her behavior alerts her herd mates to the prowling cat. One after another they join the running and jumping. The leopard, thrown off by the commotion, eventually gives up and walks away. The Thompson's gazelle is not alone. Social animals of all kinds, mammals and birds alike, shriek, thump, or jump to warn their companions of an impending attack. Every one of the shriekers takes the chance that its warning gesture will make it the first victim of the hunter's assault. The theory of kin selection says the jumping or thumping animal is protecting its relatives. In a small number of cases, this hypothesis has worked out brilliantly, but in many others, it has been a failure. Large groups of animals do not just consist of brothers, sisters, and cousins. In fact, mobs like the flocks of birds that migrate thousands of miles each spring and fall seem to contain very few close relatives at all. Yet members of the flock still shriek a warning when a hungry raider approaches. Why do these creatures choose to make themselves conspicuous? A stealthy meat-eater will have an easy time creeping up on a group whose members dare not act as lookouts for their neighbors. That social band's days on the savannah are numbered, but the aggregation whose participants court destruction by shrieking is primed for self-defense. An occasional individual may suffer, but the group will live to face another day. Individual selectionists have made a heroic effort to deal with the problem of altruism via the concept of kin selection. But there is a more subtle challenge to the primacy of personal survival that they haven't yet dared tackle: intropunitive behavior. In the 1950s, psychologist Harry Harlow at the University of Wisconsin wanted to see how necessary the love of a mother and friends were to humans. He couldn't wrench newborn babies from their mother's arms and raise them in isolation cages, but he could do the next best thing. He tried the experiment on newborn monkeys. The simians raised without social contact frequently sat in a corner of their cage, curled into a ball, their eyes staring emptily into space, and chewed at their own skin, gouging themselves until they bled. That is intropunitive behavior. When you feel like kicking yourself around the block, you are in the grip of the intropunitive force. At times, whole herds of humans have unleashed this impulse in an orgy of self-punishment. Once a year, during the festival of Muharram, the Shiite men of the Middle East parade through the streets pulling out their hair, lacerating their scalps with swords, covering themselves in their own blood, and even injuring themselves with wounds that kill. Occasionally, the imagination can cooperate with the intropunitive emotions to make the mind a living hell. Some extreme Christian fundamentalists see demons and Satan lurking in every shadow. Their imaginations have created creatures that constantly threaten to torment them. The slightest slip from the true path, they feel, can send Satan's minions writhing through every vein of their body. These visions of dancing demons do little to enhance an individual's survival or that of his genes. In fact, during the first 1,000 years of Christianity, many of the devout swore there was only one sure way to avoid Satan's seductive embrace: chastity. A few castrated themselves, others withdrew to the cloister and swore off sex forever. Most of these died childless. In a sense, there are demons lurking in the human flesh, ready to explode with activity. They are biologically built-in self-destruct mechanisms. A talented advertising executive in New York was suffering from an unusual problem: phobia of cancer. He didn't have cancer, but his fear of it had practically incapacitated him. One night, he called all his friends at 3 o'clock in the morning in a panic, convinced that numerous vessels in his brain had hemorrhaged and that blood was filling his sinus passages to the point of a fatal explosion. Finally, one friend took him to the emergency room of a local hospital, where he was diagnosed as having a minor virus that gave him a stuffed nose. The next day, the executive fell into a panic again, certain that his nose was about to burst and kill him. Something was running rampant through his psyche, tormenting this man, but it wasn't a physical disease in the standard sense of the term. The tormentor was a set of self-destruct processes that wait within us for their day of use. In the case of the man with the cancer phobia, the day had arrived in part because his career as a successful executive had come to a sudden halt a year earlier when the company for which he'd been working shut down. Wynne Edwards has demonstrated that red grouse on the moors of Scotland compete with each other at the beginning of the season for territory. The winners end up comfortably fed and mated, but the losers usually die of predation or disease. The deaths, says Wynne Edwards, are the after-effects of social exclusion. In the body, each cell comes equipped with a mechanism for what scientists call apoptosis, programmed cell death, an intrinsic cell suicide program that researchers at University College in London say must be actively restrained from going into action by positive feedback indicating the cell is necessary to the larger organism. When a hospital patient is forced to spend months in bed, seldom using his legs, many of the leg's constituent cells, sensing that they are no longer needed, dwindle to mere shadows of their former selves. Others simply disappear. When a human spends weeks or months in space, his heart no longer has to labor mightily, pumping blood upward in defiance of gravity's force. The heart shrinks dramatically as the cells that no longer deem themselves of value scale down to an existence just one step removed from death. The individual is a cell in the social superorganism. When he feels he is no longer necessary to the larger group, he too begins to wither away. As we'll see more clearly in later chapters, the demons driving the advertising executive mad were the circuits of social disposal, intrinsic suicide programs similar to those that remove cells whose lives are no longer needed by the larger social beast. If our instincts were geared solely to the survival of ourselves and our relatives, such internal demons could not exist. Superorganism. Over 150 years ago, the German botanist Matthias Schleiden was pondering the recently discovered fact that organisms as simple as water fleas and as complex as human beings are made up of individual cells. Each of those cells has all the apparatus necessary to lead a life of its own. It is walled off in its own mini-world by a surrounding hedge of membrane, carries its own metabolic power plants, and seems quite capable of going about its own business, ruggedly declaring its independence. Yet the individual cells, in pursuing their own goals, cooperate to create an entity much larger than themselves. Schleiden declared that each cell has an individual existence, and that the life of an organism comes from the way in which the cells work together. In 1858, pathologist Rudolf Virchow took Schleiden's observation a step further. He declared that the composition of the major organism, the so-called individual, must be likened to a kind of social arrangement or society, in which a number of separate existences are dependent upon one another, in such a way, however, that each element possesses its own peculiar activity and carries out its own task by its own powers. A creature like you and me, said Virchow, is actually a society of separate cells. As we've already seen, the reasoning also works in reverse. A society acts like an organism. Half a century after Virchow, entomologist William Morton Wheeler was observing the lives of ants and found that no ant is an island. Wheeler saw the tiny beasts maintaining constant contact, greeting each other as they passed on their walkways, swapping bits of regurgitated food, adopting social roles that ranged from warrior or royal handmaiden to garbage handler and file clerk. Yes, at the heart of many ant colonies is a room to which all incoming workers bring their discoveries. Seated at the chamber's center is a staff of insect bureaucrats who examine the new find, determine where it is needed in the colony, and send it off to the queen's chamber if it is a prized morsel, to the nursery if it is ordinary nourishment, to the construction crews if it would make good mortar, or to the garbage heap, kept just outside the nest. Viewed from the human perspective, the activities of the individual ants seem to matter far less than the behavior of the colony as a whole. In fact, the colony acted as if it were an independent creature, feeding itself, expelling its wastes, defending itself, and looking out for its future. It was Wheeler who dubbed a group of individuals acting collectively like one beast a superorganism. The term superorganism slid into obscurity until it was revived by Sloan Kettering head Lewis Thomas in his influential 1974 book, Lives of a Cell. Superorganisms exist even on the very lowest rungs of the evolutionary ladder. Slime molds are seemingly independent amoebas, microscopic living blobs that race about on the moist surface of a decaying tree or rotting leaf, cheerfully oblivious to each other when times are good. They feast for days on bacteria and other delicacies, attending to nothing but their own appetites. But when the food runs out, famine descends upon the slime mold world. Suddenly, the formerly flippant amoebas lose their sense of boisterous individualism. They rush toward each other as if in a panic, sticking together for all their worth. Gradually, the clump of huddled microbeasts grows to something you can see quite clearly with the naked eye. It looks like a slimy plant, and that plant, a tightly packed mass of former freedom lovers, executes an emergency public works project. Like halftime marchers forming a pattern at a football game, some of the amoebas line up to form a stalk that pokes high into the passing currents of air. Then the creatures at the head cooperate to manufacture spores, and those seeds of life drift off into the breeze. If the spores land on a heap of rotting grass or slab of decomposing bark, they quickly multiply, filling the slippery refuge with a horde of newly born amoebas. Like their parents, they race off to the far corners of their new home in a cheerful hunt for dinner. They never stop to think that they may be part of a community whose corporate life is as critical as their own. They are unaware that someday they, like their parents, will have to cluster with their fellows in a desperate cooperative measure on which the future of their children will depend. Another creature enlisted in a superorganism is the citizen of a society called the sponge. To you and me, a sponge is quite clearly a single clump of squeezable stuff, but that singularity is an illusion. Take a living sponge, run it through a sieve into a bucket, and the sponge breaks up into a muddy liquid that clouds the water into which it falls. That cloud is a mob of self-sufficient cells, wrenched from their comfortably settled life between familiar neighbors and set adrift in a chaotic world. Each of those cells has theoretically got everything it takes to handle life on its own, but something inside the newly liberated sponge cell tells it, you either live in a group or you cannot live at all. The microbeasts search frantically for their old companions, then labor to reconstruct the social system that bound them together. Within a few hours, the water in your bucket grows clear, and sitting at the bottom is a complete, reconstituted sponge. Like the sponge cells and the slime mold amoebas, you and I are parts of a vast population whose pooled efforts move some larger creature on its path through life. Like the sponge cells, we cannot live in total separation from the human clump. We are components of a superorganism. Components of a superorganism. Isolation, the ultimate poison. Remove the sponge cell from the sponge, prevent it from finding its way back to its brethren, and it dies. Scrape a liver cell from the liver, and in its isolation it too will shrivel and give up life. But what happens if you remove a human from his social bonds, wrenching him from the superorganism of which he is a part? In the 1940s, the psychologist Renee Spitz studied human babies isolated from their mothers. These were the infants of women too poor to care for their children, infants who had been placed permanently in a foundling home. There the children were kept in what Spitz called solitary confinement, placed in cribs with sheets hung from the sides, so that the only thing the babies could see was the ceiling. Nurses seldom looked in on them more than a few times a day. And even when feeding time came, the babies were left alone with just the companionship of a bottle. Hygiene in the homes was impeccable, but without being held, loved, and woven into the fabric of a social web, the babies could not maintain their resistance. 34 out of 91 died. In other foundling homes, the death rate was even higher. In some, it climbed to a devastating 90%. A host of other studies have shown the same thing. Babies can be given food, shelter, warmth, and hygiene, but if they are not held and stroked, they have an abnormal tendency to die. Two means have been discovered to produce depression in laboratory animals: uncontrollable punishment and isolation. Put an animal in a cage by himself, separated from his nest mates, and he will lose interest in food and sex, have trouble sleeping, and undergo a muddling of the brain. Tampering with an individual's bonds to the larger social organism can have powerful consequences. In humans, feeling you're unwanted can stunt your growth. The flow of growth hormones, according to recent research, is affected strongly by psychosocial factors. Monkeys taken away from their families and friends experience blockage of the arteries and heart disease. On the other hand, rabbits who are petted and hugged live 60% longer than those who have not received such attention. When their mates die, male hamsters stop eating and sleeping and often succumb to death themselves. They are not alone. A British study indicated that in the first year after a wife dies, a widower has a 40% greater risk of death. In another study at New York's Mount Sinai School of Medicine, men who had lost wives to breast cancer experienced a sharp drop in the activity of their immune system 1 to 2 months after the loss. A survey of 7,000 inhabitants of Alameda County, California, showed that isolation and the lack of social and community ties open the door to illness and an early demise. An even broader investigation by James J. Lynch of actuarial and statistical data on victims of cardiovascular disease indicated that an astonishing percentage of the 1 million or so Americans killed by heart problems each year have an underlying difficulty that seems to trigger their sickness: lack of warmth and meaningful relationships with others. On the other hand, research in Europe suggested that kissing on a regular basis provides additional oxygen and stimulates the output of antibodies. Closeness to others can heal. Separation can kill. The cutting of the ties that bind can be fatal even in the wild. Jane Goodall, who has studied chimpanzees in the Gombe Stream Preserve of Africa since 1960, saw the principle at work in a young animal named Flint. When Flint was born, his mother adored him, and he in turn doted on her. She hugged him, played with him, and tickled him until his tiny wrinkled face broke out in the broad equivalent of a chimpanzee smile. The two were inseparable. When Flint reached the age of 3, the time came for his mother to wean him. However, since Flo, the mother, was old and weak, and Flint was young and strong, this proved difficult. Flo turned her back and tried to keep her son away from the nipple, but Flint flew into wild tantrums, lashed about violently on the ground, and ran off screaming. Finally, a worried Flo was forced to calm her son by offering him her breast. Later, Flint developed even more aggressive techniques for ensuring his supply of mother's milk. If Flo tried to shrug him off, Flint struck her with his fists and punctuated the pummeling with sharp bites. At an age when other chimps have freed themselves from parental apron strings, Flint was still acting like a baby. Though he was a strapping young lad and his mother was increasingly feeble, Flint insisted that she carry him everywhere. If Flo stopped to rest, and Flint was anxious to taste the fruit of the trees at their next destination, the hulking child would push, prod, and whimper to get her moving again. Then he'd climb on her back and enjoy the ride. When shoves and whines didn't motivate his mother to pick him up and cart him where he wanted to go, Flint would occasionally give the exhausted lady a strong kick. Although Flint was old enough to build a sleeping nest of his own, at night he insisted on climbing into bed with his mother. In the course of normal development, Flint should have turned his attention from Flo to the other chimps his age, forging ties to the superorganism, the chimpanzee tribe, of which he was a part. But he did not, and the consequence would be devastating. Flint's mother died. Theoretically, Flint's instincts should have urged him to survive. But 3 weeks later, he went back to the spot where his mother had breathed her last and curled up in a fetal ball. Within a few days, he too was dead. An autopsy revealed that there was nothing physically wrong with Flint. No infection, no disease, no handicap. In all probability, the youngster's death had been caused by the simian equivalent of the voice that tells humans experiencing a similar loss that there's nothing left to live for. Flint had been cut loose from his single bond to the superorganism, and that separation had killed him. Social attachment is just as vital to human beings as it is to simians. Research psychiatrist Dr. George Engel collected 275 newspaper accounts of sudden death. He discovered that 156 had been caused by severe damage to social ties. 135 deaths had been triggered by a traumatic event in a close human relationship. Another 21 had been brought on by loss of status, humiliation, failure, or defeat. In one instance, the president of a college had been forced to retire by the board of trustees at the age of 59. As he delivered his final speech, he collapsed from a heart attack. One of his closest friends, a doctor, rushed to the stage to save him, but the strain of losing his companion was too much for the physician, and he too fell to the floor of the platform, dying of heart failure. Our need for each other is not only built into the foundation of our biological structure, it is also the cornerstone of our psyche. Humans are so uncontrollably social that when we're wandering around at home where no one can see us, we talk to ourselves. When we smash our thumb with a hammer, we curse at no one in particular. In a universe whose heavens seem devoid of living matter, we address ourselves skyward to gods, angels, and the occasional extraterrestrial. Our need for other people shapes even the minor details of our lives. In the early 1980s, a group of architects decided to study the use of public spaces outside modern office buildings. For over 20 years, architects had assumed that people long for moments of quiet contemplation, walled off from the bustle of the world. As a consequence, they had planned their buildings with solitary courtyards separated from the street. What the architects discovered, to their astonishment, was that people shunned these secluded spots. Instead, they parked themselves on low walls and steps near the packed sidewalks. Humans, it seemed, had an inordinate desire to gawk at others of their kind. Even mere distortions in the bonds of social connectedness can affect health. According to a study by J. Stephen Heisel of the Charles River Hospital in Boston, the activity of natural killer cells, the body's defenders from disease, is low for people who, on the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Test, demonstrate depression, social withdrawal, guilt, low self-esteem, pessimism, and maladjustment. Those who withdraw have pulled away from the embrace of their fellows. Those with guilt are certain that their sins have marked them for social rejection. The maladjusted have failed to mesh with those around them, and those with low self-esteem are convinced that others have good reason to shun them. In the study, low natural killer cell activity wasn't linked to use of medication, alcohol, marijuana, or recent medical treatment, just to measures of impaired social connection. Meyer Friedman, the doctor who delineated the type A and type B personalities and their relationship to heart disease, says, "If you don't think what you do is very important, and if you feel that if you died nobody's going to mourn, you're asking for illness." Even the well-being of the men we would imagine to be most invulnerable to social forces depends on the sense that the superorganism needs them. When President Dwight Eisenhower had his heart attack on September 24, 1955, mail came in by the sackful from all over the world. Ike said, "It really does something for you to know that people all over the world are praying for you." Eisenhower's doctor sensed that the president's position in the social network could heal him. He insisted that Ike's aides continue to discuss business with the recuperating president, making him feel he was still important. Eventually, Ike went to Camp David for 5 weeks of rest. It was the worst thing he could have done. Stripped of his sense of social purpose, he went into severe depression, the first setback Eisenhower had experienced since his heart attack. The ailing chief executive recovered only when he was allowed to go back to work. Finding himself necessary to the social organism had a similar impact on another warrior, Colonel T.E. Lawrence of Arabia. In the Middle East, Lawrence had been a dashing, energetic figure. He had dressed as an Arab and worked hard to win the respect of tribal leaders. He had taught himself to jump 9 feet onto the back of a camel, something few Arabs could accomplish. He had steeled himself to ride across the desert for days without food. He had stretched his limits until he'd gained an endurance far beyond that of the average desert dweller, and he was admired greatly for it. At the same time, Lawrence convinced the British that he could successfully mobilize the Arab nomads into a unified fighting force. With that force, Lawrence argued, he could help defeat the Germans and Turks in the First World War. The success of his argument boosted his power. When he rode into a circle of Bedouin tents, his camels frequently carried several $1 million worth of gold, a gift to cement his negotiations with the desert chieftains. Using bribery and the force of his personal reputation, Lawrence drew together the widely scattered Arab tribes to storm Aqaba. His force took the city, despite seemingly impossible odds, defeating a small Turkish army in the process. After riding the desert for days and leading the charge in 2 successful battles, Lawrence was totally exhausted. Yet when he realized his troops in Aqaba were starving, he mounted his camel and rode 3 days and 3 nights, covering 250 miles, eating and drinking on his camel's back, to reach the Gulf of Suez and summon help from a British ship. The sense that he was critical to the success of the social organism had given the young British officer an almost unbelievable physical endurance. When at last the war was over, Lawrence rode into the city of Damascus in a Rolls-Royce as one of the conquerors of the massive Turkish Empire. However, once the fighting ended, and Lawrence was forced to pack his Arab robes away and return to England, he felt totally out of place. True, he had friends in high places, Winston Churchill and George Bernard Shaw among others, but he felt wrenched from the social body into which he had welded himself. He was bereft of purpose, unneeded by the larger social beast. Lawrence went back to live in his parents' home. His mother said that the former war hero would come down to breakfast in the morning and would remain sitting at the table until lunchtime, staring vacantly at the same object that had occupied his gaze hours earlier, unmoving, unmotivated. Eventually, at the age of 47, Lawrence died on a lonely country road, the victim of a motorcycle accident. Or was he really the victim of something far more subtle? Not long before his death, Lawrence wrote to Eric Kennington, "You wonder what I am doing? Well, so do I, in truth. Days seem to dawn, suns to shine, evenings to follow, and then I sleep. What I have done, what I am doing, what I am going to do, puzzle me and bewilder me. Have you ever been a leaf and fallen from your tree in autumn and been really puzzled about it? That's the feeling." Experts on suicide explain that vehicular accidents often occur to those who are depressed and courting death. Was it mere chance, then, that T.E. Lawrence, a man of almost superhuman physical skills, was killed by a bit of sloppy driving on a vehicle he had used for years? Or had the inner calculators of the Arab's former leader come to the conclusion that, like the unneeded cell in a complex organism, it was time for him to simply slip away? Even heroes are insecure. From none but self expect applause. He noblest lives and noblest dies, who makes and keeps his self-made laws. Sir Richard Burton. The man mindful of his reputation does not reveal his sadness. Early Anglo-Saxon author. If we are so desperately dependent on our connection to other human beings, why are we plagued with the peculiar notion that we should be detached, aloof, dignified, and independent? Why does the modern ideal of self-sufficiency appeal to us so strongly? The theme of self-sufficiency crops up in pop psychology with nagging consistency. Marilyn Maklowitz, author of a 1985 book called The Whiz Kids, for example, profiled entrepreneurs who achieved success before the age of 40, then criticized them for being insecure. Often, Maklowitz said, these young businessmen and women don't feel worthy of their success. Implicit in her complaint was the notion that healthy humans would never be plagued by such doubts. But do these supremely confident and self-contained individuals to whom you and I are constantly compared exist? Apparently not. Ernie Bradford, the military historian, portrays both the legendary Carthaginian general Hannibal and the Roman who defeated him, Scipio Africanus, as men who were easily able to exist without emotional dependence on others. In reality, these men were anything but self-contained. Their fortunes from one day to the next relied on the loyalty of tens of thousands of troops, and on their ability to maintain the confidence of figures even farther from them in the grand web of the superorganism, the powers of the state back home. Without the financial backing of the Roman Senate and the Council of Carthage, both men's efforts would have been doomed. When Rome's senators accused Scipio of pilfering money from the public treasuries, the general was far from indifferent to the charge. He burst into the senatorial hall with his account books, tore them up in front of the lawmakers, and stormed out of Rome, never to return. Not exactly the gesture of a man untouched by the opinions of others. Bradford, convinced that Scipio was indeed a master of self-reliance, had probably been deceived by a trick of aristocracy, a theatrical charade used by those who wish to exert power over others. It's a device even ambitious chimpanzees employ to maintain authority. The ruse goes something like this. The dominant male sits in the center of a noisy multitude, looking utterly indifferent to what goes on around him. Lower-ranking apes nervously glance left, right, and behind them for clues as to what they should do next. They cast frequent, furtive glances at the master chimp to see if it is time for them to honor him with a deferentially downcast gaze, or to discover if he has turned aside. For when his back is toward them, the underlings can get away with some forbidden gesture. However, the lofty head of the chimpanzee clan seems to look at no one, and gives the impression that he need take his cues from no mere earthly beast. But even the chimpanzee at the top of the hierarchy, who looks so impressively aloof, is boiling with social emotions he doesn't dare show. Ethologist Frans de Waal made a 6-year study of chimps in Belgium's Arnhem Zoo, and published the results in a brilliant and illuminating volume called Chimpanzee Politics. In it, de Waal describes 2 males competing for top position in the group. The combatants confront each other with all the dignity of chivalric knights. Each stands erect, his hair raised in a magnificent mantle about him, looking massive and heroic. The pair stare into each other's eyes without flinching. The manly stoicism with which the duo square off is a pose maintained only by an extreme exertion of self-control. After the confrontation is over, both chimps march away. When one is certain he is out of sight of gawkers, all the emotions he's been holding back suddenly rampage across his face. His upper lip flies up, leaving his teeth bare, the ultimate chimpanzee sign of nervousness. Realizing that another member of the tribe might spot him and note his delayed terror, the recent combatant tries again and again to pull the rebellious lip down over his teeth and regain his dignified appearance. But the stress-filled grimace simply will not leave his face. Under the dignity and confidence of a few moments before was a seething cauldron of insecurity. Hitler used to go through something similar at the height of his power. He would bully an opposing head of state, shouting, fuming, seemingly invulnerable to the inhibitions that weaken other men. Then, when he was alone in his room, the indomitable leader would collapse into a screaming, nervous wreck. To make sure no one he wanted to intimidate ever saw that side of his personality, the Führer would carefully rehearse for major meetings in front of a mirror. T.E. Lawrence even saw the ruse of imperturbability at work among the desert aristocrats of Arabia. Lawrence described a group of Arab chiefs summoned to the tent of their leader, who had just discovered that he and his vassals were about to be given 2,000 camels, a veritable fortune in livestock, by the British. The chieftains scrambled excitedly toward the dwelling where their meeting was about to take place, then quickly stopped themselves outside the tent flap to compose their faces and postures into an appearance of hauteur, so that they would not march in with the silly looks of glee that the news of the unexpected fortune had stamped all over them. The lofty independence projected by Scipio, Hannibal, Hitler, and the Arab chiefs was nothing but an old reflex left over from pre-human times, a masquerade designed to further the impression of stature, magnificence, and strength. But under the mask of independence, even the most fearsome leaders are vulnerable to the views of others. Men of power pull off their disguise of aloofness well enough to fool even the psychological experts. Yet the success of their sham is our undoing, saddling us with a false ideal of self-sufficiency, imbuing us with guilt for our dependence on the superorganism. Loving the child within is not enough. Current psychology is often blind to the existence of the larger being of which we are a part. Because of that blindness, many highly regarded therapeutic experts have a habit of dictating impossible cures. A group of prestigious doctors, for example, appeared on television's Phil Donahue show, determined to show how you can confront stress as one human in isolation. If you're a housewife and society seems convinced that your daily chores are on a par with garbage collection, the specialists gave the impression that all you have to do is sit at the kitchen table and talk yourself into self-respect. One homemaker stood up in the audience and put the prevailing notion in 2 short sentences. "It all depends on the image you project," she said. "If you think well of yourself, other people will think well of you." Thinking well of himself was not enough to save Scipio Africanus from the contempt of the Roman Senate, nor will it be enough to magically alter the degree of respect the Western world accords those who clean house, cook, and raise children. One of Donohue's guest authorities declared in no uncertain terms that you don't have to be a victim of what society or what anyone else thinks of you. But according to psychologist Saul Gordon, founder of the Institute for Family Research and Education, projecting a positive attitude works not because of changes it makes on the individual psyche, but because of improvements it generates in relationships with others. The best way to turn off the self-destruct mechanism is not to weep over childhood traumas until we can finally love the child within. It is to realize that the self-destruct devices are controlled by social forces, our sense of how we measure up to the standards of those we respect, and our relationships with friends, husbands, wives, and even our dogs and cats. The idea that relationships with animals can protect our physical and emotional health is not whimsy. Studies of heart attack victims have shown that owning a dog or a cat diminishes the odds of a second attack. Science would be well served to retain individual and kin selection's insights, admit their limitations, and move on. The fact is, if individual selection's survival instinct is our ruling force, then self-destruct mechanisms should not exist. Or, at best, their action should be limited to aiding those who carry genes nearly identical to our own. But animals of all kinds are born with a virtual arsenal of built-in poison pills, and a range of evidence even wider than that which I've had the space to present here indicates that these biological circuits are linked to the interests of a coagulation of fellow creatures who are not necessarily kin. The concept of the social organism is more than a mere metaphor. It is closer to the comparison between a wave of water and a ray of light, 2 radically different phenomena subject to many of the same natural laws. For example, cyclic AMP acts as an intracellular messenger nearly everywhere in your body, but it is also the alarm substance that slime mold amoebas sensing starvation send to rally their solitary fellows into a consolidated slug-like beast. The gene NM23, which controls the clustering or dispersion of cancerous cells in humans, also handles congregation and dispersion among the cells of the slime mold. Contrary to contemporary theory, evolution is not built solely on competition between self-interested loners. It also relies on contests between teams of individuals striving for group survival. As a result, physiological feedback loops often call upon the individual to sacrifice his health, or even his life, for the sake of a larger whole. We have inherited much of our biology, including that involved in behavior, from the cellular ancestors who first learned to form communities. As a consequence, innumerable organismic mechanisms operate within assemblies of human beings. In coming chapters, we'll encounter quite a few of them. One man's God is another man's devil. Us versus them. Nature uses only the longest threads to weave her patterns, so each small piece of her fabric reveals the organization of the entire tapestry. Richard Feynman. White blood cells in the immune system function as soldiers on patrol. They are constantly scouring the corridors of the body, prowling for intruders. As they move through veins and capillaries, they encounter billions of friendly cells and myriad scraps of flotsam and jetsam that belong to the body itself. Should they make a mistake and attack these compatriots, the body would be in severe trouble. How does the immune system manage to avoid cases of mistaken identity? The cells of the body have the equivalent of a uniform, a chemical combination as unique as a human face or a fingerprint. What's more, invading viruses also have a distinctive chemical costume. When a white blood cell detects the markings of the virus, it goes on the attack and sends out signals summoning its legion of confederates to the assault. Uniforms are necessary on the cellular level. They also prove indispensable to human society. Margaret Mead says every human group makes a simple rule: thou shalt not kill members of our gang, but everyone else is fair game. According to Mead, each group says that all humans are brothers, and declares that murdering humans is out of the question. Most groups, however, have very strange means of defining who is human. A tribal member, in most primitive societies, is a full-fledged human being. A citizen of some other tribe, on the other hand, is usually not. Most primitive tribes, says Mead, feel that if you run across one of these subhumans from a rival group in the forest, the most appropriate thing to do is bludgeon him to death. Like white blood cells harmlessly passing each other in the body's corridors, but destroying foreign intruders, humans of the same tribe recognize each other as parts of the same flesh and avoid hostilities. A body is a collective of cells that have to get along to survive. A society is a collective of individuals that have to do the same. Humans ranging from the most primitive to the most sophisticated form cozy in-groups that assault outsiders, clumping together as competitive superorganisms. This tendency, as we've already seen, is not limited to human beings. Lewis Thomas has pointed out that even lethargic-looking sea anemones engage in cold wars. Two seemingly identical patches of anemones on a rock may appear to live in peaceful harmony. In reality, however, the colonies edge against each other, aggressively trying to dislodge the rival community from the rock both call home. Like white blood cells and the denizens of the primitive tribe, the members of each anemone clump know who is one of us and who is one of them. According to Harvard's E.O. Wilson, xenophobia, the fear and hatred of interlopers, is universal in higher animals. Wilson explains that squabbling within a group is minor compared to the snarling, spitting, and raking of claws that occur when group members encounter an outsider. Much of the animal communication observed by ethologists, in fact, seems to have evolved to help one animal tell his killer companions, "Hey, I'm one of us." For example, calls allow one bird to tell others he's part of their flock. Some bird societies have even evolved their own dialects to aid in this purpose. Animal markings and specialized scents also help beasts tell who is part of their own pack and who is not. Humans, too, need ways of identifying who they're supposed to take care of and who they're allowed to oppose. Some of those identifiers include how you hold your fork, what language you speak, what kind of clothes you wear, how close you stand to someone, how you say hello, what haircut you choose, and what color you paint your face. Leaders fashioning new social organisms seem instinctively to recognize the fact that they will have to find ways to differentiate their followers from everyone else. Moses coined a slogan, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." He enjoined his followers to inscribe the sentence on their doorposts, where they would see it every time they went out and came back in, and to tie scraps of parchment marked with the phrase to their arms every morning and every night. To make sure that Jews would be marked as separate from the members of any other group, he even gave them a distinctive diet. Lenin was born into a supremely middle-class family, but he dressed in the unmistakable clothing of a worker, adopted workers' slang, and encouraged his followers to do the same. Then he pointed to an enemy with a radically different style of couture and speech, the well-coiffed bourgeoisie. Muhammad gave his followers a set of prayers and ritual washings to execute 5 times a day, then instructed the faithful to signal their identity with the whiskers on their chins, shunning the razor and glorying in the growth of their beards. Each leader gave his followers a set of markings to identify them as one of us, and he set up the signals that would make it easy to spot the unbeliever. The quick identification of us and them is necessary because the competition between superorganisms, whether they're cultures or subcultures, can get very serious indeed. The Israelites Moses had gathered would soon be battling Canaanites. In those campaigns, the Hebrews could easily have been wiped out. Muhammad's followers were about to take on the superpowers of the entire Western world. To an informed handicapper, the odds of Muslim survival would have seemed astonishingly slim. Lenin's converts would soon kill the Tsar, his wife, and his children, exile the aristocrats who had tyrannized Russia for centuries, and wipe out the entrepreneurs and successful farmers who had fueled the country's rapid economic expansion. Meanwhile, in 1917, counter-revolutionaries would mount a bloody civil war against the Marxists. Had they been able to, these adherents of the old order would have presided over the Bolsheviks' extermination. The battle between social groups is no mere pantomime. Being mistaken for a member of the wrong team can be fatal. The battles between groups in a society at peace may be far less bloody, but they are no less persistent. Welfare families want to raise their payments. Middle-class folks would like to avoid upping the taxes that provide the welfare checks. Landlords want to raise rents. Tenant groups want to lower them. Rockers want to start a club on the corner. The older couples in the neighborhood want to protect their peace and quiet. Conservatives want to seize more power. Liberals want to render them powerless. Men want to avoid housework. Women want them to do more cleaning and mopping. All are clashes between clusters of humans who feel you're either with us or against us. They are battles for turf, like the slow struggles between competing clumps of anemones on a rock. Within the group of those who wear the markings of the correct superorganism, all may be cozy and humane. But if your markings are wrong, watch out. Berta Krupp, heiress of the German industrial family that armed Hitler's Third Reich, regularly visited Krupp factory workers who were ill. She generously comforted those in need. Berta saw herself as warm, compassionate, and giving. She had no compunctions, however, about the fact that her son ran slave camps in which people were beaten from the time they got up in the morning until they crawled into a lice-ridden bunk at night, deliberately underfed until they had worked themselves to death. Berta was not even concerned that her family maintained gas ovens on the factory grounds to eliminate those forced laborers who might prove recalcitrant. In her own eyes, Berta Krupp was a good and charitable person. Her kindness extended to those she considered human. The Slavs and Jews from whose bones she ground her fortune, on the other hand, were of a distinctly different subspecies. Berta and other Germans of the time referred to these subservient beings with one simple word: Stücke, livestock. As Margaret Mead said, killing real people is forbidden, but folks beyond the boundaries of our own superorganism aren't really people, are they? The value of having an enemy. True to the principles enunciated by Margaret Mead, every culture handcuffs hostility within the group. But in exchange for this imprisonment of anger, the culture offers a set of outsiders that it's acceptable to loathe and sometimes kill. These are the folks we call enemies. A charismatic leader's invocation of the enemy's image is frequently what draws the social organism together. Orville Faubus, governor of Arkansas from 1955 to 1967, knew how to pull together the social beast. He did it by creating an enemy that didn't exist. In 1957, Faubus was facing an uphill battle for re-election. His popularity was down, for he had upset liberals by allowing utilities and railroads to raise their rates, and had stepped on the toes of conservatives by increasing taxes. But Faubus had an ace up his sleeve: the creation of a boogeyman. 3 years earlier, the Supreme Court had ruled that schools must be integrated. The South was outraged. Numerous Southern politicians were trying to capitalize on the issue, but only Faubus knew how to turn it into a full-scale, headline-grabbing drama with himself at the center. The governor's opening move was simple. He phoned the Deputy Attorney General in Washington to ask what the federal government planned to do to head off violence when Little Rock's schools opened their doors in September to both black and white kids. The Attorney General's staff was perplexed. As far as they could tell, Little Rock seemed remarkably peaceful, so the feds flew an official in to find out what the governor knew that they didn't. Faubus played it cagey. He had evidence that violence would indeed erupt, he said, but it was too vague and indefinite to turn over to anyone else. Violence, said the mayor of Little Rock in astonishment. There was no indication whatever of it. We had no reason to believe there would be violence. Governor Faubus declared that the mayor was wrong. Little Rock's stores, he said, were running out of knives, and most of those newly purchased blades were in the pockets of blacks. The FBI checked on Faubus's claims. In 100 stores, the sale of guns and knives was actually down. But there were weapons brandished openly in the streets. They belonged to the National Guard troops the governor had called in to defend the citizens of his state against the assaults of the supposedly well-armed enemy. When 9 black children showed up outside Central High ready to enroll on the first day of school, those guardsmen raised their rifles and turned the kids away. Again, the FBI checked for signs of the budding black insurrection Faubus kept implying was about to begin, clues to the existence of the horde who threatened to slit the throats of innumerable innocent whites. This time, the authorities in Washington issued a 500-page report. They couldn't find a shred of evidence to prove Faubus right. The federal investigators should have checked the home of Orville Faubus's close friend Jimmy the Flash Karam. Karam was Arkansas's state athletic commissioner, a man who could whip together a squad of oversized brutes on a minute's notice. One day in mid-September, Faubus slipped away to a Southern Governors Conference in Sea Island, Georgia, leaving the Flash to carry out a delicate mission. Early in the pre-dawn hours outside of Central High, Karam positioned a squad of thugs recruited from local sports teams. When the first class bell rang at 8:45 a.m., 4 African-American reporters showed up to cover the black students' attempts to approach their school. One of Karam's heavies let out a cry, "Here come the niggers!" The black journalists beat a hasty retreat, but not hasty enough. 20 of the whites planted by the Flash cornered the reporters and started punching hard. As the police moved in, Karam roared, "The niggers started it!" Radio newscasts reported the melee, and soon the dregs of white Little Rock, spoiling to defend Caucasian honor, began to pour in. Hundreds of them. When they couldn't find enough blacks to beat, they turned on Northerners. They mercilessly pounded 3 reporters from Life magazine. The violence that Orville Faubus had predicted for Little Rock had arrived. Jimmy Karam darted to a gas station phone booth to fill the governor in on the situation. Faubus threw a press conference at the Sea Island Governors Convention and declared soberly that the trouble in Little Rock vindicates my good judgment. President Eisenhower was forced to send in the 327th Battle Group of the 101st Airborne Division to try to restore calm and enforce the Supreme Court's desegregation order. Now Faubus had 2 enemies threatening his virtuous citizens, the blacks and the Yankee government, the same government that had humiliated the South in the Civil War. Faubus strutted, preened, and protested. He got national network news time on ABC, lambasting the president for having stripped the South of its freedom. He declared that the FBI had taken innocent Southern girls into custody, grilling them for hours, and condemned the federal soldiers for putting bayonets in the backs of schoolgirls, the warm red blood of patriotic Americans staining the cold, naked, unsheathed knives. He accused the soldiers of invading the girls' locker rooms to leer at the helpless young women pinned there by brute force. Investigation showed that the events Faubus described so vividly had never occurred, but at the time that scarcely mattered. In the minds of Arkansas's white citizens, only one man was standing up to these northern attacks: Governor Orville Faubus. The result was simple. Faubus had been in danger of losing the election. Instead, he outstripped his closest opponent by nearly 5-1, and won every election after that until he finally retired. By creating an enemy, Faubus had galvanized Arkansas behind him, turning a cloud of disorganized citizens into a social mass. Fidel Castro found the existence of enemies equally indispensable, but he had a stroke of luck that Faubus had lacked. His enemy actually existed. The foe Fidel used to achieve social cohesion was the United States, the massive imperialist monster that over the years, he said, had stripped Cuba of her sovereignty. Fidel needed to distract his constituency from a mind-boggling string of broken campaign promises. In the days before Castro seized power, the bearded leader had stirred up popular support for his revolution by posing as a political moderate, a champion of democracy and of an open society. The guise was a deception. Castro had been studying Lenin, Marx, and the Argentinian despot Juan Perón for years. His real goal was a dictatorship that would put every last scrap of power in his own hands. Selling the idea of totalitarianism to the Cuban population, however, might have been a difficult proposition. Instead, Fidel played on the island's dreams of freedom. While still fighting his guerrilla war in the mountains, Castro appointed as president of his provisional government a patriotic, well-meaning, pro-democratic judge from the Cuban city of Santiago named Manuel Urrutia Lleó. Urrutia's presence gave Fidel's movement an unmistakably democratic flavor. Fidel went even further. In an interview with Look magazine and an article he penned for Coronet magazine, Castro declared passionately that his goal for Cuba was the liberty of its people, civil rights, free enterprise, and the privilege of electing officials. These statements were a sham. Now that he'd toppled Batista, the leader who had sold his followers on a freely elected government would get away with imposing a despotic political system through the adroit use of an enemy. This technique was embodied in Castro's manipulation of an unsuspecting pawn, President Urrutia. When Fidel first came down from the mountains in triumph and took over the reins of authority, he filled his cabinet with figures of indisputably moderate credentials. Then he secretly established a shadow government. In this clandestine group were the real revolutionaries, committed Marxist-Leninists like himself, figures determined to implement a program of social justice that would entail snatching land from the peasants, establishing state-controlled collective farms, drafting the populace into militias, seizing all businesses, eventually even the hot dog carts owned by scuffling members of the lower class, shutting down the free press, and shifting all control into the hands of a bureaucracy answerable directly to Castro himself. As for elections, they would be totally out of the question. Gradually, the moderate figurehead President Urrutia began to sense what was going on, and he, like many other Cubans, was not pleased. Urrutia resisted the power grab in the only ways he knew. He refused to attend cabinet meetings when Fidel was present, and made anti-communist speeches and television statements. He warned the Cuban people that something sinister was taking place. Many Cubans were alarmed, but Fidel stayed firmly on his course of secretly collectivizing society. Finally, in despair, Urrutia volunteered to go on a leave of absence from his official duties and not return. This, however, would not suit Fidel's purposes. It could be read too easily by the people as precisely what it was, an act of protest. Castro had a better idea. He persuaded Urrutia to remain in office. Then he embarked on a campaign to smear Urrutia's name. First, Fidel appeared on television, implied that he himself was a staunch anti-communist, and called Urrutia's public statements dishonorable. Next, Fidel arranged to have hundreds of thousands of Cuban peasants shipped to Havana for a celebration. As the peasants streamed into the Cuban capital, the bearded national savior went on television and delivered a 2-hour speech announcing his resignation as prime minister. What had forced this hero of the people to leave office? President Urrutia. Castro claimed that Urrutia had concocted the phony specter of a communist menace and used this appalling lie to sabotage the revolution. Urrutia, explained Castro, was an American patsy, paid to spread the poison of Yankee propaganda. His duplicity, said Fidel, moved to the very brink of treason. The mood of the crowds gathered in the streets of Havana grew ugly. They chanted for Urrutia's resignation. The earnest president who had tried to warn his countrymen signed his resignation while Fidel was still in mid-oration. Then Fidel piled the fantasy of an American-inspired conspiracy to even larger heights. A former Cuban Air Force commander flew a light plane over Havana, dropping anti-Castro leaflets. Fidel's officials said that the plane had machine-gunned the city. One of Fidel's top revolutionary fighters resigned his post in disgust over the pro-communist direction events were taking. Fidel had him arrested and sentenced to a 20-year prison term. Fidel gathered a crowd of 1 million Cubans in Havana and announced that these gestures of protest had been part of a massive counter-revolutionary plot engineered by the fiendish Americans. The answer? The creation of massive militias, the restoration of the death penalty, and the reinstatement of revolutionary tribunals to ferret out conspirators and send them to a string of concentration camps. The ultimate result of these measures, of course, was to help Fidel banish the old ideal of democracy and to move the country firmly into the grip of the one man capable of defending it from its hulking enemy to the north. Later, America played into Fidel's hands by plotting his assassination and launching the pathetically bungled invasion of the Bay of Pigs. These U.S. maneuvers provided the Maximum leader with an indispensable political tool. If people complained about the food shortages the Castro government had brought, if they were disturbed by the crippling of the sugar industry, or if they noticed the virtual elimination through incompetence of the beef industry, Castro could blame the problems on America. As Fidel often confided, there was one extremely useful device for keeping the spirit of revolution alive. That tool, an external enemy. The perceptual trick that manufactures devils. Perception is a highly selective process. We see and vividly remember some things that pass before our eyes. We ignore many others. And still others we work to actively deny. What happens to those realities that consciousness shuns? They become part of the process that makes the notion of an enemy click. We struggle for position on the hierarchical ladder, trying to get as close to the top as we possibly can. Very few of us arrive there. When the wriggling and kicking is over, most of us find ourselves somewhere in the middle. We are excluded from the realm of the beautiful people, barred from the inmost circles of power and prestige, and never quite reach the utopias of love and fame toward which our fantasies beckon us. How do we live with the daily humiliations built into our middling roles? The mind is replete with gentle anesthetics that soothe these pains. The greatest among them is a perceptual process of cosmetic surgery. The mind covers up the harsher facts of our existence, and it focuses our attention on those few things that can give us self-esteem. From 1972 until 1977, University of Utah psychologist Marigold Linton kept detailed daily records of every aspect of her life. Periodically, she reviewed those records to see what she could remember and what she had forgotten. The review was a painful experience. Linton warmed up for each of these sessions by trying to recall the events of the last year without her notes. What came to mind were the high points, the good times with her friends, the research successes, the new things she'd been able to buy. But examining her 3x5 cards brought back a welter of details her mind had thoughtfully buried. The helpless feeling when her car had broken down and there had been no one to help, the fight she'd had with a lover, the feeling of dejection when a professional journal had turned down one of her papers. Linton is not alone. The mind also rewrites reality for you and me. Elizabeth Loftus, the pioneering University of Washington memory researcher and author of the superb book Memory, points out that people remember themselves as much harder workers than office attendance records show they actually have been. They recall past salaries as being much higher than their old paycheck stubs indicate. They recollect buying fewer alcoholic drinks than they actually did, and are certain that they gave much more to charity than they ever have. They remember, in short, the glory, the positive accomplishments. What's more, they exaggerate those triumphs. But their minds erase the tiny daily shames, the manifold humiliations of which life below the top of the hierarchical ladder consists. Instead, says Loftus, the mind erects a comfortingly false picture of the self and of the past. Where do the ugly events and the aspects of ourselves we need to forget go? We imagine them as parts of our enemy. When World War II was at its peak, the American Jewish Committee commissioned a psychological research project to determine the causes of the fascist horrors. Under this program, a team of behavioral scientists at the University of California at Berkeley developed a test to probe for the kind of tendencies that may have helped a Hitler or Mussolini gain power. That test, called the F for Fascism scale, became one of the most widely used research tools in the history of modern psychology. Literally thousands of studies revealed a profile of what the researchers called the authoritarian personality. Generally, this was an individual raised in a strict home where the father was the clear holder of power. The parents had shown a stern disapproval of hostile outbursts on the part of their children. They had also rigidly prohibited the acknowledgement of any form of sexuality. But hostility and sexuality are both unavoidable aspects of human life. How had the authoritarian personalities coped with their unwelcome aggressive and sexual impulses? Through a technique that Freudians call projection. Like researcher Marigold Linton, who forgot most of the distressing things that happened to her in everyday life, the authoritarian personalities excluded their own aggression and sexuality from their consciousness. Like the subjects who had misremembered their own past pay and work habits, the authoritarian types pictured themselves as people in whom sexual and aggressive tendencies did not exist. Aggression and sexuality, they were convinced, boiled up only in the minds of some enemy. And here's the real trick. The authoritarians thought frequently of that enemy and his loathsome preoccupation with lechery and hate. They could actually feel the smarmy sexual sensations and livid hostility that coursed through their enemy's veins. Why could they sense this so vividly? Because they had projected their own set of forbidden emotions onto a faceless opponent, like a ventriloquist projecting his voice into the mouth of a dummy. By seeing their unacceptable impulses in some unsuspecting outsider, they managed to dwell on those impulses and deny them at the same time. Here's how the principle works in real life. During the early 80s, a group of women in Orange County, California, were convinced that the dark forces of secular humanism were using elementary school textbooks to destroy their children's minds. The women's group was certain that the godless foes of true religion were trying to swamp their youngsters with brain-crippling pornography. To find out if their suspicions were true, the women's group members examined the illustrations in the local school's textbooks through a microscope. Sure enough, they discovered minuscule pictures hidden subliminally on the pages. These microscopic images portrayed women with naked, nippled breasts and men with enormous erections. The outraged mothers actually succeeded in getting some of the textbook illustrations changed on the basis of their discovery. But where, in reality, did the pictures of the naked men and women exist? Not in the printed pages, but in the minds of the women peering through the microscopes. Like Marigold Linton, the psychologist who forgot the events in her own life that had humiliated her, the microscope-wielding religionists threw a mental sheet over their sexual impulses, hiding them from view. Then they conceived an enemy, the secular humanist, roiling with forbidden sexuality and working in devious ways to insert sex into their innocent children's lives. The only way to prevent this intrusion was to be eternally vigilant, perpetually on the lookout for the humanists' sexual invasion. By searching for the humanist danger, the club women of Orange County managed to keep their thoughts focused on sex. But this sexual obsession, they could now tell themselves, was not their fault. It was the fault of their sex-crazed enemy, without whom sexuality would never have crossed their minds. Of such rejected pieces of ourselves are our devils made. The perceptual flim-flam practiced by the Orange County women contributed mightily to a war between two subcultures. The concept of a secular humanist enemy undermining American youth is currently preached by television and radio evangelists on the National Christian Broadcasting Network, on the nation's 221 fundamentalist TV stations, and on the 1,370 fundamentalist radio stations. It has been aggressively promoted by figures like Jimmy Swaggart, Pat Robertson, and the Reverend Donald Wildman, who among them have had annual access to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of media time. And it is being bolstered by a series of multi-million-dollar mailing campaigns whose sophistication makes the Reader's Digest sweepstakes look amateurish by comparison. The prophets of religious rigidity have made full use of the psychological ploy with which we project our own worst tendencies onto some distant figure. According to fundamentalist leaders, the secular humanists are a massive, well-organized, religious group that has taken over our radio stations, our television networks, our newspapers, and our schools. These diabolical subversives have allegedly turned everything from television sitcoms to classroom syllabi into anti-Christian weapons designed to enslave the minds of decent American children to a godless, immoral creed. Like Orville Faubus and Fidel Castro, the fundamentalists have used a spectral enemy to forge a flock that is hungry for power. Some fundamentalist leaders declare that God has made a covenant with his true followers. According to that covenant, the Almighty will deliver the political power of the presidency and the Congress into the hands of his believers. Other fundamentalist power brokers declare that this is a Christian country, erected on Christian principles by Christian founding fathers. As such, the government of our Constitution is designed to be placed in Christian control. Non-Christians should be excluded, some of these leaders say, from running for public office. After all, non-Christians, in Pat Robertson's words, are termites undermining the foundations of this country. And who are non-Christians? Non-fundamentalists. According to Jimmy Swaggart, for example, Catholics and traditional Protestants are not Christians, but the mistaken followers of a monstrous lie. Some fundamentalist leaders are more blunt. Catholics, traditional Protestants, followers of Est, dabblers in Buddhism, New Age fans, and others, they say, are followers of Satan. In the name of God, power must be wrested from the grip of the Satanists and placed in the palms of the godly. A simple perceptual device designed to anesthetize us from the nastier aspects of our inner reality has given the fundamentalist movement much of its power. From the sexuality their followers reject within themselves, the leaders have conjured up the lechery of a satanic enemy. From the hostility the faithful hide from themselves, the leaders have built a fantasy of an adversary obsessed with violence. They have crafted the indispensable tool that pulls together a superorganism. With the illusion of that demon, they have relieved the women of Orange County of their sins and welded them into a political force. How hatred builds the walls of society's bungalow. Frustration turns into hate. José Napoleón Duarte. Politics, as a practice, whatever its professions, has always been the systematic organization of hatreds. Henry Adams. One more ingredient is necessary to make the notion of the enemy click: hatred. The persistence with which societies offer permission to hate is astonishing. Jesus gave permission to frown upon the rich. Medieval Christianity gave permission to hate heathens. Islam gives permission to hate infidels. Marxism gives the have-nots permission to hate the haves. Unions give permission to hate bosses. Peace groups give permission to hate militarists. Conservatives give permission to hate liberals. Each culture chooses an enemy on which to blame a goodly portion of the earth's evil and turns hatred of that group into a virtue. But from what raw substance is this group adhesive distilled? A vast number of studies by clinical psychologists like N.H. Asran, R.R. Hutchinson, and D.F. Drake show that frustration generates rage. Train a rat to run down a straight tunnel toward a piece of food. When it reaches the tunnel's end, it gets to eat. Then, place a plexiglass barrier in the rodent's path. When it reaches the transparent obstacle, the rat can still see its food but can no longer reach it. This is frustration. How does the animal respond? By going into a fury. If you place a bottle brush next to the plastic barrier, the enraged rat will tear the object to pieces. Give him a smaller cousin, and he will abuse the diminutive beast terribly. From these observations, and a host of human studies we'll go into later in this book, came one of psychology's classic formulations, that frustration and aggression go hand in hand. But frustration is an experience we cannot dodge. Fashionable as it is to think that none of us can be happy until we fulfill our potential, fulfilling our potential to its limit is an absolute impossibility. If a bacterium were allowed to fulfill its potential, within only 4 days it could produce more progeny than there are protons in the universe. Fortunately, reality's constraints have kept bacteria from acting out their full reproductive possibilities. Human males, like microbes, have reproductive capacities that could swamp the solar system. During his lifetime, each man produces enough sperm to inseminate every woman on the planet many times over. A single ejaculation contains between 100 and 300 million sperm, a supply sufficient to impregnate almost every woman in North America. But the individual's sexual potential is something he can never fulfill. Men everywhere from Sri Lanka to Savannah, Georgia, watch women go by and fantasize possessing them sexually. In his imagination, each male couples with thousands of females by the time he dies. Yet in real life, the average man has mated with only a few. Even chimpanzees endure this ignominious fate. The dominant chimp in a group hoards all the ladies for himself. Subordinate males are starved for sex. When the head chimp is not looking, the lesser beasts sneak up to friendly-looking females and make supplicating, seductive gestures. If the lady seems willing, the furtive Romeo tries to lead her off to some secluded spot where the couple can catch a moment of forbidden love. But all too frequently, as the pair skulks into the shadows, the lordly, top-ranking animal catches a glimpse of their departure and punishes the impertinent commoner brutally for poaching on his harem. The result for humans and chimpanzees alike is a frustration that is inevitable and inescapable. If the psychologists are correct, the upshot should be an ever-growing buildup of aggression. In human groups, how can this hostility be channeled to keep from blowing society apart? It can be aimed safely away from us and used to blast away at them. There are innumerable causes for frustration in human life, but the inability to fulfill one's potential is way up there on the list, and that inability is by no means restricted to sex. An ant is born with all the genetic equipment it needs to take on any role in society. If it is fed one mixture of food by the colony's nurses, it turns into a soldier, a powerful beast far larger than normal size, equipped with savage jaws and designed to defend the colony against attack. If it is fed another mixture, it becomes a worker, a small but nimble creature capable of carrying loads many times its own weight. And if it is fed a rare potion reserved for the select few, it can blossom into a queen, the one central creature toward whose preservation all efforts are directed, the only ant who gets the privilege of having children. Though an ant may have been hatched as a lowly worker, the blueprints for soldier and queen still lie dormant within her. In fact, if the colony's ruler is killed by marauders or disease, a worker may suddenly blossom with the reproductive powers fate has denied her all her life. She will begin to lay eggs. Leaving her food-gathering and house-cleaning chores behind, she will exude a substance that instills in passing ants the urge to feed and serve her, for she has ascended to royalty. Humans also on occasion go through transformations that dramatize the possibilities buried within them. During 1860, the citizens of Point Pleasant, Ohio, were distressed by the daily sight of a slightly run-down-looking store clerk in his late 30s. The man had been in the military, resigned under suspicious circumstances, failed at farming, failed at real estate, and ended up working in his father's leather goods store. He was a poor excuse for a salesman, a worse than incompetent bill collector, and didn't even seem to know the establishment stock. What's more, there were rumors that he had a problem with the bottle. Then, in 1861, the Civil War broke out, and the town failure enlisted in a regiment of volunteers. Less than 2 years later, he was promoted to Major General. Eventually, he became president. His name was Ulysses S. Grant. Like ants, each one of us is built with all the equipment necessary to be a master or a slave, a beggar or a king. Most of us, however, will be only one of these. We will dream of the higher fortunes that could have befallen us, but, for the most part, we will never taste those possibilities in real life. And, as we grow older, many of us will carry an increasing burden of resentment for the fates we failed to have. In some ways, it is the social organism and its needs that determine the role each of us will play and the many more roles that each of us will never be given the power to act out. How the demands of the larger social beast determine our fate is hinted at by another aspect of the life of ants. Some of these hymenoptera are lazy and sit around all day doing very little. Others work their tails off in the interest of the community. But try separating the ne'er-do-wells from the industrious and setting them up as two new colonies, one composed exclusively of layabouts and the other made up entirely of nose-to-the-grindstone types. A strange thing happens. In the community of laggards, a large proportion of the lazy little beasts suddenly become imbued with a furious sense of industry. They turn into workers. On the other hand, in the community composed completely of workers, a small portion of the formerly zealous toilers seem overcome with boredom and settle down to spend their days doing nothing. They become the new leisure lovers. Each new colony takes on the shape of the old one. An individual ant behaves very much like a cell in a developing embryo. Any embryonic cell could just as easily become part of a liver, an eyeball, or a toe. What determines which of those things that cell turns into? Its position in the rapidly unfolding body. The embryo is striving to develop in a certain form. The individual cell behaves almost as if it were looking at a blueprint, figuring out where it is and determining what it has to be to make the embryo come out according to plan. In a chick, you can take a cell that was about to develop into a wing feather and move it to a location that's destined to be a foot. If you perform the maneuver in time, the former wing feather cell will turn into a perfectly normal piece of claw. The process is called cellular differentiation. The same thing happens in the all-worker and all-drone ant colonies. They undergo differentiation. There seems an implicit sketch for the contours of the community. A lone ant, in some peculiar way, looks around and sees where it sits in the social matrix, then becomes what it has to be to make the community fit the master plan. Human groups go through a similar process. Researcher Richard Savin Williams spent a season watching summer campers interact. In June, the bunkmates met for the first time. For roughly an hour, the campers felt each other out, probing each other's strengths and weaknesses, deciding who would be friends with whom. Then they quickly sorted themselves into a superorganism with a head, limbs, and a tail. One camper became the alpha male, the dominant individual, the group leader. Another became the bully, a big, strong brute nobody particularly liked. A third became the joker, everybody's good-natured sidekick. And one became the nerd, the unathletic, overly eager sort that everyone else felt free to kick around. Like the ants and the embryonic cells, each boy had taken his place in a kind of preordained social blueprint. Just how preordained that blueprint was and how much of his potential each boy had to sacrifice to assume his role became clear when another researcher tried an experiment. The scientist assembled a cabin composed entirely of leaders, boys who had been dominant alpha males in their old groups. Very quickly, the new cluster sorted itself out according to the familiar pattern. One of the leaders took charge. Another became the bully. A third became the group joker. And one of the formerly commanding lads even became the new group's nerd. When the researchers went through the scientific literature to find other data related to their work, they discovered that studies of Chicago gangs in the 1920s had shown these long-gone groups arranging themselves according to an almost identical unconscious plan. The gang members of a bygone era also had their leaders, bullies, jokers, and nerds. Each individual had taken up a position in the superorganism's unfolding structure, and each had shaped his personality to fit the spot in which he landed. For the ant, the possible roles the insect discards may never come back to haunt her. In humans, however, the personalities that could have been are always there, always uncomfortable in their imprisonment, and periodically they scream from the dungeons of the mind, demanding their freedom. The novelist Hermann Hesse said that we each have 1,000 personalities hidden in a mental closet. The circle of our consciousness centers on one, but the others are in the darkness, waiting to come out. Implicit in each of us is the whole society, the dominant individual, the outcast, and all the variations in between. Novelists, more than the rest of us, realize how many possible people inhabit our minds. When these authors sit down to their typewriters, whole casts of characters come parading into the light of awareness, each ready to live out a new life. And each of these fictional humans is disgorged by the brain of just one writer, who in real life has settled on the single personality and fate he will call his own. The buried personalities may be erased from the surface of consciousness, but they still wriggle toward the light, in anger, frustration, and jealousy. Every male is built with the same neuronal networks that compelled Genghis Khan to conquer an empire twice the size of Rome's, the same set of circuits that motivated some of Genghis's descendants to accumulate hundreds of wives and even more concubines, the same instincts that impelled Turkish sultans to have attractive women from all over their domains shipped in for a few nights of physical glory. But in most cases, those circuits will never unfurl their ambitions in the real world. We have thousands of mental mechanisms crying out vainly for a moment of triumph, thousands of potential personalities that will never be allowed to live. Frustration, as the researchers have demonstrated, breeds rage. Hatred is a despicable byproduct of the human condition. Nature, however, frequently utilizes such garbage as building material. We will see how she has employed the psychological detritus of hatred in a minute, but first, let's take a close look at another example of how the natural world often turns a poisonous excrescence to good use. The instance I have in mind keeps each of us from turning to an oozy blob. Communities of cells living in the seas roughly 600 million years ago had a chemical disposal problem. From the surrounding waters, they took in large quantities of calcium, a substance that could in megadoses poison them. To function effectively, the cells had to constantly filter the calcium out of the water and deposit it outside the cellular back door, where the mineral wouldn't interfere with the cell's internal functions. Somewhere along the line, a cellular community evolved a clever way of getting rid of its unwanted calcium contaminants. The collective compacted its discarded calcium sludge into safe cylinders and laid these solid slivers of deactivated toxic waste along the interior corridors between the huddled cells. The disposal technique produced a surprising benefit. The discarded calcium rods became structural beams that gave added strength and power to the cellular cooperative. They were bones, devices that made revolutionary forms of movement possible, and eventually enabled cellular superorganisms to lift themselves out of the water onto the land. In human society, another kind of garbage, this one psychological, is used for similar structural purposes. The waste product in this case is the frustration from which hatred is distilled. The frustration of humans collects much as calcium accumulated in the space between cells of the early ocean-living cellular communities. To avoid damage within the group, much of it is directed somewhere else, at outsiders. Envy and fear are turned from a source of disruption to a creator of cohesion. Nature has compacted mankind's frustrations to build the superorganism's bones. The demon one society wants to eradicate is all too frequently the god of some rival group. Baal, the god of the Canaanites, was a false idol to the Jews. The former Soviet Union's longtime gods, Marx and Lenin, are our devils. Our revered middle class was the former Soviet Union's hated bourgeoisie. Social organisms, like clusters of anemones on a rock, face off and fight. From that struggle, they frequently derive their identity. Battle draws a set of straggling individuals together into a firmly consolidated social clump. It gives the formerly quarreling separatists a powerful common bond. Leaders like Orville Faubus and Fidel Castro have skillfully manipulated a few basic rules of human nature: that every tribe regards outsiders as fair game, that every society gives permission to hate, that each culture dresses the demon of its hatred in the garb of righteousness, and that the man who channels this hatred can rouse the superorganism and lead it around by the nose. Man, inventor of the invisible world. From genes to memes. How noiseless is thought! It will not rule over, but in all heads, and with solitary combinations of ideas, as with magic formulas, bend the world to its will. Thomas Carlyle. Let's return for a moment to Richard Dawkins's concept of the replicator. Dawkinson's proposal squares brilliantly with the reality of upwardly spiraling life, but the eminent zoologist's individual selectionist contention that self-reproducers operate on their own, as I've mentioned before, fails to fit the facts. Despite the high degree of competition between individuals in evolving systems, every form of replicator is nestled in a team. Genes that fail to work effectively with their partners on the chromosomal string are doomed. The self-replicating wonder we are about to meet is also forced to fit into a constellation of its fellows, or it, too, disappears. What is this relative newcomer in the field of autoduplication? It has no physical substance and cannot be studied under a microscope or kept in a jar. The new replicator, like its predecessor the gene, is capable of assembling vast amounts of matter. Like genes, it can pull together products the Earth has never seen, but unlike genes, it can manufacture forms of order that mere genetic stuff could never dream of. Pinpointing the date of the new device's birth is difficult. Its primitive precursors may have begun to wriggle across the planetary face roughly 22 million years ago with the emergence of proto-chimpanzees, whose modern bands devise widely varying dialects, ways of using tools, and methods of cooperative hunting. Yet its first fully identifiable forms may not have gone to work swallowing substances and churning out copies of themselves until the last 35,000 years. Dawkins calls these new replicators memes. Genes, says Dawkins, swam through the protoplasmic soup of the early Earth, nourishing themselves on organic sludge. Memes float through another kind of sea, a sea of human brains. Memes are ideas, the snatches of nothingness that leap from mind to mind. A melody wells up in the reveries of a solitary songwriter. It seizes the brain of a singer. Then it infects the consciousness of millions. That melody is a meme. A scientific concept starts as a vague glimmer in one researcher's thoughts. It ends up with whole schools of adherents. That concept is a meme. Each flips from the puddle of one brain to another, crazily copying itself in the new environment. But the memes that count the most are the ones that assemble vast arrays of resources in startling new forms. They are the memes that construct social superorganisms. Genes sit at the center of each cellular blob, dictating the construction of a multi-billion-celled body like yours and mine. As genes are to the organism, so memes are to the superorganism, pulling together millions of individuals into a collective creature of awesome size. Memes stretch their tendrils through the fabric of each human brain, driving us to coagulate in the cooperative masses of family, tribe, and nation. And memes, working together in theories, worldviews, or cultures, can make a superorganism very hungry. From 1852 to 1864, Karl Marx sat alone nearly every day in a corner of the library of the British Museum, going through books and assembling his theories. Little did he realize it, but the bearded writer was simply the tool of fragmentary memes. Those ideas had been floating in the zeitgeist, waiting for a receptive human mind to come along and function as an enzyme functions in human metabolism, splicing together molecules destined for each other. Marx pasted together the ideas of his time and came up with the ideology named after him. At its birth, the new ideological meme was vulnerable and powerless. The only small batch of matter over which it had any control was the body and mind of Karl Marx, 150 pounds of isolated humanity. Marx was not a promising person in which an idea would wish to start its life. Though he occasionally made money as a newspaper correspondent, Marx's work was definitely not in demand. He was so foul-tempered, so cantankerous, so subject to turning even the tiniest discussion into a quarrel, that he had few friends and almost no followers. One of his college professors said young Marx was always waving his fists in the air in a fury, as if 1,000 devils gripped his hair. And one of the many would-be friends Marx alienated recalled that the sarcasms with which he assailed his adversaries had the cold penetration of the executioner's axe. It's little wonder that for the next 50 years, the meme that had assembled itself in Marx's brain barely stayed alive. The conceptual tangle leaped tenuously from one mind to another, constantly searching for the opportunity to expand its power. Marx muttered his ideas to his acquaintances, a few of whom passed them on to others, and he preserved them in his book, Das Kapital, 1867. But that book, too, seemed like a poor vessel in which to keep the struggling meme alive. Russian censors found the volume utterly incomprehensible. As a consequence, these normally repressive servants of czarist autocracy blithely allowed the importation of the murky work into their land. Most Russians had the same difficulty understanding the new ideas that the censors had. The result? Though Das Kapital was occasionally passed from hand to hand, Marx's meme still barely clung to life. Then Marx's mental progeny had a modest stroke of luck. It found its way into the cerebral substance of a few men capable of something Marx hadn't been: organization and the recruitment of followers. These were Lenin, Stalin, and their friends, but even they at first seemed wretched prospects for the multiplication of a meme. Lenin, like Marx, spent 17 years sitting in libraries, poring over the records of the Paris Commune and researching the techniques of street fighting. He, too, was an exile from his mother country, forced to while away the hours between articles and books with a handful of other radical Russians whose extremist views had also gotten them tossed out of the land of their birth. Lenin frequently took time out from his research and writing to lecture at European meetings and issue orders to underground cells back in the motherland. But even these efforts, ironically, underscored his isolation. At times, Lenin's communication with his co-conspirators back home was so tenuous that, as Harrison Salisbury puts it, he was almost completely cut off from Russia. Lenin attempted to spread the idea of which he was the incubator through a series of newspapers, one of those singularly useful devices with which a meme reaches out and acquires power over new minds. But circulation was abysmal. For example, during the First World War, Lenin put out Sozialdemokrat. Only 5 or 6 copies of the debut issue straggled into Russia. Later, distribution improved, and Lenin managed to have 20 copies smuggled in a pair of shoes. A curious accident happened in 1905. Tsar Nicholas went to war with Japan, a nation that had just climbed out of feudal backwardness and built its first modern military machine. Astonishing as it seems, the Tsar lost nearly his entire Baltic fleet to the post-feudal upstarts. A moment of defeat is a great time for an ambitious idea to seize minds that are fleeing from the precepts of a luckless leader. The result was a revolution. Angry crowds rampaged in the streets of St. Petersburg, calling for the Tsar's befuddled head. But Marx's fragile idea was trapped, unable to seize the opportunity, because Lenin and his friends were too busy squabbling to join the revolution, much less lead it. Fortunately for the meme lodged in their minds, fate would give the quarrelers a second chance. After the revolution of 1905, the Tsar regained control over the country, but in 1917 Nicholas was losing once again. This time the occasion was the First World War. Millions of Russians died on the Eastern Front. Soldiers struggled through the snow without ammunition, winter clothing, or food. Back home, the railway system broke down. Grain and meat could not reach the towns. Men and women of modest means starved in the boulevards of the Russian Empire's most magnificent cities. After a new revolution had spontaneously begun to heave through the streets of Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, and Moscow, Lenin finally got his act together. He took a train from Zurich to the Russian capital. The minute he arrived at the Petrograd railroad station, the bearded book lover began haranguing the crowds with slogans, and the meme that had first been born in the mind of Karl Marx finally fell like a scrap of wandering bacteria into nutritive jelly, spreading with explosive force. By the mid-'80s, the ideas brought together by one man's brain in the corner of a lonely library, ideas that looked from year to year as if their disappearance from the planet was all but inevitable, had gone from controlling one 150-pound man to mastering millions of tons of this planet's matter. These memes were alive in the minds and the social mechanisms of over 1.8 billion human beings, spreading their influence over the lands, the minerals, the machines, and the domesticated animals that those human beings controlled. The new replicator took up even less space and mass than the tangle of atoms required for a strand of DNA. That replicator, like the ones incubated by Jefferson and Madison and St. Paul, had assembled under its rule more of the planet Earth than any gene had ever brought together, any gene, that is, save one, the human gene. The new replicator, the meme, is a vast upward step on the ladder of creation. The old genetic system could take 10,000 years to effect a product improvement in a large and complex beast, but memes can rearrange sprawling networks of outrageously intricate creatures in only a few centuries or less. The meme of Christianity restructured the Roman Empire a mere 300 years after Jesus completed his Sermon on the Mount. Similarly, Marxism radically altered the shape of Russian society a startling 60 years after Karl the Cantankerous ambled out of the British Museum's library with the final manuscript of Das Kapital tucked tightly under his arm. The meme has done its work by assembling massive social systems, the new rulers of this earth. Together, the meme and the human superorganism have become the universe's latest device for creating fresh forms of order. They are the newest innovation in a climb toward complexity that started with the Big Bang. The Nose of a Rat and the Human Mind. A Brief History of the Rise of Memes. How many gods can there be in one sky? From Hits of the Year by Christopher Difford and Glenn Tilbrook. Memes probably arose by accident. At least that's the implication of one clue to their origin, a clue from the world of the rat. Rats are obsessed with those who share their genes. They absolutely love their relatives. In their nests, fathers, mothers, aunts, uncles, and children crawl over, under, and around each other, seeking constant body contact, and they watch out for one another. For example, if a rat discovers that a tempting hors d'oeuvre is actually laced with poison, he defecates and urinates on the insidious morsel to make sure none of his loved ones is duped into tasting the fatal snack. But the kindness of rats only extends to family. Rats will mercilessly hunt down members of a rival clan, and if a non-relative accidentally stumbles into their nest, the homey little creatures who a moment before were hugging one another will turn on the guest with the foreign genes and tear him limb from limb. How do rats know who's kin and who's not? How can they tell who shares their genes? Rodents don't have a compound microscope with which to examine the replicators at the center of a visitor's cells, so they're stuck with making genetic guesstimates based on smell. Each rat household has its own telltale odor. The smells of scent glands, excreta, food, the soft, warm stuff that lines the nest, and the wood, straw, or earth of the chamber's walls, all blend into an unmistakable olfactory brew. Every inhabitant wears that living room perfume. Chances are that if two rats are sporting the same aroma, they're carrying the same genes, since the pair were raised in the same spot, probably by the same mother and father, unless some experimenter decides to muck things up. That is exactly what one scientist did. He removed a rat from his nest, washed the complaining creature off, then rubbed it thoroughly in the shavings of another nest, giving it the smell of a stranger. Then the experimenter put the innocent beast back in its own home, where it should have been safe among its brothers and sisters. Unfortunately for the furry victim, he'd returned home wearing the wrong cologne. His loving family, blind to his familiar physical appearance, bared their teeth and lunged. When the experiment was over, the unwitting animal was dead, killed by those who had previously hugged and nuzzled him. Smell had told the brood that their brother was carrying the wrong set of genes. In this case, the noses of the rats misled them. Early human groups were stuck with the same problem. How do you tell who's family and who's not? How do you know who shares your genes? Like rats, primitive humans turned to external signs. Fortunately, they didn't rely on their noses. Instead, the inventive Homo sapiens used ideas, manners, morals, and peculiarities of clothing. The children of Israel were typical of the tribal nations of the time. To belong, you had to have the right genetic stuff. How could an early Hebrew tell if you were entitled to insider treatment? Your God, your mannerisms, and your ideas were the outward labels of your genetic contents. Memes were the equivalents to the rat's perfume. But a strange thing happened as human groups grew larger. Memes became detached from genes. In the days of the Old Testament, memes seldom made the effort to leap from one gene pool to another. The ancient Hebrews, for example, made no effort to convert the heathens. It wouldn't have made sense. Unbelievers weren't family. If the meme was to retain its role as a genetic marker, only those who shared the same genes could share the same God. That was the tribal concept held by primitive peoples the world over. But as Leo W. Buss, a biologist at Yale University, says, at each stage in the history of life in which a new self-replicating unit arose, the rules regarding the operation of natural selection changed utterly. One result was that 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, the gods who had been mere labels for a genetic stock detached themselves and took on a new purpose. You can see the gene-free God unfolding in the days of the New Testament. Jesus was a Jew, and all available evidence indicates that, like the other Jews of his time, he felt his God was a genetic one. The only people to whom Jesus preached were other Jews, and they alone were the folks to whom his God and his DNA were attached. When Jesus was crucified, most of his disciples followed in his footsteps, trying to convince Jews that Jesus was indeed the Messiah. Like the tribal God he served, a Messiah would aid only the people who carried the chosen genes. Then, after his death, Jesus acquired a new kind of apostle. The original followers of the carpenter from Nazareth had been simple people from the hills of Galilee, poor backwoods folk with only the most rudimentary education. The figure who would transform Christianity was a city sophisticate with a university education. His name was Saul. He knew aspects of the world the original disciples had never dreamed of. He had grown up in the cosmopolis of Tarsus, a bustling center of trade where men from all over the vast Roman Empire did business. Saul's father, though Jewish, had been a Roman citizen. Saul had been educated in Israel's greatest urban center, Jerusalem, and he spoke the language of international high culture, Greek. Saul was a Johnny-come-lately to the teachings of Jesus. He didn't even get involved until after Christ was dead. When Saul first heard of the Redneck sect, he was so infuriated that he organized squads of vigilantes, broke into the homes of Christian Jerusalemites, and hauled the inhabitants off to prison. Then Saul volunteered to bust up a community of Christians in Damascus. But on the road to the northern city, Saul had a strange experience. He felt enveloped in light. He heard the voice of Jesus, the deceased leader whose views he so deplored. Saul became St. Paul, and dubbed himself the newest of Jesus' apostles. Then the freshly minted holy man went off to win others to his idiosyncratic notions of what Jesus' teachings were all about. The community of Jesus' followers does not seem to have welcomed Paul's posthumous reinterpretation of their leader's ideas with open arms. They probably regarded him with suspicion. With his big city ways and complex ideas, he was anything but their rustic kind. Finally, the self-styled apostle, in exasperation, decided that if he couldn't dig up followers among the Jews, he'd turn elsewhere. Thus, Paul began a vigorous campaign to win over the Gentiles, citified Greeks, Romans, Anatolians, Sicilians, Spaniards, and others whose urbane views were more congenial to his own. In the process, Paul was one of the early innovators of a new concept, transferable religion. He broke free of the old notion that a god was an emblem of tribal heritage and sliced the ties that bound divinity to genes. Paul was not the first to free gods from chromosomal components. Buddha had done the same over 500 years earlier, but Paul was among the most influential ever to apply the idea. Thanks to Paul, the Christian meme would eventually sweep together an awesome jumble of genes. Dark-haired Greek and Roman genes, blue-eyed blonde Scandinavian genes, red-headed Irish genes, russet-skinned American Indian genes, black-complected African genes, and even the occasional Chinese and Japanese genes. Folks whose genetic coils were dramatically distinct would find themselves yoked together by a common thread. That intangible tie was a meme. Under Paul, beliefs became the focal points for movements that, freed of genetic anchors, could sweep across the face of the world, gathering humans of all kinds within their grasp. For when Paul separated genes and gods, he helped unleash a force that would bring together superorganismic groupings on a scale the world had never seen. He helped make the meme the world's most powerful form of replicator. 19th century psychologist William James once said that St. Paul was a biological failure because he was beheaded. Paul had no children. His genes simply ceased to be. Yet, said James, St. Paul was magnificently adapted to the larger environment of history. For history is no longer the sole province of the gene. History is the environment of the meme. How wrong ideas can be right. In the 1950s, 3 Midwestern scientists, Leon Festinger, Henry Riecon, and Stanley Schachter, heard of a small cult in Chicago dedicated to the proposition that the Earth was about to come to an end. To learn all they could about how such a belief system works, they joined the group. They were astonished by the resulting experience. The cult was led by a middle-aged couple, Dr. Thomas Armstrong, a pseudonym the researchers used in their writings to spare the real leader embarrassment, was a well-educated doctor who worked for a college health service. His co-leader, Mrs. Marion Keach, another pseudonym, claimed to be receiving messages from spiritual beings on other planets, beings she called the Guardians. These kindly souls did not bother to send space-suited messengers. Instead, they delivered their truths through automatic writing. Mrs. Keach would sit at a desk, a pencil in her hand. Suddenly, the pencil would move. Jerking spasmodically across the page, it would fill the paper with words. When the possession was over and her hand at last came to rest, Mrs. Keach would lift her pad and read. The words her fingers had formed, unknowingly, were messages from a distant world. For a while, the creatures from another planet were content to issue Mrs. Keach a set of pronouncements remarkably similar to Christianity. Then they changed their tone. They predicted that a massive flood would soon erupt in the Western Hemisphere and drown the entire world. But there was hope. Just before the inundation, the Guardians would send flying saucers to rescue those believers who had been wise enough to follow the teachings conveyed through the Intergalactic Councilor's spokeswoman on Earth, Mrs. Keach. For several weeks, the 30 followers of the Guardians obsessively carried out the departure instructions their extraplanetary advisors had provided. They memorized the passwords that would get them through saucer security. I left my hat at home. What is your question? And I am my own porter. They took all the metal out of their clothes. Some gave away their personal belongings, quit their jobs, abandoned their college classes, and got ready to say goodbye to the earthly life they had known. Neighbors and relatives did not always look kindly on these activities. Dr. Armstrong's sister filed a lawsuit to have his children taken away. He was fired from the college health service. Neighbors and family members of his followers threatened to have the space-crazed believers clapped into an asylum. However, few of the Guardians' little flock were deterred, for they believed that their very survival depended on faithfully following extraterrestrial orders. When the day of the Great Flood arrived, reporters appeared to interview the followers. Not anxious to share the good fortune of their imminent survival, the believers and the Guardians preferred to keep the wisdom that could save their fellow Earthlings to themselves. So they turned away journalists with a simple, no comment. As the critical hour drew nigh, the believers shooed a cluster of reporters away from Dr. Armstrong's house and made ready for their midnight escape from this doomed Earth. They donned the slashed clothing from which they had ripped zippers, fasteners, eyelets, and every other metal device. The men held up their pants with ropes. Gathered in the living room, the flock received last-minute instructions from the guardians through the automatic scribbling of Mrs. Keach, and methodically drilled the use of its passwords, chanting in unison phrases like, "I am my own porter, I am my own pointer." As midnight approached, the followers fell silent. They sat with their coats in their laps, holding themselves so still that the air seemed hammered by the ticking of the room's 2 clocks. 1 minute before the saucer was due to arrive, Mrs. Keach exclaimed proudly, in a strained, high-pitched voice, "And not a plan has gone astray." But 12 o'clock passed, and there was no whirring of anti-gravity engines, no great rush of air from above, no luminescence lighting up the lawn outside the windows. The believers sat stock still, their faces frozen. The researchers noted that it became clear later that they had been hit hard. Finally, the faithful stirred. In desperation, they went over the messages and the original prediction to see if they had made an error in calculation. They argued one explanation for the delay after another. Then, at 4 a.m., Mrs. Keach began to cry. Reported the researchers, "She knew," she sobbed, "that there were some who were beginning to doubt, but that the group must beam light to those who needed it most, and that the group must hold together." The catalyst that might indeed save them from dissolution arrived at 4:45 a.m. Mrs. Keach's hand suddenly jerked across the page of her writing pad with a new message from the guardians. The faith of the believers, it said, had spread so much light that God had saved the world from destruction. Then the guardians delivered an even more significant directive: publicize the fact that the believers had saved humanity. Mrs. Keach leaped to the phone to call the very newspapers whose reporters she and the others had chased away just the night before. When she hung up, others rushed to the phone, seized with a sudden sense of purpose, and dialed more media outlets whose inquiries they had shunned in the previous weeks. The Saucer Group had found a new mission: to increase the size of their congregation by winning new converts. New converts to a belief that had been proven false. Why did the failure of a prediction trigger a spasm of new activity? Because the measure of the success of a web of memes, a myth, a hypothesis, or a dogma, is not its truth, but how well it serves as social glue. If a belief system performs that function well enough, it can trigger the growth of a superorganism of massive size, even if its most basic tenets prove dead wrong. In the early 1840s, a wealthy American farmer named William Miller claimed to have figured out the date of the world's end. The great time of reckoning, when fire would scourge the earth and usher in 1,000 years of peace and righteousness, would arrive, said Miller, in 1843. Miller's passionate preaching inspired 50,000 converts to wait patiently for the moment when their belief in the agriculturalist's words would put them at the center of a new world order. Many closed their shops and gave away their farms in anticipation of the happy day. But 1843 came and went, and this earthly orb remained intact, unsinged by any cosmic blowtorch. Miller changed the date of his prediction to October 22, 1844. When the newly revised moment of death and glory rolled around, Miller's claim once again proved empty. But none of that prevented Miller's ideas from welding together a massive social group. The creed his disciples founded is best known today as Seventh-day Adventism. As of 1981, the movement could claim 3,668,000 adherents in 184 countries. Marxism also attracted its following with predictions that failed to come true. The dictatorship of the proletariat, believers said, would be only a temporary phase. Freed from the oppression of capitalism, citizens would lose their greed, their aggression, and their desire to lord it over their neighbors. The new communist man would emerge, a creature of infinite goodwill, eager to work and help his comrades. Once the society consisted entirely of these blissfully transformed mortals, government would simply melt away. Unfortunately, when the shackles of capitalism were removed in the Russian Revolution of 1917, men and women remained as selfish, lazy, and argumentative as ever. A rapidly bloating Soviet state was bolstered by armies of secret police whose efforts were designed to restrain the foibles of those who had failed to undergo transformation. But for generations, the flaws of Marx's idealistic prophecies no more stopped the march of his ideas than the failure of William Miller's forecasts slowed the growth of Adventism. Even today, when the Marxist states have supposedly crumbled, Western academics and Russian protesters bearing posters of Stalin are convinced that the old ideology's woes are merely a temporary rest stop on the long march to triumph, for Marxism has been a marvelous social glue. If you can convince enough people of your worldview, no matter how wrong you are, you're right. The real significance of a meme is its power to pull together a superorganism. The Village of the Sorcerers and the Riddle of Control. All diseases of Christians are to be ascribed to demons. St. Augustine. Why are humans drawn to ideas like filings to a magnet? Why do memes have the power to create, elevate, pacify, and kill? One answer is a Rube Goldberg machine built into the human frame, a physiological widget with some rather remarkable tricks. In the Nilgiri hills of India, shortly before the Europeans came, there lived 4 tribes. One tribe, the Badaga, were farmers. Another, the Kota, were craftsmen. A third, the Toda, were herdsmen. And the fourth, the Kurumba, made and raised almost nothing at all. The Badaga, Kota, Toda, and Kurumba lived together in a delicate harmony, each supplying a vital something that the other 3 needed and paying for the indispensable products of its neighbors with its own handiwork. But there was one form of merchandise for which the Badaga, the Kota, and the Toda were willing to pay far more than for any of the others. Sometimes their need for this single good mounted to the level of hysterical panic. Yet to us, this commodity might seem the least essential of them all. After the yearly harvest, the women of the Kota craftspeople fashioned pots and carried them, along with iron hoes, forks, and plowshares forged by their husbands, to the village of the Badaga farmers. There the 2 tribes held a feast. When the celebration was over, the Kota craftspeople left, carrying a gift from their Badaga farmer hosts, a year's supply of wheat. The Kota craftsmen not only made household goods, they were accomplished musicians. To obtain their meat, they played their tunes at the rituals of their herdsmen neighbors, the Toda. In exchange for music that soothed the gods, the Toda cattle raisers gave the Kota artisan musicians meat from the sacrifice of a buffalo. So the Kota lived in cozy economic interdependence with the Toda livestock breeders and Badaga farmers, swapping handicrafts and music for steaks and bread. But of all 4 tribes, the one with the greatest economic power was the Kurumba. Living in the jungle, the Kurumba did not raise wheat, did not make household utensils, and did not provide meat. They never even set forth to sell their wares. Yet the work they offered brought the Kota craftfolk trekking through the dense foliage to the Kurumba village, begging for a service that was totally intangible, one whose value cannot even be proven to exist. The Kurumba were sorcerers. The Kota utensil makers paid regular insurance to these forest magicians. After all, the Kurumba spell weavers controlled the dark forces that could snatch you in the middle of the night and bring you down with dropsy, epilepsy, or sleeping sickness. In his classic book, Economic Anthropology, Melville J. Herskovitz writes, "The Kurumba exacted all the market would bear, and on occasion their demands were anything but modest. When a Kota fell ill, for example, his relatives, indicating how they had been regular and generous in sending gifts to their Kurumba worker of magic, would complain that he had not fulfilled his part of the agreement to keep them from harm. The customary reply would be that some especially powerful Kurumba sorcerer had been insulted by a Kota or had become envious of their good fortune, and was therefore sending unusually strong magic against his victim. Only sustained effort, to be called forth by the giving of extra gifts, might counteract this influence, and since there was no other recourse, the Kota would have to give more and more lavishly. Since nature endows the body with vast arsenals for self-defense, The majority of the Kurumba necromancer's clients recovered. Occasionally, however, one succumbed. When a relative died, the furious Kota artisan family did not ask for their money back, nor did they complain that the sorcery of their jungle neighbors was a fraud. Far from it. The Kurumba protector was offered sympathy for having had to grapple with so powerful an adversary. The members of the Kota tribe did not know that their Kurumba spell-makers provided them with about as much protection against the evil spirits as a Kmart Superman costume would offer against a drive-by shooter's bullets. They clung to the belief in their medical protectors with a passion that went far beyond the borders of reason. But why? To the Kota tribesmen, illness and death were forces they could not touch, manipulate, slow down, or shoo away. The sorcerers sold the notion that through their intercession, mere mortals could stop the unstoppable, bringing death to heel like a well-trained dog. They offered a fantasy that is more important to us than the reality of our daily bread, an illusion that actually can make the difference between life and death, the illusion of control. Control is extremely powerful stuff. Pioneering anthropologist Bronislaw Malinowski, researching the Trobriand Islanders from 1914 to 1918, demonstrated that these South Sea fishermen used ritual to generate a false sense of mastery when they were about to set out on deep-sea expeditions, highly unpredictable ventures in which finding prey was more a matter of luck than skill, and the chances of being drowned in a storm were great. On the other hand, the islanders didn't bother with mumbo-jumbo when harvesting sea life in their predictable lagoons. Ritual, Malinowski concluded, was a means of creating a false sense of control when reality was intolerably slippery. In his 1927 The Future of an Illusion, Sigmund Freud went a step further and declared that man will cling to religion's fantasy of control as long as science fails to give him actual power over his destiny. But the extent to which the need for control is stitched into our biology did not become apparent until roughly 40 years later, when it was discovered that lab animals who are given control live longer and have higher antibody counts and fewer ulcers. J. Weiss at New York's Rockefeller University put two groups of rats in cages with electrically wired floors. When the current was turned on, the rats' unprotected pink feet would receive a painful shock. One group of rats could neither stop nor escape the onset of the electrical charge. A second group was granted a modest privilege. Its cages were outfitted with a switch that allowed these rodents to turn off the electricity. The group with the switch, in short, had control. The rats who had been able to control their punishment emerged from the experiment in relative health, despite their heavy dose of electrical torment. But the group that had no control came out of their ordeal with a high incidence of stomach ulcers. The difference occurred despite the fact that the two groups of rats received precisely the same amount of electrical shock at precisely the same time. What's more, in similar studies at the University of Colorado, after only a short exposure to uncontrollable pain, the immune defenses of helpless rats crumbled, leaving the creatures highly vulnerable to infection and to cancer-causing drugs. Control protected the health of the rats with the switch, and the lack of control stripped their hapless brethren of even their own internal protectors. Numerous additional experiments have confirmed control's benefits to physical health. Control is also the magic ingredient that keeps us alert in the face of danger. It does so by suppressing the output of endorphins. Endorphins are chemicals produced by the body to soothe our pain. They are similar in molecular construction to morphine, and they have morphine's ability to smother suffering. Endorphins have been glorified in popular literature as blessed biological benefactors. In reality, however, they are seductive poisons. Endorphins' power to anesthetize is great, but they cripple us in the bargain, shuttering our perceptions and cutting our resistance to disease. Two groups of rats were placed in shock cages. One group could escape the shock by jumping to an unelectrified platform. A second group could not. In short, the rats who could make the leap had a primitive form of control. The systems of the rats who could not control their shock were flooded with endorphins. The rats who did have control, on the other hand, avoided an endorphin surge. The rats without control were afflicted with endorphins' dulling of the senses and the mind, while the rats with a handle on their fate remained perceptive and alert. Other experiments indicate something equally ominous. The lack of control disables the ability for long-term potentiation of neurons. In other words, it wreaks havoc on the ability to retain and act on vital information. Control, in humans and rats, energizes the mind. A lack of control can cripple mental powers. Two groups of human subjects were given a set of complicated puzzles and a proofreading chore. Both groups had to carry out their tasks while an irritating noise grated away in the background. There was one major difference between the two experimental contingents. One had control, and one did not. The tables at which one group of subjects sat had a button. With that button, they could turn off the wretched sound. The second group's members had no control at all. Without a button, they simply had to grin and bear it. The group with the control buttons on their desks sailed through the puzzles and made only a modest number of errors in their proofreading. The group with no control did miserably. They mastered 5 times fewer puzzles, and their proofreading was atrocious. The deprivation of control had clouded their minds. Strangest of all, the group with the button never actually pushed that button once. It wasn't the noise or lack of it that affected their performance. It was the mere idea that if they'd wanted to, they could shut it off. It was the thought of control. The coda came crawling to their sorcerer neighbors begging for an invisible form of help because forest witch doctors sold the impression that through their services men could hold their fingers above the unseen button that turns off death and disease. This belief in magic is one clue to our need for memes. Religious and scientific schemes, clusters of guesswork that sometimes seem like a madman's dreams, offer the feeling of control, an indispensable fuel for the physiological powerhouses of life. The modern medical shaman. How backward these Kota villagers were, you may very well say. What strange nonsense preyed on their primitive minds. How fortunate we are that, in our modern age, few of us are this gullible. But we are. Like the Kurumba sorcerers, modern doctors sell the illusion of control. Often when you describe your symptoms to your MD, he gives you an indifferent look, as if no such problem exists. You are not the only one your doctor treats this way. Norman Cousins, in Human Options, described a case that he considered all too typical, one in which the hospital staff was contented with a half-truth. The investigation of the patient was decidedly unscientific in that it stopped short of even an attempt to determine the real cause of the symptoms. As soon as organic disease could be excluded, the whole problem was given up. But the symptoms persisted. The case was a medical failure in note of the fact that the patient went home with the assurance that there was nothing the matter with her. According to the National Center for Health Statistics, Americans make 600 million office visits per year. Doctors conclude that the patients in over half these cases have no real problem. Why would a man selling his ability to deal with disease pretend that your affliction is a whim? After all, the symptoms one generation swears are in your head are often shown by research to be real a few decades later. But a doctor does not generally confess ignorance. He is selling the illusion of omnipotence, the illusion that through consulting him you gain control over your body, the same illusion sold by the sorcerers of India. Occasionally your physician changes tactics. He gives you a name for your problem, but no cure. The name alone, like a magic talisman, makes you feel you have a problem your doctor can control. Or the doctor gives you a prescription. Often it's simply for an anti-inflammatory drug, an imitation aspirin. In most cases, an anti-inflammatory agent will not cure you, but it may provide momentary relief from a symptom, and it could produce the placebo effect, another benefit of the illusion of control. The doctor may send you to the hospital for tests, but try asking him what treatments are available once the tests are over. In many cases, there are none, or at most 1 or 2. The tests, and the elaborate equipment used to administer them, are frequently part of a show designed to enhance the illusion of a vast technology providing the doctor with control. Take, for example, one of the current age's most common afflictions, the back problem. If you come down with back pain and are sent for tests, You can have myelograms, X-rays, CAT scans, or nuclear magnetic resonance scans. But ask first what the doctor can do to treat you when the tests are over. The range of remedies include a laminectomy, surgical removal of a disc, after which two vertebrae are generally fused, an anti-inflammatory drug, a psychiatrist, physiotherapy, or the injection of papain. Generally, the test results do not influence the doctor's choice of cures. So why the tests? To cover the doctor against potential malpractice claims and to sell the illusion of control. Medical science has made massive progress since the days of leeches and bleedings, but is still helpless in the face of many of mankind's ailments. In fact, there is a good chance that the doctor's art has had far less to do with the advance of modern health than any of us would like to think. Several medical authors in 1987 and 1988 produced illuminating historical critiques of mortality statistics. These analyses demonstrated a puzzling fact, that mankind's lengthening lifespan owes less than we might imagine to modern drugs, diagnostic techniques, surgery, hospitals, or any of the other tools of contemporary health care. The investigators pointed out that devastating illnesses like typhoid, cholera, measles, smallpox, and tuberculosis began their decline in the mid-1800s. Over time, these sicknesses dwindled to a tiny fraction of their previous levels. The wonder drugs usually credited with eradicating the diseases, antibiotics, were not invented until nearly 100 years after the illnesses started to disappear. Tuberculosis, for example, decreased by a startling 97% from 1800 to 1945. Only then was streptomycin finally introduced to mop up the meager fraction still remaining. Apparently, it was not just the set of bottles in the doctor's bag or the miraculous pills dispensed by his prescriptions that virtually destroyed the deadly scourge. Exactly what did produce the dramatic improvement in contemporary health still eludes the experts. Some say it was better nutrition, the introduction of clean water supplies, and the improvement of sanitation. Others, like California epidemiologist Leonard A. Sagan, suggest that it was the greater freedom, and hence degree of control, that became available to the average citizen. Maybe it's not so surprising, then, that a vast variety of the symptoms that afflict mankind puzzle even the most erudite doctor. Over 50% of the patients who troop into medical offices are sent home with the assurance that there's nothing really wrong. Even well-understood illnesses are far less controllable by medical techniques than physicians are willing to admit. However, the medical profession deals with this dilemma by hiding its ignorance. According to a 1987 study by psychologist Dan Baron of Israel's Ben Gurion University, patients are usually better able to predict the impact of their malady than their doctors. What doctors are selling, then, is not necessarily the ability to cure us, but the illusion of control. While medical practitioners make their living from the human hunger for control, they themselves are also frequently victims of that hunger. Like their patients, doctors need desperately to believe that they can indeed dominate the forces of disease and healing. Psychological research suggests that people tend to block out what they can't control and focus on what they can. The medical profession's eyes are frequently blinded by this phenomenon. One good example is the medical community's former refusal to acknowledge the existence of adolescent depression. Frederick K. Goodwin, scientific director of the National Institute of Mental Health, explains that the psychotherapeutic community only recognized the existence of severe depression in teenagers and children in the mid-1970s. Goodwin says, "Until maybe 10 years ago, we believed that severe depression was solely an illness of adults. Adolescents didn't develop real depression, they just had adolescent adjustment problems. So most psychiatrists didn't and still don't think to look for it in kids. Now, however, we know that idea is dead wrong. In the 50s or 60s, you may have had a 14-year-old who couldn't sleep, who'd stopped eating, who was spending a good deal of his time weeping, who may have been a good student, bright, cheerful, and sociable, but now seemed cut off from other people. If you'd taken that child to a psychiatrist or psychologist, the doctor would almost certainly have dismissed the symptoms as merely a phase." Meanwhile, in 1951, medical researchers developed a new drug, iproniazid, to treat tuberculosis. When the substance produced strange side effects, making patients euphoric and unusually energetic, it was slated for the medical trash can. Then in 1957, a few psychiatrists discovered that iproniazid could be used to relieve depression in patients who hadn't responded to any other form of therapy. But it wasn't until the 70s that the use of these miraculous new pills spread through the medical community. When antidepressants began to spill from the pharmaceutical factories, a phenomenon that hadn't existed in the minds of doctors emerged from the shadows of denial. The physician was suddenly willing to see a set of symptoms that a few years earlier he had airily dismissed. Today, the good doctor sagely pronounces the new diagnosis he's picked up from the medical journals, and he centers his pen over his pad to jot a prescription. One old expression says, "A man whose only tool is a hammer analyzes every problem in terms of nails." Without the hammer of antidepressants, the doctor once denied the existence of adolescent depression. Now that the physician has a tool that provides control, he is ready to open his eyes. The doctor, it seems, craves control as deeply as his patient. Control and the urge to pray. Religious leaders in the distant past capitalized far more avidly than doctors on man's addiction to control. During the 11th century, a battle raged over who would hold supreme authority in Europe. The leading contenders were the Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope. The Emperor commanded massive armies and treasuries overflowing with wealth, and he had the loyalty of noblemen spread over a vast distance. The Pope, too, had his treasury and armies, but he possessed a tactical weapon of a kind no emperor could match: the illusion of control. In the 200 years since Charlemagne, the Holy Roman Emperors had lorded it over the popes. To ascend the papal throne, a candidate was forced to obtain the emperor's permission. And just to make his subservience crystal clear, the newly elected pope underwent a solemn ceremony in which he was handed his symbols of power by the emperor himself. The ceremony telegraphed the message that in heaven the pope may derive his authority from God, but on earth he receives it from the Holy Roman Emperor. In 1073, a gentleman won the papal election who was not willing to take this procedure lying down. His name was Hildebrand, later known as Pope Gregory VII. Hildebrand wanted to make the Church answerable only to the dictates of God. In other words, he was dead set on elevating the Church's power over that of the Emperor. Hildebrand had a reputation for never sidestepping a good fight. The new pope started his reign with a virtual slap in the face to the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV. The pontiff never bothered to arrange the elaborate ceremony in which he would humbly accept his crown from Emperor Henry. Instead, the new Holy Father simply took the throne himself. Then he sent a curt message to the emperor informing his abashed majesty of this fait accompli. 2 years later, the pugnacious pope added insult to injury. Rulers had long enjoyed the privilege of appointing the bishops within the boundaries of their own realm. Hildebrand declared that this practice would immediately come to a halt. From now on, the Church in Rome would make these appointments. The gall of the new pronouncement was startling. Under Pope Hildebrand's new system, religious officials would no longer be men the secular authority could count on for loyalty or cooperation. They would no longer be extensions of the king's own bureaucracy. Instead, these powerful local figures would be virtual foreign agents. As if this weren't bad enough, Hildebrand went out of his way to tweak the emperor's nose. He excommunicated a few of the sovereign's closest advisers. Then he demanded imperiously that His Majesty show up in Rome to defend himself against charges of misconduct. This was about as much as Henry IV could take. The ruler finally decided to show the upstart pope just who was boss. Henry convoked a church synod within his territory, a synod of clerical figures loyal to himself. Under Henry's guidance, the cooperative churchmen declared in no uncertain terms that Pope Hildebrand was fired. Then Henry sat back, smugly confident he had won. After all, how could an ecclesiastical prayer juggler stand up to a sovereign who commanded the greatest armies in Europe and could crush whole countries on the merest whim? But Henry had overlooked something. The Vicar of Christ demonstrated that he, like the inhabitants of the village of the sorcerers, had a stranglehold over a weapon no mere king could command. Hildebrand excommunicated the population of Germany. In response, the German citizenry, fearing that their souls would be cast into eternal torment, so pressured their ruler that he was forced to travel to Canossa and stand barefoot in a snowy courtyard for 3 days, begging the pontiff's forgiveness. Like the Kurumba sorcerers, the Pope claimed command over forces that were invisible. He maintained that his priests had power over the hidden gateways that led to an unseen heaven and hell. With his influence over an unprovable realm, the Pope claimed the right to control the uncontrollable. The medieval church made substantial sums by selling its illusions, and indeed the phantasms pardoners peddled, control and hope, were vital to individual survival. A study of 2,832 subjects by Robert Anda of the Centers for Disease Control showed that adults deprived of all sense of hope are 4 times more likely to die of heart disease. In real life, the average serf was nailed to the land as Christ had been nailed to the cross. He was subject to famine and plague. The major decisions that affected his days were made by the lord of the manor. Periodically, a serf's cottage was ravaged, his crops destroyed, his cattle taken, and his wife raped by the troops of a neighboring noble, a passing foreign military group, a band of brigands, or sometimes by the troops of his own king. The serf had no hope, and he had no control. But hope and control, as we've seen, are biologically necessary to both the immune system and the brain. The Church said this earthly life would be but a short period of torment, followed by a stretch of time that counted infinitely more, an eternal afterlife. Only 1 in 1,000, said the Church, would make it to the golden gates of paradise. But that, at least, was hope. And there were ways to guarantee that you would be among those bound for heaven's glory. You could show repentance for your sins. You could purchase pardons that brought you immunity to the results of your evil acts. You could share in the body and blood of Christ through the communion offered by your local priest on a regular basis for a small fee. And you could go on a pilgrimage. No wonder the citizens of Germany found the Pope's excommunication intolerable. He was excluding them from hope, snatching away the only thing that made life tolerable. More to the point, he was depriving them of the fantasy of control, a necessary device for tricking the body into survival. Religion continues to offer its minions that vital slice of delusion. Fundamentalists Anonymous, a group of former religious extremists who have bolted from the reactionary Christian movement, says that to the fundamentalist, Christ is a device for resolving every puzzle. Submission to religious authority, the fundamentalist believes, will give him control over the vagaries of life. As we've seen before, modern fundamentalist leaders are following in the footsteps of Pope Hildebrand and attempting to translate their grip over the illusion of control into political power, using organizational entities like the Christian Coalition, the Christian Voice, the American Coalition for Traditional Values, the American Family Association, and the resuscitated Moral Majority to implement the divine covenant by which some ministers proclaim that God has destined his true believers to rule America. Like Pope Hildebrand in the 11th century, fundamentalists have not been content to reign supreme in matters of the soul, for they would like to rule the earth. The memes of magic, medicine, medieval Christianity, and modern fundamentalism offer an illusion that duplicates the health-giving force that saved a rat in a cage from harm. They hold out the illusion of power over the shocks and pains of life. Power and the invisible world. Fetch me a fruit of the banyan tree. Here is one, sir. Break it. I have broken it, sir. What do you see? Very tiny seeds, sir. Break one. I have broken it, sir. What do you see now? Nothing, sir. My son, the father said, what you do not perceive is the essence, and in that essence the mighty banyan tree exists. Believe me, my son, in that essence is the self of all that is. That is the true. Chandogya, Upanishad, Chapter 6, Verse 13. The fundamentalist submits to the authority of his minister. Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV bent his knee in the snow to the Pope, and we submit to the authority of the doctor. Control is power, says the dictionary, and the dictionary is quite right. But how is the illusion of control turned into power over you and me? Witch doctors, prophets, priests, scientists, and medical doctors gain our confidence by giving us the feeling that they have tapped into an invisible truth, a truth hidden behind the surface world we see. The keepers of the mysteries exude a certainty that through their contact with this invisible world, they are able to solve the problems that, to us, seem baffling. As a result, we give these figures almost anything they want. Americans are currently pumping money into the pockets of physicians and their attendants at a rate that is truly astonishing. Expenditure for medical care, to everyone's dismay, is the fastest-growing segment of the American economy. Yet, on one of the simplest measures of overall health, infant mortality, we ranked a dismal 20th. The babies of those nations that have not indulged in a medical spending spree actually are more likely to stay alive. Said Senator Lawton Chiles of Florida, "If your child was born in Singapore or Hong Kong, it would have a better chance of reaching the age of 1 than if it was born in the United States." Over 500 years ago, folks offered up the same kind of frantic financial sacrifice to their priests. The result? Roughly a third of the land of England was in the hands of the Church until Henry VIII took it away. What's more, the income of the Church in Henry's day was £300,000 per year. The revenue of the English government, on the other hand, was a mere 100,000. Outside the Western world, the power of holy men to pull in earthly goods like a super magnet lasted much longer. Before China's unconscionable invasion of Tibet in 1950, priests ran the country and controlled an unbelievable percentage of the Himalayan nation's wealth. In America, television evangelists are resurrecting the priestly phenomenon, sucking in the dollars of believers by the sackful. But how do priests, scientists, and physicians manage to cement their power? The rise of Isaac Newton in the early 1700s allows us to see one such power structure being crafted. Newton established the absolute authority of science in the minds of Western men by implying that he could see into the very forces of the cosmos. With his mathematical theories, Newton accomplished something that had eluded all the wise men of his age. He explained the motions of the moon and planets. Newton's followers claimed that Sir Isaac had generated a method that would penetrate all of the workings of the universe. When the Newtonian scheme successfully mastered the intricacies of the solar system, it seemed these enthusiasts must be right. In reality, Newton's system predicted very little about the universe in which men actually lived. It gave no explanation whatsoever for men's depressions and despairs, for their desires and their greed. It could not predict or control war. It was utterly baffled by the problem of how an inert sphere of matter, an egg, turns seemingly by itself into a chick. Yet enthusiasts in the Age of Reason felt Newton held the keys that would unlock all of life's mysteries. Newtonian science swept nearly every other form of analysis from respectability, and Newton himself obtained the power to crush his rivals, dictate what was intellectually acceptable and what was not, and even to steal the credit for the discoveries of his fellow natural philosophers. When men look desperately for masters of control, they do not peck at the limitations of the new Savior. They seize the idea of his power with hungry enthusiasm, for the new sorcerer offers the promise of influencing that which seems impossible to influence. The same trick of using a few insights into the motions of heavenly bodies to imply mastery over all of the known universe vaulted previous generations of savants to positions of incredible power. Babylonian astronomers, 3,000 years before Newton, became power brokers by predicting the seasons and producing a viable calendar. So did the Chinese emperors, who made sure that the computations of their own calendar were kept top secret, since those calculations were the key to their hold over the state. In Central America, Mayan and Aztec priests also held massive power by virtue of astronomical virtuosity. These priests were housed in elaborately architected city centers, while the peasants who raised the crops they ate resided in hovels in the countryside. Tribute of all kinds flowed to the divine intercessors: food, clothing, and gold. Furthermore, these middlemen for the gods could dictate life and death. The holy men ordered the armies of the Aztec Empire to scour distant lands in search of captives. Then the priests sacrificed the prisoners of war by the tens of thousands to satisfy their invisible gods. On occasion, the Aztec clerics would cut open the chests and tear out the hearts of as many as 5,000 humans in a single day. The key to the power of the Aztec priests was similar to that which made Newton the king of science. These Central American men of wisdom made careful astronomical observations and worked out a system for predicting heavenly events. Because the priests could foretell a few celestial occurrences, the citizens around them concluded that priestly power didn't stop there. Surely, the priesthood must have found a way to peer into the invisible machinery that dominates life and death, illness, misfortune, and the luck of the triumphant. Newton, the Aztec priests, the medieval pope, and the modern doctor all gained power through a simple device: the impression that they held the levers with which man could manipulate an invisible world. Our cultures, in fact, are our collective fantasies about the worlds we cannot see. They are tapestries of memes. If you were a Sioux 100 years ago, you believed that there were spirits who manifested themselves in eagles and clouds. If you're a modern Westerner, you know all of this is bunkum. If you're a traditional New Guinean, you believe that ancestors hover around your hut ruling the family's affairs like puppet masters, pulling the strings of health, wealth, and happiness. If you're a Christian, you feel that aside from an occasional ghost haunting a house in Amityville, the ancestors have all had the good grace to depart shortly after they died. On the other hand, if you're a Christian, you believe that a man who breathed his last on a cross 2,000 years ago was the son of a vast and immortal being hovering somewhere above the visible sky, and that someday this long-departed soul will return to earth and usher in an entirely new order of things. If you're a Buddhist, you know with absolute certainty that this is a figment of the Christian's imagination. Many of us moderns are convinced that we are above believing in unseen forces that quietly shape our destiny. But are we? Not quite. Our beliefs in invisible powers mold our behavior as surely as the certainty that an ancestor's spirit hovering in the corner of his hut influences the habits of the traditional New Guinean. You've seen coughing and sneezing, but have you ever seen a germ? Only the caretakers of our invisible world have spotted them, the scientists. Yet many of your sanitary decisions may well be based on the fear of these microorganisms, mini-monsters, of which you've never caught a glimpse. You probably avoid cholesterol, but have you ever had a peek at it? For those who don't use a microscope, it's as ethereal a force as the cloud-riding spirits of the Native Americans. With poor guidance, we stumble our way through the invisible, sometimes blundering badly. We accept most child-rearing theories, for example, with no evidence. The Sioux are horrified that we hold up a newborn baby and spank it. They believe the baby should be cradled tenderly and given love. Victorians thought that by holding a baby, you spoiled it. The same notion persisted in America through the first half of this century. In 1928, J.B. Watson, the leading American psychologist of his time, repeated the concept emphatically in a book that became the child-rearing Bible of the next 20 years. There is a sensible way of treating children. Treat them as though they were young adults. Dress them, bathe them with care and circumspection. Let your behavior always be objective and kindly firm. Never hug or kiss them. Never let them sit in your lap. If you must, kiss them once on the forehead when they say good night. Shake hands with them in the morning. Give them a pat on the head if they have made an extraordinarily good job of a difficult task. Try it out. In a week's time, you will find how easy it is to be perfectly objective with your child and at the same time kindly. You will be utterly ashamed of the mawkish, sentimental way you have been handling it. In conclusion, won't you then remember when you are tempted to pet your child that mother love is a dangerous instrument? An instrument which may inflict a never-healing wound, a wound which may make infancy unhappy, adolescence a nightmare, an instrument which may wrench your adult son or daughter's vocational future and their chances for marital happiness. Watson pontificated that mother love was a force that inserted itself into the invisible machinery of a child's psyche, destroying him as surely as an avenging ghost. You and I would not be able to see this psychic damage until it was too late, but Watson could peer directly into the unseen world of the human mind. After all, he was a psychologist. Research indicates that Watson's advice was just short of criminal. Anthropological studies of the Kung of the Kalahari show that children whose mothers pet them constantly often turn into far more self-confident adults than the coldly raised progeny of civilized Londoners. Why did parents follow experts like Watson into what was apparently a pit of error? Why are they today following specialists who say that you must deal with your child's misbehavior only by reasoning with him, or that you must encourage a child to vent all his hostile feelings? Because raising our young is another area in which we are wrestling with invisible forces. In fact, we do not know what spoils a baby. We often do not know why he is crying at this very minute. We certainly don't know what effect our picking him up today is likely to have 20 years from now. And when we are pathetically attempting to deal with the invisible, when we have the least evidence of reality, that is when we are most vulnerable to the power of the experts. Einstein and the Eskimos. Before the coming of the white man to the north, Eskimos believed that if they cut slabs of ice, organized them in a circle, formed a dome, and lived inside, they would please the spirits. Apparently the plan worked. The contented spirits made sure the Eskimos stayed warm even when the temperature dipped to 40 below zero outside. Eventually, Western scientists showed up and tried to explain how the Eskimos had mastered an invisible force called thermodynamics. According to these presumptuous foreigners, the igloo's tunnel-like entrance preheated outside air. The movable snow-block door let in precisely the amount of this air that could be further warmed by the seal oil lamp inside, and the adjustable hole in the roof allowed just enough of the resulting rising currents out to create the convection that kept the whole thing going. The sturdy igloo builders pooh-poohed thermodynamic nonsense. They knew exactly what invisible powers kept their dwellings warm. Indians worship an invisible divinity, the cow goddess. As a result, cows eat and Indians starve. We are appalled. Why don't the hungry Indians simply carve up some of the cattle wandering nonchalantly down their streets and wolf down a burger? Anthropologist Marvin Harris has shown that if the Indians slaughtered their cows and threw them between the buns of a Big Mac, far more of them would starve. Harris explains that the Indians survive by using the cow's dung as fuel, their traction to pull plows, and their milk to feed children. Killing the cows would make agriculture impossible, heating unheard of, and milk unavailable. The worship of the sacred cow works because it keeps alive the creatures on which the Indian economy is based. Pictures of the invisible world can have wild inaccuracies, but every view that flourishes does so because it solves at least one major problem. Balinese religious leaders kept their gods happy by throwing a series of holy feasts that peppered all 4 seasons. The country's agricultural practices were controlled by the ritual demands of this elaborate holiday calendar. But a few years ago, foreign experts persuaded Bali's farmers to free themselves from the dictates of superstition. Following the enlightened advice, cultivators planted and harvested according to modern schedules. The result was a disaster. Crops began to rot in the fields. Mice and insects got out of hand, eating away much of the harvest that did survive. It turned out that the ornate cycle of holidays with which the Indonesian priests had pleased their gods served a secondary function. It acted as a timing mechanism, mustering the farmers to open and close the sluices of the country's complex irrigation system, and to do their planting on precisely the right days to maximize crop production and minimize rodents and pests. In satisfying a set of arbitrary deities no one had ever seen, the priests had constructed a system more successful than any of Indonesia's up-to-date agricultural planners had yet been able to invent. Building pictures of the invisible world is the human way of trying to deal with the world we see. Each cosmology-making meme is a problem-solving device. allowing us to master dilemmas that a dog, a cat, or a canary has a great deal more difficulty coping with. Animals and human beings are both up against a world where most of what determines their fate is invisible to them at the moment. To a monkey in a clearing, food is nowhere in view. Often neither are the males he's competing with or the females he's competing for. The infants he's contending for the right to father do not, as yet, exist. The predators who could end his life are equally hidden from sight. But he has to deal with all of these to send his genes into the next generation. To survive, a human has to deal with an even more complex, invisible world. For a man on his way to work, most of the things that affect him are completely out of sight. Wife, children, boss, competitors at the office, stores that provide his food and clothing, or a natural disaster that could end his existence are all, for the moment, visible only in his imagination. But he has to measure these factors moment by moment to survive. As he sits in a car slowed by traffic, he is aware of his job, its purpose, the paycheck that won't arrive until Friday, the debate he and his wife may have when he gets home. And he has to make predictions. What pile of paperwork should he dig into if he wants to finish the report, whose deadline will come at the end of the day? How much can he afford to spend on a new suit if he plans to take the family to Hawaii for vacation? What should he say to his spouse when he steps back into the house that night to put her in a good mood? What should he avoid saying if he wants to sidestep a battle? To make predictions like these, scientists construct models of the real world. For example, the 19th century German Bernhard Riemann painstakingly worked out a mathematical picture of an imaginary territory. This curved landscape was warped in an odd way. It arched invisibly into a fourth dimension. Riemann used mathematical equations to feel out the features of this void, like a blind man piecing together an image of an unfamiliar space by probing with his cane. The diligent German ended up with a mathematical landscape portrait of an in-dimensional manifold, better known to its friends as curved space. Einstein felt he could apply this fanciful worldview to the universe in which you and I live, a cosmos with the three tangible dimensions of height, width, and depth, and one extra dimension, time. In Einstein's view, our universe was indeed curved, forming a hypersphere that bulged outward into a dimension we cannot see. From Riemann's curved world picture, the frizzy-haired physicist was able to predict a set of hitherto unobserved phenomena. When those predictions proved true, scientists adopted the Riemann model as an accurate portrait of much of the world invisible to them. That fantasy picture of an invisibly curved cosmos has been enabling them to make predictions ever since. Even animals need predictive powers. To see into the future, simple creatures like the frog have a pre-wired model of the world. The frog is built with a set of neural trip lines between his eye, the visual processors in his brain, and his tongue. These nerve cells are constructed to follow a set of simple instructions. Erratically moving object, flick tongue. Motionless object, don't bother. It works, and the frog ends up with food. His nerves embody a model of a planet in which objects flitting by are unusually delicious. But the frog's pre-wired picture of the world will not change with circumstances. Offer a starving frog an immobilized fly, and he simply will not touch it. His built-in portrait of the universe tells him that only objects that dart around are fit for dinner. If a captive frog goes on long enough ignoring the torpid bits of nourishment offered him, the flaws in his unbending world model could kill him. More complex animals, on the other hand, build parts of their models on experience. Their pictures of the invisible world are changeable. A dog is capable of quickly developing a model of things it's never seen before. Lock the hound in a room it's never visited, and the beast will immediately check out all the details, building up an image of the place, and searching for an exit it's never even glimpsed. Thanks to an ability to imagine walls and doorways it has never seen, the curious canine is able to predict the existence of an escape route. Albert Einstein used the mathematical model provided by Bernhard Riemann to predict everything from the energy in the atom to the motion of light. But instead of employing math to construct models, our minds most often use metaphors. Our brains are picture-making machines. Every culture has a world view, not an algebraic set of cosmic calculations. Uneducated medieval Christians pictured the earth as a flat disk that ended somewhere over the watery horizon. They predicted that small boats that sailed too far from the Atlantic shore would never be seen again. Renaissance intellectuals, on the other hand, revived the old Greek image of the terrestrial surface as a sphere. To Columbus, this meant that he might sail off into the western sunset and emerge with the sunrise on the Earth's eastern side. Columbus's optimism was based on a portrait of an underbelly of the planet that Europeans had never beheld, an image of the invisible. Genes are the form of replicator that dominated the evolutionary marathon for nearly 3 billion years. But in the latest blink of geological time, these strands of nucleotides have been outpaced by the matterless organizers called memes. Among the most potent memes are visions of things unseen. Like genes, memes do not operate in solo, but interlock in the mosaics that form Weltanschauungs, worldviews. A culture's view of its world is generally a vast grid of metaphors, starting with the creation of the universe, and designed to answer every mystery in life. That diagram of the cosmos is a tool with which we pry open our environment, a tool that creates strange byproducts. It offers an illusion of control, the illusion that turns on our immune system and our minds. The worldview also confers power on those who claim to be its guardians, sorcerers, doctors, scientists, and priests. It helps the powerful pull a social organism together. On occasion, as in the case of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, it even impels that social creature's members to lash out and kill. Yet a culture's picture of the invisible universe, its unifying cluster of memes, accomplishes something more. Though it may be riddled with bizarre errors and ludicrous imagery, a vision of the unseeable produces some small fragment of real mastery. Pictures of the invisible world helped Columbus cross the ocean, the Eskimo tame his winters, and the citizen of Bali regulate his irrigation. Someday, they may even help us moderns conquer the medical problems that doctors still insist do not exist. The mysteries of the evolutionary learning machine. The connectionist explanation of the mass mind's dreams. The secret behind the problem-solving abilities of worldviews is the same as that behind the success of superorganisms. It lies in the power of networks. One of the most irritating mathematical dilemmas facing computer scientists is the traveling salesman problem. Imagine that you're a salesman about to go out on a trip. You've decided to visit 10 different cities. How would you figure out which town should come first on your route, which should come second, which should come next, and so on, to give you the shortest mileage? Simple, you'd just sit down with a map and have an answer in an instant. But it's not that easy. Turns out that the potential number of sequences in which you could hit these 10 destinations comes to 181,440. Well, how about flicking on the switch of your desktop PC? Unfortunately, a conventional computer is rather slow at solving traveling salesman problems. Normal computers measure each potential routing one at a time. With close to 200,000 different options to test, that's a time-consuming process. And the traveling salesman dilemma is one that industry encounters all the time. Phone companies laying cable, for example, run into variations on the conundrum that make the simple 10-city example look like child's play. What's to be done? The stumbling block comes in part from the way normal computers are set up. Looking at a problem only one small part at a time, they can't see the big picture. In the mid-1980s, however, a new breed of computer experts began to experiment with machines that can explore a broader canvas. These are called connectionist webs or neural nets. Conventional computers deal with information the way a railroad switching yard deals with boxcars. A train a half-mile long arrives at one end of the yard in Chicago, dragging cars destined for Boston, Washington, Philadelphia, and New York. The trains on tracks next to it are also a jumble of cars headed for Boston, Washington, Philadelphia, and the Big Apple. The trick the yard handlers have ahead of them is to take each train apart, couple all the cars headed for New York to one locomotive, and send that locomotive on its way. At one end of the yard are 20 parallel tracks of trains waiting to be disassembled. At the other are 20 parallel tracks of trains that have been put back together and are preparing to depart. But the critical process takes place on one narrow set of tracks in the center of the yard where all the breaking down and reassembling is done. And each incoming train must wait its turn to get on that slender stretch of working track. A conventional computer also stores a sizable batch of information in a kind of holding pen, but has to shoot it, one small bit at a time, through a processor where the real work of computation and comparison is accomplished. This is called serial processing. Neural nets function in a radically different way. They don't use the narrow railroad track approach to information processing. Instead, they are shaped like spider webs that process information in parallel. The lines of the webs are electrical channels whose conductivity can be raised or lowered. The junctions where the lines meet are switches that can be turned on or off. Neural nets can solve problems by making rough models of the real world as they learn from data we give them. Here's how you'd solve the salesman's dilemma using a neural net. You'd pick 10 junction points on the web to represent 10 cities. You'd adjust the conductivity of the lines between them in a manner proportional to the distance between them. If two cities are 100 miles apart, for example, you'd set the resistance to 1 ohm. 200 miles apart, 2 ohms. 300 miles, 3 ohms. You'd turn on the current. The switch points representing your 10 cities would flicker on and off for a few fractions of a second as the network sought an equilibrium. Then it would disgorge the answer to your problem. In essence, the neural network works by using a model of the terrain the salesman is planning to travel. What's the advantage of this electronic model making? California Institute of Technology's John Hopfield showed that neural networks can solve the traveling salesman problem 10,000 times faster than a normal computer. Neural nets, like the human brain, can infer an invisible world from scraps of visible information. Give the word bat to a neural network built by neuroscientist James Anderson at Brown University, and it will respond with a list of the qualities of animals. Give the machine the word diamond, and it will spit out geometric shapes. Give the two words together, and the machine will come up with baseball. In its limited way, the neural net has inferred a broad picture of a complex and, at the moment, invisible mini-world, the baseball stadium, from two tiny fragments of information. Humans do the same. At this moment, thanks to the words bat and diamond, you can picture a runner stealing bases. Look around you. How many runners in baseball uniform do you see before your eyes? Like the neural net, humans can infer a picture of the world from two little words. The neural network technique does have its drawbacks. In the case of the traveling salesman problem, for example, Caltech's Hopfield points out that there is a bit of fuzziness about the net's answers. They are only the best solution 10% of the time, but they are close enough for all practical purposes. 90% of the time, the neural nets pick one of the two top answers. That's one of the two best out of 181,440. Normal computers, on the other hand, solve the traveling salesman problem with 100% accuracy, but they do it too slowly to be of any earthly value. Worldviews share the neural network's fuzziness. They are not precise, but they are frequently close enough. They can be wildly inaccurate. It isn't accuracy that counts, however, it's utility. They may be sloppy, but they render solutions to real-world problems fast. As neural net builder Hopfield says, biology, by and large, is not interested in finding the best things, just things that are pretty good that can be found quickly. The creators of electronic spiderwebs have called them neural nets for a reason. These problem-solving skeins of wiring are deliberately modeled on the networks of nerve cells in the brain. In fact, the brain contains webs of circuitry so vast that the machines being built in scientific laboratories are minuscule by comparison. The worldview you build from childhood is carried in billions of cells whose connecting threads are precisely adjusted to give you your picture of the world. The late Dr. Donald Hebb, one of the foremost theoreticians on the subject of the human brain, called those networks cell assemblies. He described these as circuits through which stimuli flow like waters through the delta of the Mississippi. If that's true, it would help explain a bit about the nature of understanding. Hebb's model of interconnected mental circuits helps us comprehend why, though we're hit with thousands of random perceptions, very few stick to us. Occasionally one jumps out as significant because it seems to fit within our pattern of beliefs and can be patched into our existing neural net. If we believe that life is a battle between Satan and God, some small event can seem proof positive that Satan is out to snare us. If we believe, as the Chinese and the Romans did, that the heavens are filled with messages about our fate, the sight of a shooting star may trigger a sense of imminent calamity. If our belief system says absolutely nothing about a relationship between the stars and life on Earth, that same blazing meteorite will seem like a passing curiosity of no lasting significance and may never make it into the brain circuitry at all. In the case of the person who believes that the heavens portend events on Earth, the sight of the shooting star is patched into an outstretched web of neural connections and takes its place in the greater whole. We hunt, over the next days or weeks, for the event it forecasts. A neural network like this takes a lifetime to build. Without a web of cell assemblies, it would be impossible to recall the myriad events that parade past our eyes and ears, much less to make sense of them. It's easy to see why humans are willing to fight to the death to defend the memes that constitute their belief systems. To allow a faith or ideology to be overthrown would be to abandon a massive neural fabric in which you've invested an entire life, a network that cannot easily be replaced, perhaps that cannot be replaced at all. When T.H. Huxley's favorite son died, a friend advised him to abandon his blasted agnosticism and accept the comfort of Christianity. Huxley answered that he couldn't alter a set of principles established after so much thought and deliberation merely to assuage his grief. He refused to toss away a system of beliefs he'd built up over a lifetime. Early Christian martyrs felt the same way. They preferred dying riddled with arrows or torn apart by beasts to forsaking their worldviews. With a neural net of enormous size, humans see the invisible forces ruling their lives. Neural networks help the Eskimos invent the igloo, the Balinese create their irrigation system, and Einstein and Bernhard Riemann to paint a four-dimensional universe. Neural nets and the conceptual webs they hold give us our illusion of control over those things that elude our grasp. In fact, they are the imprecise mechanisms that sometimes give us control's reality. Society as a neural net. A social group is also a network. If a hunter corners a mother otter, she'll cry out for her mate. If the hunter kills her, her babies will starve. She's only one nexus in a web of relationships. Marvin Minsky, co-founder of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at MIT, thinks of the brain as a society of sub-assemblies cooperating to learn about the world. The image can easily be reversed. A society is a brain, a learning device that works according to the principles that drive a neural net. Like switches wired together in a connectionist web, a community of bees is constantly communicating to form a mass brain that can solve problems no single bee could ever tackle. In one experiment, scientists began by placing a dish of sugar water at the exit of a hive. Over the course of time, they moved the water, first a few inches from the hive, then a few feet, then a few feet more, always increasing the distance by a precise increment. The researchers expected that the bees would follow the dish and cluster around it. To their surprise, after a few days, the insects were doing far more than merely tagging along after the moving sugar water. The bees would fly from the hive and cluster on a spot where the dish had not been placed, the site where the insects anticipated the dish would be put next, and their calculations were right on target. Working as a mass brain, the bees had accomplished something humans are forced to endure in college entrance exams. They had solved the problem of a mathematical series. The brain of a bee is an insubstantial thing, a slender thread of neural fiber scarcely capable of anything we would call intelligence. But the strength of a neural net does not lie in the limited abilities of any one node in the web. The strength of the connectionist intelligence, its problem-solving ability, is in the web itself, the constant feeling, touching, and communicating between the bees that pool their brains into one. The problem is solved not by a single bee, but by the interconnected mass. The social network manages to solve problems in the world around it by the same principle that underlies the neural net. Connections the system finds useful are strengthened, connections that prove useless are weakened. When a bee flies off, finds a source of nectar, and comes back home, it indicates to its hive mates where the nectar is located, whether the trip involves battling a stiff wind or breezing merrily through still air, and if the cache of food is packed with nourishment or simply contains a marginal snack. The bee gets her information across by dancing on the wall of the hive, moving in a figure eight whose orientation indicates the direction of the nectar and whose length indicates distance and the difficulty of getting there. But how does an individual bee gauge the need for nectar in the hive? She does not step inside the habitation to check how full the honeycombs are. Incoming transport bees sense the demand for the cargo they deliver by a simple social cue, the kind of cue that humans have their antennae out for at cocktail parties. If a burdened bee arrives at the hive entrance and workers rush over immediately to unpack her nectar, the incoming flyer knows that there is a considerable hunger for more deliveries. The freight carrier is imbued with a sense of energy and rushes off to pick up another load. If the nectar-laden hauler lands on the entrante lip and is left untended, if, in fact, she has to look around forlornly, begging for the attention of one busy worker after another, then she knows the need is not so great. She is hit with a sense of lethargy and bumbles back to work with sluggishness. When the bee who fails to find an eager welcoming committee goes through a downshift in mood, her response to social cues is more than an individualistic emotional dither. It is the secret to the social network's problem-solving power. For the communal learning machine operates by turning up the pace of elements that are needed and shutting down the speed of those that aren't. People are also woven together in a superorganismic web, and our mood swings, like those of the bees, give that web part of its problem-solving power. Frederick Erikson, a sociolinguistic microanalyst at the University of Pennsylvania, points out that humans constantly exchange bee-like signals. We give our conversational partners cues, nodding our heads, smiling, grunting in the affirmative, gesturing with our bodies, frowning. The average mortal knows from personal experience what the impact of those cues can be. If we run into a gathering of friends, spring a tantalizing bit of information on one of them, and everybody else edges over to hear it, we feel invigorated. Energized by mild euphoria, we may prattle on with additional details about the topic that's just drawn all this attention. If, on the other hand, we spring a piece of gossip that to us seems irresistible, and the people near us immediately march away, we become discouraged and are less likely to continue that particular line of conversation. Like the bee arriving with unwelcome food, we aren't motivated to deliver more of a tidbit no one seems to want. The power of social cues to switch our moods on and off has an enormous impact on the movement of information through the social system. An idea everyone is hungry for will flow rapidly through the human network as the individuals propounding it are encouraged to repeat it in ever more excited tones. The idea no one cares for is likely to wither away as its adherents grow discouraged and morose. At its most extreme, those who feel their contribution is unwanted will do more than simply wilt for a few hours. When the revolution of 1917 bore down inexorably on Russia, it eventually became clear to the followers of the Tsar that all was lost. Protopopov, the Tsar's iron-fisted interior minister, looked like a man transformed. He appeared shrunken, beaten, and so prematurely aged that he was virtually unrecognizable. When Protopopov was at last forced to resign, he said, "Now there is nothing left to me but to shoot myself." Likewise, as it became clear that the Tsar's political power had slipped from his grasp and a revolution was in the offing, the ruler of all Russia went through a similar physical transformation. When Count Kokotsev entered the Tsar's residence at Tsarskoye Selo for an audience on January 19, 1917, he was appalled by what he found. Russia expert Harrison Salisbury says that Kokotsev hardly recognized the Tsar, so much had he aged. His face was thin, his cheeks sunken, his eyes almost without color, the whites yellow and the pupils gray and lifeless. They wandered vaguely from object to object. On the other hand, Kerensky, the leader of the victorious Socialist Party, the Mensheviks, was invigorated like the bee who finds her cargo in great demand. Suddenly, Kerensky was catapulted from a position as a factional leader to head of state, leader of the Duma, the parliamentary body that now controlled the country. As he rushed to the Duma's podium and took command, witnesses said that Kerensky seemed to become a physically larger man. "He grew," exclaimed V.V. Shulgin, a monarchist Duma deputy who was present when Kerensky brought order to the confused deliberative chambers. "He grew in the mud of the revolution." In neural nets built by computer specialists, nodes that are needed to solve a current problem are strengthened, and those no longer necessary weaken and shut down. The same thing happens with human beings. Like bees, we are in constant contact. Clint Eastwood rides into town from the desert, carrying his own gun, and shares his thoughts with no one. On the other hand, when you watch a classic Clint Eastwood film, you're generally seated at your television. A half an hour before you saw the movie, you watched the news. That broadcast gave you a sense of where your country stood in the relative hierarchy of nations at that moment. The economic portion gave a feeling of the health of the superorganism of which you are a part. The ads conveyed an impression of the group posture on everything from hairstyles to automobiles. By the time you go to bed at night, you've exchanged information with dozens of people. You've absorbed data that has brought you in touch with every level of your society. No individual confronts his environment alone. None of us wanders the woods in solitude, killing our food with weapons we alone have invented and made. When you're out of work because of an economic depression, the depression is something over which you have no personal control. Like the bee, the best you can do is rush from one fellow denizen of the society to another, swapping information, and hoping for salvation from other human beings. You can curry favor with your former boss, or call all your contacts for another job. Your crisis is a reminder of your dependence on others. An economic depression is a paroxysm in a human network, a network that produces food 1,500 miles from you, the food that will someday sit on your table. Humans you have never met, tucked in a distant corner of a sprawling economic web, craft your furniture and build your house. You do only the small part a bee does in the corridors of her hive. It is the social system, the superorganism, that performs the task of facing down a hostile nature. Individuals nourished by this interdependence come up with marvelous things. Shakespeare took a language shaped by the networking of millions of minds over eons of time, pulled historical legends from early England's rise and tales from a Roman Empire that had long since died, then combined them with the zeitgeist of his era, and created plays unlike any humanity had ever seen. Sigmund Freud knit together the experiments of the French scientist Jean Charcot, the experiences of his fellow physician of the mind, Joseph Breuer, the talking cure invented by one of Breuer's patients, Greek myths, and the religions of primitive tribes to craft the theory of psychoanalysis. The brain that makes a decision about whether to throw George Bush out of office or support Bill Clinton's health policies, about whether to follow Mao in a violently destructive cultural revolution or demand that Mao himself be overthrown, about whether to turn the individualism of Erich Fromm into a national creed or go hog wild, as the revolutionary Russians did, for collectivism, is not a massive tissue the size of a cantaloupe. It's millions of those compact masses, meshing through hundreds of forms of contact every single day. The sense of helplessness that immobilizes an individual who has lost his feeling of control and the flood of endorphins that disconnect the mind and immune system are both manifestations of the superorganismic mechanisms that turn a human society into a learning machine. So are the sense of despair that made a toppled Russian leader feel like putting a gun to his head, or an unemployed husband in the early 1930s end his life. All represent the loosening of connections to elements that aren't making a contribution. When a bullet goes through the heart of a human being, a delicate interaction ceases, a set of relationships between cells. Life ends. The unseen element that we sometimes call the soul has disappeared. The set of interactions that gives a social group its shape, the invisible web of connectedness that knits together a society, the network of structures that make a culture, these are forces whose power transcends the existence of any mere individual. These are the social organism's soul. Evolution is not just a competition between individuals. It is a competition between networks, between webs, between group souls. The new forms evolving on the face of this planet are not resident only in the features of individual animals or men. They don't merely consist of longer legs or bigger brains. The new forms are impalpable and invisible. They consist of the varieties of cooperation that grow up between solitary creatures, the unseen ties that bind those creatures together into a larger unit. They consist of the entelechy, the shape not of the parts, but of the sum of the parts. When Japan and the United States battle for economic supremacy, when the crusaders of Christendom march off to challenge the empire of Islam, or even when rival groups of Red Guards clash, the struggle is not a battle of men, but a battle of networks, learning machines bound together by memes, testing their shapes against each other. From a history filled with these contests, the far-flung webs and invisible networks rear up ever higher into a lofty stratosphere of form, hurling the world toward its destination of an ever more complex future. The expendability of males. Men were designed for short, nasty, brutal lives. Women are designed for long, miserable ones. Dr. Estelle Remy. In many primitive societies, there are two very separate worlds, the world of women and children and the world of adult men. A male infant lives in cozy comfort, clinging to his mother, suckling until the age of 3 or 4, playing with other little boys and girls, and being hugged and fussed over by his older sisters. Then, at roughly 13, he goes through a brutal expulsion. He prepares for rituals that will separate him from the worn world he has known. These rites will emphasize his rebirth as a new kind of creature, a male adult. Now the young initiate must carry a weapon and demonstrate his fierceness, winning the respect and tolerating the ridicule of boys far older and more experienced in adult ways than he. He must go into the forests hunting for food and enemies. The sections of the village where women laugh and groom the hair of their little boys and the walkways of garden plots where children play are places he must never enter again. He has been expelled into the cold, harsh world of men. In the 50s, America too established separate worlds of women and men. The American dream became the flight to suburbia. Couples escaped the central cities and bought homes on plots where sheep had grazed a few years before. There they brought up their families. One result was that father and mother spent their days in environments as different from each other as Mars is from Moline, Illinois. Out in the suburbs was the world of women and children, where doting mamas dragged their kids from dance lessons to Cub Scout meets, stopping off at the shopping center on the way home. The city was another planet, a macrocosm invisible to the kids. It was the unseen world into which the father disappeared every day when he set off for the train, a place whose rhythms were faster, whose ethics were more brutal, whose rewards were more difficult to achieve, and whose punishments could turn a man into an insomniac. Among Native American tribes of the plains, some boys chose not to make the violent transition to manhood and remained in the world of women and children. They were called Berdache, women men. They wore woman's clothing, did woman's work, married men, stuffed their clothes to look pregnant, and even cut themselves to imitate menstruation. Ever since the 60s, young people have dressed in more and more androgynous styles. Could androgyny, like that of the Native American women men, be the way in which the children of the 50s and 60s, raised in the cozy world of suburbia, have balked against entering the harsh reality into which they saw their fathers disappear 5 days every week? No matter what the truth of this conjecture, androgyny may also be a rebellion against a fact of life that is not speculative in the least, the expendability of the male. In nearly every known society, men alone are cannon fodder, laying down their lives to defend the tribe or aggrandize a leader. Males in animal groups and primitive societies may seem rather glorious creatures accorded the privileges of gods, but in reality, they are treated by nature like the biological equivalent of paper plates, creatures whose prime feature is their disposability. When times get tough for the Karamojong in Uganda, they save their scraps of food for their girls and allow the boys to die. In 1979, when Uganda was starving in the grip of civil war, the Karamojong tossed the stiffened bodies of their male children out of the village each night. The only creatures growing fat were the hyenas, who feasted on the discarded corpses. Male expendability starts in the womb. The egg of the female inches in solitary splendor down the fallopian tube, inviting impregnation. It has no competition. On the other hand, the sperm, the male's contribution to procreation, vigorously swim the lengthy course up the vagina and uterus, beating their long, thin tails in an effort to outrace the millions of their brothers headed for that solitary egg. Only a single spermatozoan, one literally chosen by the ovum, manages to finally penetrate the egg's outer membrane and achieve the grand prize of impregnation. The losers die. But that is merely a preview of the casual manner in which nature tosses male lives away. Male fetuses are the primary victims of natural abortions, miscarriages, and stillbirths. When times are tough, nature shows her preference by hiking the rates of spontaneous abortion for males to higher than normal, but continuing her tendency to preserve her embryonic daughters. As James V. Neal of the University of Washington says, for males, in utero, it's a jungle. Things don't get any better after birth. In their first few years of life, male babies have a higher death rate than their sisters. Then the nasty habits built into the male genes begin to take their toll. Even in a nice, civilized spot like Alameda, California, where researchers performed a longitudinal study of 5,000 adults, males were nearly 4 times more likely to lose their lives to homicide than females. And they were twice as likely to be accident victims. Their own aggression and bravado did them in. But cockiness is not the only thing that mows men down. They are twice as likely to be victims of lung cancer, suicide, pulmonary disease, cirrhosis, and heart disease. The immune systems of females work far more efficiently than those of males. How can you encourage the male immune apparatus to function at a higher level? There is a way, but I wouldn't recommend it. Castration. The single trick that kicks the male defensive system into higher gear is the elimination of maleness. Expendability is built into the very genes of males. Kirby Smith of Johns Hopkins University studied 4 generations of an Amish family whose perfectly average menfolk were missing one small thing. An entire arm of their male gene, the Y gene, was gone. These Amish should have thanked their lucky stars that they were bereft of this particular chunk of masculine materiel. When researcher Smith compared the family with the truncated gene to others in the neighborhood, he came up with an interesting result. Among the normal Amish of the vicinity, men died around the age of 70. In the genetically impaired family, on the other hand, gentlemen carried on to the ripe old age of 82.3. They lived over 12 years longer than the folks down the road because they were freed from a microscopic piece of poison, an arm of the normal male gene. One result of these myriad handicaps, in every industrialized country, women live 4 to 10 years longer than men. But why does nature treat the lives of males with such abandon? The reasons are simple. If you did away with the vast majority of men on the planet but preserved the women, you would scarcely even dent our species' reproductive capabilities. One man kept around as a stud could easily provide 100 women with the wherewithal to become pregnant whenever they pleased. Every 9 months, a one-man, 100-woman collective could produce 100 babies. The lives of women, on the other hand, cannot be so casually disposed of. Pare humanity down to 1 woman for every 100 men, and you'll have 100 very horny and bellicose guys slicing each other to ribbons or slashing themselves in despair. What's worse, you'll cut the number of possible babies down from 100 every 9 months to 1, dooming the human race to extinction. The result? We send our men to war, but keep women safe at home. When ships are sinking, it's women and children to the lifeboats first. Let the men founder in the sea. You need each precious woman as a vessel for procreation. An Arab poem of Muhammad's day, 1400 years ago, is a testament to the indispensability of women. In it, a man is on the road with the ladies of the tribe when a raiding party from a nearby village descends on them. The man's duty is to risk his life to save the women. He fights with the raiders for as long as he can, giving the women an opportunity to get away from the site of the raid and as close as possible to their own tents, where other men will protect them. In his fight, the hero sustains a spear wound in the side. He rides to the top of the hill, blocking the path between the raiders and the fleeing women. Knowing that his life is about to end, he jabs his spear into the ground, wedges its butt under his armpit, and leans against the shaft, propping himself up on his camel's back. The enemy raiders, seeing the figure on the top of the hill astride a camel, and knowing how fiercely he has fought, are afraid to attack. The sun is at the hero's back. The raiders cannot discern his eyes, but they warily watch his silhouette. Finally, noticing how little he moves, the marauders come to a strange realization. The hero is dead. They have been cowed by a corpse. Like men all over the world, the Arab hero knew the old maxim: nobility consists in sacrificing oneself for the ladies. The male is expendable. The female is not. Just how disposable males are becomes obvious in the light of statistics revealed by anthropologists William DeValley and Marvin Harris in 1976. The pair scrutinized data from 561 primitive social groups. They found that societies constantly engaged in war are very selective about the babies they allow to live. They want boys, male children who can grow up to be warriors, so they weed out the female infants, killing them outright or undernourishing and overworking them. The result is that they end up with 128 male children for every 100 females. So far it sounds like the males have made out quite well. But when the treasured young boys pass the age of 15, their fate becomes less rosy. They are sent off to war, and there they die. On the average, 28 out of every 128 never make it to maturity. Their lives are simply tossed away. In the modern world, we have taken that primitive principle to unimaginable depths. During the 20th century, over 90 million humans have died in wars. That's more than the entire populations of New England, New York State, California, Texas, and Florida combined. And the overwhelming majority of the casualties were men and boys. Ironically, nature is most cynical about the expendability of males when the environment provides a relative paradise. Polygamy among primitive human beings proliferates in the tropics. There the men are most expendable. There, if necessary, women can raise children themselves. The female in a tropical clime can simply walk over to the nearest berry bush or mongongo nut tree, pluck it, and use it to feed her brood. So men fling themselves against each other in a constant competition to amass the greatest number of wives. The competition reduces the number of men. Polygamy is the privilege of societies where men are ultimately expendable. Male trouble in paradise is not limited to humans. In tropical climes, male birds wear the gaudiest of all possible plumage, long tails with iridescent feathers, curled plumes bobbing on their heads. They're decked out in the avian equivalent of neon signs flashing a dinner signal to passing predators. The fancy feathers are designed to attract the ladies, but they also say, "Fresh meat, absolutely delicious, stop and have a bite." Nature, that cruel goddess, has said, "These creatures are useless for anything but their seed. Might as well throw them up against the wall and see which ones stick. Make them bait for the nearest hungry carnivore and see who survives the chase. Only those with the brightest eyes, the best brains, the quickest wings will make it. Why should my precious girls waste their time caring for the chicks of incompetence who can't even elude a hyena or a cat? If only 1 out of 100 males survive, so much the better. The remaining Lothario can easily inseminate as many girls as he wants. The 99 who don't make it will have proven their inferiority by virtue of their very failure to hang in until mating time." In the north, on the other hand, food is scarce, and the season in which you can safely raise your youngsters is short. Nestlings have to be stuffed with delicacies so they can grow as rapidly as possible. When winter comes, if the kids are not ready to fly south, they're dead meat. In northern climes, female birds need all the help they can get. The result? Male birds are dressed as inconspicuously as their consorts, camouflaged for protection against poultry connoisseurs. After all, the males are valuable. Without them, females can't possibly bring up their young. In northern areas, it also takes more than one human to raise an infant. No wonder monogamy tends to be a practice of the North, while polygamy is a custom of the prodigal South. Males, with their viciousness and violence, sometimes seem like a sex humanity would be better off without. Among mountain gorillas, however, they serve one indispensable function. They're the linchpin of social organization, the key to the superorganism. The gorillas Dian Fossey studied in the Virunga Mountains were organized in small groups of 4 to 10 individuals. Those groups depended on each other for affection, comfort, protection, and breeding. The groups were extremely stable. They stuck together for 10 or 20 years, but the central presence that gave them their cohesion was their dominant male, their silverback. Fossey watched as groups she had known for years lost their silverbacks to old age. When the emaciated and unhealthy elderly male gorilla leaders finally died, the little communities that Fossey had thought would last forever disappeared. Their members dispersed. The females joined other bands dominated by other silverback males. For without the silverback to provide a focal point for organization, resolve quarrels, and offer protection against the incessant raids by wandering bachelors and rival groups, the females could not continue together. But if you're a man, don't take too much comfort from this fact. You're still far less necessary than you think. In a vast variety of species, the social order is held together entirely by the female. Elephants provide a good example. The females travel together in a close-knit group, operating under the leadership of a massive Amazon who settles disputes and protects the troop with her fierce charges. The unfortunate male, on the other hand, is excluded during most of the year from polite society. He wanders the forests, a gloomy, solitary brute, until that brief period when he is needed for sexual purposes. Then, for a short time, he and his messy tendency to battle his brethren are tolerated by the ladies, but barely. There's reason to believe that males are becoming more disposable in modern American society than ever before. The age of information is upon us. Only 100 years ago, the vast majority of Americans eked out a living by physical labor. That was true even as late as the 1940s. By 1956, it had changed. For the first time, the majority of U.S. workers did no physical labor at all. Most men and women had moved from factories to offices, where they pushed paper, made decisions, held long meetings, read reports, and placed phone calls. Their job was gathering information, weighing it, and spreading it to each other. In the mid-1800s, when the railroads were built, John Henry was a mighty man who drove cold steel through the heart of a mountain, making his hammer ring. Joanna Henry would have had a much harder time of it. In the information age, men no longer have the edge. Women's brains are every bit as quick as men's. Men were disturbingly expendable in the era of the Arab propped up by his spear, but today they are more disposable than ever. If the women's movement were to decide that the night had come when all the ladies of the world should walk quietly into the bedroom, a butcher knife in hand, and eliminate a snoring burden who insists on drinking beer and smoking cigars while watching Sunday football, the time would be now. Save up enough semen in communal refrigerators, and it would seem the species could move along quite well without males. In fact, an increasing number of women live with other women and turn to artificial insemination when they want to have a child. Fortunately, most women seem to need men emotionally. They flock to singles bars, put personal ads in newspapers, and sit in corners of the office complaining about the lack of available mates. Bless them. What's more, economically males have not yet become entirely obsolete. In 1987, the household blessed with a working husband and a working wife earned a median income of $38,346, a comfortable figure at the time. But if you threw out the husband, the income plunged to an impoverished $13,647. Do away with the earnings of the male, and the lone female left to raise children and bring the bread home on her own, suddenly falls from the upper ranges of the middle class to below its lowest depths. American men are not completely expendable after all, at least not yet. None of this mitigates the fact that, in the eyes of nature, individual men are a dime a dozen. For males, as we will soon see, are the extinguishable junction points in the neural net, the disposable elements that make the social learning machine work. Could it be that men in this country sense their expendability? Could that be the reason modern males are, perhaps for the first time in American history, working hard to imitate female virtues? Could this account for the premium we have suddenly placed on masculine sensitivity and vulnerability, on the male capacity to nurture children and whip up a quick meal? Could it be that men are trying to hide from the fate they sense that nature has in store for them? The fate of leading short, nasty, brutal, and bloodily ended lives? How men are society's dice. Why does nature so cavalierly dispense with the lives of men? Mother Earth is normally a miser, but she turns into a spendthrift under one condition, when she wants to gamble. Her two favorite games of chance are sex and her own version of Monopoly, the competition for territory. During most of the year, every member of an ant colony is considered precious. If a worker ant sends out a smell of distress, others rush over to rescue her. But in midsummer or early fall, the colony invests some of the surplus it has built up during the season of plenty to produce a swarm of sexually mature individuals, new queens and males who fly off by the thousands to try to find a mate. The exercise is a gaudy display of disposability, a ritual in which the colony that normally hoards every scrap throws its most precious product, life, away. Those males who manage to inseminate a willing female quickly discover that they are marked for termination. Their amorous partner gives them a fatal bite in the stomach or simply leaves them to wander and die. By satisfying their lust with 6 or 7 swains apiece, the thousands of princesses fill their internal sacs with a lifetime supply of sperm. Now a new task awaits these would-be queens, to find a home. A very few succeed in stumbling their way over stumps and rocks until they find a spot where a new nest can be built. This lucky handful manages to establish new colonies. Others try to make their way back to their birthplace, crawling into the nest from which they've come. Most are stopped at the entrance by sentries, attacked, paralyzed, and literally dragged off to the trash heap. Of 3,000 hopeful queens, 8 may survive. Nature has wasted lives prodigiously, tossing away ants by the thousands. She does the same among humans, killing hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions, in war. And there, too, it is the newly sexually mature whose lives she flings about with abandon. But why? What does nature gain from this? In the case of the ants, her reasoning is simple. Each sexually mature ant's life is a toss of the dice in a casino where the odds are vastly against survival. There are very few places suitable for habitation, and to find them takes tremendous expenditures of time and effort. So the superorganism of the hive produces 3,000 pairs of eyes and antennae, each of which will hunt for new real estate as if its life depended on it. And it does. The innumerable adolescent queens will fan out, taking advantage of random shifts of the wind as they fly, landing to feel their way across the countryside. They will explore every crack in the ground, every crease in a tree. In only 2 days, they will dedicate 144,000 ant hours to the property hunt. Very few of the old nest's new eyes and ears will live to establish fresh colonies from scratch, but a handful will zero in on a suitable site for homesteading. And the superorganism of the old colony will have achieved its purpose, spreading an offshoot into new territory. You could call this expansionist effort of the ant superorganism a primitive form of imperialism. The annual swarm of adolescent ants is a gamble, and a cruel, costly one at that. The only way to assure a win is to place a tremendous number of bets. The strategy is one of the favorite ploys of the network mind. Among humans, nature favors one set of chips in particular for her games of chance: post-adolescent males. T.E. Lawrence, in The 7 Pillars of Wisdom, rides with an Arab dignitary who, like most Arabs of noble standing Lawrence met, has dedicated almost his entire adult life to raiding, rushing into some cluster of tents a dozen miles from home, killing a few of the men and stealing the camels, the sheep, and a few old clothes. Together, Lawrence and his friend visit the tomb of the dignitary's son. The brave young man had taken on the warrior hero of a rival tribe, a tribe of cousins, in single combat and won. In retaliation, he had been ambushed by 5 members of the rival gang. The solitary fighter had not survived the encounter. Though the dignitary has sired a small squadron of male children by his many wives, he is now down to one last son. His other male children have all been gambled and lost. What would have happened if those gambles had paid off? The victorious sons would have become heroes of the desert, exalted leaders with many wives, much wealth, and the respect and envy of their fellows. For example, Ibn Saud, founder of Saudi Arabia and its king until his death in 1953, started as a desert raider. He had an abnormal tendency to emerge from his battles victorious. The result? Through a long series of conquests, Ibn Saud consolidated a territory that, thanks to oil, became wealthy. He indulged in the luxury of naming his new kingdom after himself. The leaders of America, England, and every other Arab state bowed to his power. Presidents of banks and heads of massive corporations hungered for his favor. Superpowers fell over each other in a scramble to sell him weapons. Ibn Saud's sexual payoff was equally impressive. He sired 45 official sons by 22 mothers. He fathered at least an equal number of daughters by a bewildering variety of women that included concubines, slave girls, and wives of the night. As of 1981, roughly 500 royal children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren could trace their origins back to Ibn Saud's loins. Gambling with the lives of men is not limited to the children of Islam. In early societies everywhere from Africa and Asia to Europe and South America, the soldier marching off to war could easily pole vault from farmer to aristocrat, expanding the territory of his tribe in the process. The Vikings, who were ordinary plowmen back home, packed their spears and swords in a boat, rowed over the horizon, and became the rulers of Russia, Sicily, and Normandy. Their descendants would someday call themselves czars and kings. The Mongols' property once consisted of a few ponies and the right to graze across Asia's most barren and frigid steppes. Then, in the 13th century, they set off, nearly starving on their compact horses, to become nobles in an empire twice the size of the Romans. Their leader, Genghis Khan, went from an unknown member of a despised tribe to a legend. The waste of life that created the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the triumphs of the Vikings, and the conquests of the Mongols is appalling. But behind it lie the same primordial principles that drive the annual swarming of the ants, the superorganisms' urge to expand, and nature's addiction to playing dice with the bones of animals and men. Is pitching a genetically acquired skill? By gambling with its males, a primitive society learns. It is led by the men who win, those who seem best adapted to the challenges of the moment. These leaders spread their ideas and their ways of doing things, their memes. The not-so-primitive Alexander the Great planted the exalted philosophies of Greece, from Persia and Egypt to Afghanistan, by slaughtering vast hordes of enemy males on the field of battle. Alexander's massacres are fact. Here's another example from the world of speculation. Humans are built to eat meat. The craving for it is wired deeply into our system. There is one hormone, cholecystokinin, designed to carry a message from the full stomach to the brain, quieting the appetite. The digestive system refuses to send that hormone on its way until fats and proteins move from the stomach into the intestines. In other words, your body withholds this hormone to keep you hungry until you've swallowed some meat. What's more, as anthropologist and food expert Ian Anderson puts it, we need unusually large amounts of protein, and cannot synthesize as many of the amino acids as some mammals can. If men are like chimps, we started off as herbivores, miserable about our vegetarian diet. Clumsy male chimpanzees who lumber around on all fours occasionally run across a crippled rabbit or a wounded baby gazelle. They do not try to pet or comfort the suffering beast. Instead, they smash it with a rock and drag the carcass home for a feast. When the butchers get back to the troop, the entire crew of chimpanzee females and children gather in a frenzy, hankering for some small morsel of the meat. Mothers, babies, and even the unlucky males who weren't in on the kill turn into sniveling sycophants. They crawl toward the hunters, holding out their hands pathetically, begging for all they're worth. The haughty benefactors at first clutch the corpse close to their breasts, then turn magnanimous. To each of those who have humbled themselves, they dole out some small scrap of flesh. The ritual continues until every chimp has had its portion. Such is the power of chimpanzee lust for a decent serving of steak tartare. Like chimpanzees, we started out as involuntary herbivores, and like the chimps, we must have craved those rich, red, high-protein treats. But we are far luckier than our simian cousins. Chimps occasionally pick up a heavy stick and slam it to the ground, but hurling a stone more than a few yards is beyond their power, and aim is out of the question. Our ancestors, on the other hand, eventually managed to stand on 2 legs instead of 4, so they could see the browsing brutes about them from a distance, and their hands lost the clumsiness that still dogs our knuckle-walking relatives. Let's try to imagine the consequences of that newfound dexterity for our primordial ancestors. One day, some pre-human, licking his lips at the sight of a passing antelope and dreaming of a solid meal, gets an idea. Instead of picking up a stick and pounding the ground as chimps do to frighten a predator, he'll throw the branch with all his might at a grass-nibbling beast. The fast-moving length of wood knocks out the antelope and opens a whole new meat locker to a hungry mankind. As the man who brings home the bacon, the early human with the bright idea experiences a sudden fame. When he comes back to camp, the folks crowd around him, bowing and begging, showing great deference. Soon his regular habit of showing up with slabs of meat gives the man authority, and the stick-throwing hunter becomes a leader. A vast number of ethological and psychological studies have shown that social animals, from birds to humans, imitate their leaders' behavior. Soon all the young men are throwing sticks and stones, dreaming of becoming the chief to whom all bow and beg, the trendsetter at whom the girls want to fling their bodies. Those men within the tribe whose genetic endowment has left them with awkward hands and poor coordination, you can include me among them, are left out of the new fashion. Since women shun them, the number of their babies are few. The natural hurlers, on the other hand, are idolized by women and treated with deference by other men. Theirs are the new children of the tribe. Disturbingly, the stick-tossers' ability to bring home protein would not be their only source of appeal to women. Their ability to kill their fellow humans with a well-aimed lob would also help them accumulate mates. Among the Yanomamo Indians of southern Venezuela and northern Brazil, killers acquire the greatest number of wives and father the biggest flocks of children. One skilled Yanomamo slayer had 43 children by 11 different women. Through genes and learning, the practice of pitching would make swift progress. This picture may be less fanciful than it seems. The trick of using a thrown object to kill was almost certainly introduced by a male. Among chimps, males are the only ones to kill for meat, though the females are quite anxious to sup on the results. What's more, there is a hierarchy of males even among our relatives, the baboons, chimpanzees, and langurs. In the animal world, some become leaders, others mere followers. The dominant males not only attract the most females, they keep other males away from their women. As a consequence, the vast majority of a group's offspring are theirs. Thus, any genetic trait that brings a creature to the top of the heap is certain to snap through the crowd in a few short generations. The notion of the primitive hurler tossing stones on the primordial plane is not a mere whimsy either. Neurophysiologist William H. Calvin hypothesizes that the art of throwing was responsible for the rapid increase in size and complexity of the early human brain. But all this only explains how the knack for tossing might have raced through one isolated human group. How could it have spread to the other clusters of humanity dotting the prehistoric landscape? Here's where nature's tendency to gamble away the lives of men comes in. And here's where the urge of one superorganism to pit itself against its neighbors begins to show that, despite its moral unacceptability, the violent competition between societies contributes to the evolutionary process. Chimps and gorillas make war, and their early human relatives, neurally endowed with many of the same instinctive imperatives, almost certainly followed in their path. So the rock and stick tossers were probably eager to try their new skills out on the skulls of their neighbors, and boys being what they are, the neighboring males themselves were likely to be itching for a good fight. Against a tribe with the knack of tossing, however, a gang that was still using its fists and teeth didn't stand a chance. The ancestors of the great baseball players of the future could only come out on top. When a gang of mountain apes wins a battle against a rival tribe, it kidnaps the nubile females of the defeated troop. The victorious primates take these captive maidens back home and add them to the harem. Primitive humans do the same. So it's easy to imagine what happens when the guys with the great throwing arms outtoss a group that hasn't learned to hurl. The winners massacre an appalling number of rival men with their well-aimed lobs. Then, in the manner of mountain apes, the winning tribe makes off with the losers' mates. They throw a feast, eat a lot of antelope, force themselves on their new brides, and spread great pictures across the face of the planet. The murderous males further Mother Nature's plans, introducing new improvements in the line of living things. Masculine expendability proves a part of the cosmic scheme for research and development. And so does the itch of one superorganism to fling itself into battle against another. Oliver Cromwell. The rodent instincts don a disguise. Suppose we were, as we might be, an influence, an idea, a thing intangible, invulnerable, without front or back, drifting about like a gas. Armies were like plants, immobile, firmly rooted, nourished through long stems to the head. We might be a vapor blowing where we listed. Our kingdoms lay in each man's mind. T. E. Lawrence. Let peace be sought through war. Oliver Cromwell. In the good old days of the stone chopper and the Neanderthal, the driving force between group battles was the longtime champion of replicators, the gene. But roughly 50,000 years later, the self-duplicating device calling the shots would be that invisible bit of mental stuff called the meme. For the last 2,500 years or so, when superorganisms have developed a craving for each other's flesh, their attempts at cannibalism have usually begun with battles of words, skirmishes of concepts, and wrestling matches over which picture of the invisible world is the truth. Once given a righteous cause, men all too frequently thrill to the call of battle. General Robert E. Lee said, "It is well that war is so terrible, or we should grow too fond of it." Lofty classics like Beowulf, the Iliad, and countless others are about men who looked forward like nothing else to lopping off a few heads. In The Varieties of Religious Experience, 19th-century psychologist William James quotes a General Skobeloff saying, "The risk of life fills me with an exaggerated rapture. A meeting of man to man, a duel, a danger into which I can throw myself head foremost, attracts me, moves me, intoxicates me. I am crazy for it. I love it. I adore it." Behind this enthusiasm lies an ancient batch of neural weapons that the meme has found lingering in the musty basement of the brain. To see how these bits of pre-human instinct come in handy, let's pay a visit to a man of principle, a champion of ideals, a hero of piety and faith. In short, a total puppet of the meme. His name is Oliver Cromwell, and to understand him, let's briefly return to the subcerebral layers Paul D. MacLean called the reptilian and mammalian brains. In the late 1940s, the German researcher F. Steiniger put 15 brown rats who had never met each other into a cage. At first, the creatures cowered in the corners, frightened and apprehensive. If they accidentally bumped into each other, they bared their teeth and snapped. Gradually, however, it dawned on some of the males that among this batch of strangers were attractive young females. The gentlemen rodents became Don Juans and went a-courting. The first male and female to win each other's hearts now had something all the others lacked: an ally. The pair took full advantage of the situation and terrorized their cage mates. At first, the lovers simply chased their fellow rodents away from food, sending them scurrying to the safety of the far end of the enclosure. Later, the romantic duo hunted down their neighbors one by one. The female was a particularly quick killer. She would sneak up on a victim as it was quietly chewing a bit of chow, spring with a sudden speed, and bite the unfortunate in the side of the neck, often opening a wound in the carotid artery. Some that were attacked died of infection. Others, mauled and worn down by frantic efforts to escape, succumbed to exhaustion. When the happy couple had finished, they were the only survivors. The rats had cleared the new territory of competitors, transforming the cage into a spacious land of milk and honey for themselves. A new promised land. Now they could found a tribe that might, if left to its own devices, thrive for generations to come. A tribe that would carry the parental line of genes. In the Old Testament, Oliver Cromwell's favorite inspirational reading, the Jews had fought to free their promised land of Jebusites, Canaanites, and Philistines. In fact, their God had ordered them to do it. Why? Because God was the caretaker of a specific pool of genes. The Jebusites, Canaanites, and Philistines were not carriers of Jehovah's favored genetic strain. Hence, concluded God, they had no place in the land the Lord had set aside for his chosen pool of DNA. The commands of the Hebrew God were the same as those that primal instincts had delivered to the rats. What sounded like the voice of the Most High was actually the whispering of the animal brain. Oliver Cromwell's animal brains didn't just murmur their points of view, they roared. Cromwell was born in Huntingdon, England in 1599. His father was a cloth fuller who had accumulated a good deal of property in the little town. His mother came from a well-to-do family of farmers. As a child, Oliver was one of those little monsters whose behavior can make us ashamed to call ourselves human. He grabbed pigeons from neighbors' dovecotes, killed, and ate them. He stole apples from nearby orchards. His raids on the fruit trees were so frequent that he was dubbed the Apple Dragon. Vandalism was another of his favorite sports. In particular, young Oliver enjoyed breaking down hedges. Cromwell had ample time for these escapades. He played hooky from school for months at a time. His parents took little pleasure in his hobbies and beat their rampaging boy endlessly, but the pain didn't even slow young Oliver down. In his late teens, the beast broke out of Cromwell in a slightly different form. Like a late 20th century teenager in a wealthy Connecticut suburb or an inner-city slum, he was obsessed with violence, sex, gambling, and substance abuse. Oliver delighted in attacking decent women in the streets. The historical records say he ravished them. In modern parlance, the term might be rape. Cromwell did not restrict his assaults to ladies. He was known to bludgeon respectable men with his quarterstaff. To top it all off, the lad drank like a fish. The mammal and reptile brains seemed totally in control of Oliver Cromwell's mind. Eventually, those animal puppet masters would prove useful in the service of a meme. The times were rife with roiling memes. The Catholic Church had held Europe in a headlock for over 1,000 years. Then, in 1517, a discontented priest in Wittenberg, Germany, had nailed a set of complaints to the door of the castle church. The priest's name was Martin Luther, and his protest against ecclesiastical corruption soon swelled into the movement called Protestantism. At the heart of the new movement was a meme that accumulated human converts at a rapid pace. According to the old ideas of the Church, men could reach God only through the intercession of Catholicism's priests, bishops, and cardinals. But those who embraced the new meme believed that men could find God in a far easier way. Printing had recently made the written word available to those who'd never had access to it before. Now the faithful could find the wisdom of the Lord by simply flipping open the pages of a Bible. One country the new meme soon won over was England. Well, sort of. King Henry VIII, always on the prowl for a wife who would give him a son, had a problem with ecclesiastical authorities in Rome. The Pope would not issue enough divorces, and Henry needed lots of them. Taking matters in hand in 1533, he used the new Protestant movement as an excuse to set up his own church. Henry hired his personal substitute for a pope, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and ensured a source of divorces on demand. Under the new English system, God was still available only through a hierarchy of priests. They just happened to be Anglican priests. Some Englishmen, infected with Martin Luther's meme, insisted on a more direct route to the deity. They read their Bibles and came up with their own ideas of what God might have in mind. Among those Englishmen were the Puritans. Oliver Cromwell became one of them. But memes do more than infect minds with abstract ideas. They occasionally mobilize those bits of the animal brain that drove the killer rats to clear their cage of rivals. Oliver Cromwell, a man whose animal brain had always been restless, was a godsend for the galloping meme of Puritanism. The greed of the meme revealed itself innocently enough at first. The English Protestants were eager for land, so they roused themselves with spurious tales of rebellion and massacre in Ireland. According to widespread stories, the Irish had taken up arms and killed anywhere from 20,000 to 200,000 innocent English Protestant settlers. The villains had supposedly left women and children to wander half-naked through the snows, starving and freezing to death. Rumors declared authoritatively that the demonic Irish had held games to see who could stab his sword the farthest into a captive Englishman's flesh. Some said the Irish had even roasted Protestant Englishmen alive, then eaten the steaming meat. False as these rumors were, they aroused the English to a fury. A group of primarily Puritan London businessmen put forth a simple proposition. They would raise an army at their own expense to defeat the rebellious Irish and put down the outrage of papacy. In exchange, the promoters wanted to keep the acreage they confiscated from the Irish miscreants. One man who enthusiastically invested in the scheme was Oliver Cromwell. In fact, Cromwell bought £2,000 worth of shares, a fortune at the time. The return on his stake, he hoped, would be a substantial chunk of the liberated real estate. The cranial circuit that drove the rats to clear their cage spread its message through Cromwell's brain. He became possessed by a new idea. Why not cleanse Ireland of the Catholic Irish altogether, purging the land of those who satanically worshipped a devilish Roman pope? Ireland, said Cromwell, should be replanted. The purified soil should be sown with God's own crop, his chosen people. These chosen souls were, of course, the Puritans. Among the rats, the notion of replanting their cage had been dictated by a gene. The rodents exterminated those whose genetic complement differed from their own. But genes were not what united the Puritans. Puritans bore the blood of all the tribes who had settled England, the Picts, the Jutes, the Saxons, the Angles, and even a few Normans. These men of holy fervor were drawn together by an idea. They were welded into a social body by a meme. Then in 1642, civil war broke out in England. On one side were those who wanted the country ruled by Parliament. They tended to be the folks who believed that you could reach God simply by reading the good book. Among the parliamentarians were Cromwell and the Puritans. On the other side were the supporters of the king. They were believers in authority, men who insisted that the sole way to God was through the priests and bishops of the Anglican Church. Each group coalesced into a superorganism, and those two superorganisms locked horns and fought. Before the war, Cromwell had been a country gentleman of little reputation and even fewer accomplishments. Although a member of Parliament, he had shown no flair whatsoever as a politician. On the battlefield, however, he discovered a side of himself he didn't know he had. War exhilarated him. Killing gave him a rush of pleasure. The Cromwellian mind that so far had merely muddled through life came alive in the heat of battle. It was what you might have expected from someone who, as a teenager, had enjoyed hashing people with a stick. At the age of 43, Cromwell had found himself. When he was in the heat of the fight, the bullets whistling around him, the swords cutting through arms and necks on every side, Cromwell was sure the voice of God was speaking to him. He heard the whispered messages of a meme. Whenever Cromwell won a battle, it was confirmation that he'd interpreted the Lord's voice correctly. And God rewarded his servant every few days by allowing Oliver to carve up his fellow men. The voice of his Lord was good to Cromwell. The fighter had a startling tendency to win his bloody encounters and rose rapidly in the army. Eventually, he became its leader. When Cromwell's side defeated the forces of the king, the Puritan commander took over England's reins of power. The old monarch Charles I lost his head, which was severed from his body by a Puritan. Oliver Cromwell became the new ruler of Britain. The superorganism the Puritan meme had pulled together would soon reveal the depths of its hunger. How? By giving Cromwell the opportunity to live out his Irish fantasy. In 1649, Oliver took his squadrons to the shores of the ill-fated isle. He laid siege to one Irish town after another. His men plundered and killed. Cromwell sometimes asked his troops to exercise restraint, but the English Puritans could not contain their fury at the hellish folk who had performed such foul atrocities. When Cromwell's God-fearing men broke through an Irish city's walls, they swung their swords indiscriminately at men, women, and children. The soldiers declared the massacre just. After all, when they'd gone through the corpses, the victors had found that many of the Irish had long, hideous tails, the marks of the devil himself. Cromwell's dream of replanting Ireland came true. His armies removed the Irish by force from 2/3 of their land, and the warriors of holiness handed the territory over to pious Puritans. Like the pair of rats in the cage, the Puritans had cleared Ireland. A country had been attacked and its inhabitants slaughtered, all in the name of a meme. A defeated knot of ideas, that of the Catholics, was beaten into temporary submission, and the Puritan meme had used violent battle and the dark impulses of the animal brain to radically increase its sway. Cromwell's personal rewards were enormous. He acquired vast amounts of acreage. Eventually, the Lord Protector, as he was now known, became so wealthy that when he had an ailment, he was able to pay a physician the equivalent of what a middle-class family earned in 5 years. Often Cromwell scolded his daughter for hanging around with worldly folk. Oliver, you see, was a profoundly religious man. Yet it never occurred to him that there was anything worldly about his accumulation of huge estates. These were merely God's rewards for killing. Sometimes a successful meme can pay its helpers well. In his own way, Cromwell could see that he was the servant of a force battling to impose its form of organization on the world of men and matter. He realized that he was a tool in a struggle between concepts of truly massive scope. Cromwell regarded war, to quote his biographer Antonia Fraser, as part of an inevitable, deeply disturbing, deeply exciting process by which the way of the Lord had to be fought out in order to be discovered. God's will, Oliver felt, would be found in the cannon's mouth. When Cromwell and his Puritans won the English Civil War, the entire state was forced to adopt Puritan views. Alas for the Puritans, this was not to last. Eventually the English grew tired of the dour new meme and its henchmen. 2 years after Cromwell's death in 1658, the monarchy was restored. But the battle between Cromwell and the king had never merely been a contest between men. It had been a struggle between ideas. Ideas had attracted vast hordes of men to their cause and pitted them against each other for the possession of England. Ideas had used a person who went from killing pigeons to killing men. Ideas had manipulated a convenient tool named Oliver Cromwell. Ideology is theft. The invisible world as a weapon. Humans rally around ideas because they solve some of our problems, because they offer the biological blessings of the illusion of control, and because they are the threads that hold us together in the vast network of a superorganismic mind, weaving scattered individuals into a cooperative entity of awesome power and size. But webs of ideas also do more. As hungry replicators eager to remold the world, they often turn their ultimate weapon, the superorganism, into a killing machine. And contrary to the doctrines of some modern critics, they do not engage in this hegemonic imperialism only in the malevolent West. 200 years after the fall of Rome, a merchant named Muhammad lived in the desert town of Mecca, a bleak and isolated community on a caravan route over which passed camels carrying goods to far-off elegant cities like Damascus. At the age of 12, when he was an apprentice to his uncle, a trader, Muhammad had made his first trip to cosmopolitan Syria to learn the export-import business. When he reached 25, Muhammad married a well-to-do woman of 40 and became a respectable, wealthy burgher, a man whose opinions were listened to. But all that changed when Muhammad reached a midlife crisis at 39. He began to have visions. He'd been sitting in a cave in the mountains one day, he said, praying in solitude, when the angel Gabriel had appeared in a blinding light, grabbed him in a bear hug, and forced him to read a message from God. Since then, claimed Muhammad, he'd been functioning as God's spokesman on earth. Some modern scholars feel that Muhammad's visions may have been the result of epileptic fits. The citizens of Mecca would have found this diagnosis believable. When Muhammad planted himself on street corners and declaimed the new truths that the angel Gabriel had communicated to him, his fellow Meccans were certain that this formerly upstanding middle-class man had gone mad. They mocked Muhammad or ignored him. One put a slimy camel fetus down his neck as he was praying. Another tried to strangle him. Only a few believed him. Among the believers were a handful of close relatives, one good friend, and a disconcerting number of slaves. The citizens of Mecca were none too happy with the havoc Muhammad's new notions wreaked on their households. Slaves who had abandoned the tried and true religions stopped their household chores, running off to pray and wash themselves at all kinds of strange hours. But Muhammad would not keep his visions to himself. When a plot was hatched to murder him, Muhammad fled. He sought refuge in a community where his views might be a bit more welcome, over 200 miles away in Medina, another town isolated in the desert along the caravan route. In Medina, Muhammad found more willing listeners. During the course of a few years, he was able to build a following large enough to dominate his adopted city's politics. The fledgling prophet was no man of peace. He consolidated his hold over Medina by ordering opponents assassinated. Then he masterminded a series of assaults on passing Meccan caravans and the armed escorts sent to protect them. When Meccans, fearful of Muhammad's new power, attacked the outskirts of Medina, the Blessed One led his faithful against the intruders and won. The holy man's military success impressed some of the fierce tribes that wandered in the hills outside of town. They signed up with the new battle-tested religion. A few years later, the prophet marched his troops 200 miles to the Jewish town of Khyber and conquered it. He killed all of Khyber's 900 men and carried off the women and children as slaves. At last, Muhammad was ready to take revenge for the indignities his former neighbors in Mecca had heaped on him. In AD 630, 8 years after he had fled, the prophet led an army of 10,000 followers back to his old hometown. The Meccans were not particularly interested in being treated as the Jews had been the previous year. They gave up with scarcely a fight. Thanks to the heavily armed Islamic squadrons parading through the streets, Muhammad was able to convert Mecca's inhabitants to the beliefs they had formerly scorned as the ravings of a madman. The sword of Islam was not sheathed once Muhammad's birthplace had been conquered. The city's wealthy traders and illiterate Bedouins joined the army that had begun in Medina and went out to conquer the world for their new belief. They were astonishingly successful. In short order, the legions of Islam overran the ancient empires of Persia, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. During the next 100 years, the Mohammedan hordes spread across northern Africa, taking Algeria, Morocco, and Libya. They invaded India, attacking towns that had defied even the invincible Alexander the Great. They snipped off parts of Spain and nearly conquered France. They even faced the mighty forces of the Chinese army at Talas in Central Asia. Within a few generations of Muhammad's death, these followers of a street-corner ranter, these men from backwater towns and primitive desert tribes, had built an empire of enormous size. But their victories wouldn't stop there. In coming centuries, Mohammedans would repeatedly make the Europeans tremble, eventually attacking even Vienna. They would seize African lands as far away as the Sudan and the Niger. They would convert Afghanistan, win over the Mongols, and spread their rule as far as the Pacific islands of Indonesia and the Philippines. The notions of a man who had claimed to meet an angel in a cave would spawn battles whose bloodshed would soak the earth for the next 1,400 years. The true route to utopia. The appeal of prophets often lies in their ability to paint a picture of an irresistible utopia and to convince us that this better world is almost within our grasp. Marian Keech, the woman who communicated with extraterrestrial guardians, promised her followers that they would shed all earthly ills and bathe in blessings they could scarcely imagine after they had been whisked away from our decaying galaxy. William Miller, the founder of Seventh-day Adventism, predicted that God would come to rearrange the world we know, and that those who followed Miller would find themselves possessors of a sparkling new paradise. And Karl Marx explained that the elimination of capitalism would trigger the creation of a whole new human nature, one that would flood the greedy dens in which we live with brotherly goodwill. The supernatural predictions of Keech, Miller, and Marx all failed to materialize. And yet, in a strange way, every one of them bore the seeds of a hard-nosed truth. The power of ideas to draw individual humans into a structured mass can make the utopian prophecies of worldviews come true. If the system of belief pulls together a large enough superorganism, the faithful will indeed taste a bit of heaven. Nearly 2,000 years ago, a group of believers drew together around Joshua, a young carpenter from the relatively impoverished northern hill town of Nazareth, convinced the parable-spinning woodworker was the Messiah. The believers were Jews, a people who had been living under the oppressive thumb of distant conquerors on and off for nearly 750 years. At the moment, the Jews were dominated by the arrogant, militaristic Romans, who had swallowed up the Hebrew state and made it part of their empire. The prophets of old had predicted that someday a Savior would come who would liberate the Jews from their subservience. That champion would lift Israel from its abject subjugation and make it the first among nations, giving it a prosperity and happiness that would never end. The followers of the populist preacher, later called Jesus by the Greeks, believed he was the long-hoped-for Redeemer. Unfortunately, the Roman overlords got wind of the sermonizer's presence, sensed his subversive potential, and executed him. That, however, did not stop his followers. They still believed fervently that he was the chosen one. Surely, they said, he would triumph over death and return to them. In fact, he himself had predicted his resurrection. Any day now, the faithful told each other, he would come back, bringing with him the new earthly order. God never quite arrived. Or did he? Over the next 300 years, the waiting followers of the martyred Galilean became a minority spread from one end of the Roman Empire to the other. Decent Romans spurned and mocked them. Occasionally they were the subject of vicious persecutions. But like a magnet, the Christian beliefs drew a steady stream of new converts, pulling their devotees into a mass so solid some called it the body of Christ. By A.D. 310, there were massive, well-organized Christian communities in every major city of the empire. Despite an official policy of repression, Christian views were argued ever more openly in the corridors of power. Finally, they reached the ears of the emperor. Apparently, these Christian notions made an impression. In A.D. 312, Emperor Constantine was on the eve of battling a rival at the Milvian Bridge outside of Rome. Tradition has it that he looked into the sun and thought he saw the sign of the cross in its blazing face. The Roman ruler took it as an omen. He felt that in the impending bloodbath, Christ would give him victory. Constantine's forces won the day, and in the coming years the emperor made the religion that he felt had brought him his triumph the official creed of the state. In Constantine's eyes, Christ was a god of war. The nearly illiterate emperor had the cross emblazoned on his soldiers' shields and banners. The real Jesus, a country preacher of peace, would have been horrified, but that scarcely mattered now. Christianity took over the Roman armies, administration, and wealth. In coming years, it would go farther still, absorbing one barbarian tribe after another, and indeed the Church's glory would outlive the Roman Empire. As the Christian congregation grew to engulf Europe, its key figures would prosper with it. Christianity's pope would become one of the wealthiest and most powerful men on the continent, a figure capable of overawing kings and humiliating emperors, as Pope Hildebrand did to Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV. Its cardinals and bishops would bedeck themselves in a splendor so regal that earls and barons would turn green with envy, and Christians, by the millions, would take upon themselves the privilege of killing, torturing, and raping those who weren't members of their triumphant creed. Christ may have failed to arrive with a band of angels to transform the ravaged lands of Israel into a paradise, but the belief preached in his name had lifted the humble and given them glory. It had elevated believers from their lowly status as contemptible cultists, placing some in thrones and palaces, and making them the lords and masters of nearly all they surveyed. For the Christian elite, life did indeed become a bit of heaven on earth. Meanwhile, the growth of the Mohammedan superorganism in the East brought a similar shower of heavenly rewards. As the empire of Islam grew in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries, so did the wealth and power of its adherents. Every time the soldiers of the faith conquered a new city, the treasures of the defeated metropolis poured into the coffers back at the center of the empire. Former small-time merchants from dusty desert towns moved into the palaces of the conquered cities as the new overlords, and these nouveau riche religionists showered their wealth and good fortune on their families back home. Descendants of the backward traders of Mecca and Medina, along with great-grandchildren of desert chieftains who had thrown their lot in with the new religion, became as gods on earth. They possessed the finest homes the architects of the day could conceive. They had slaves and harems, dancing girls, and the most succulent food. They held the power of life and death over the newly subjugated citizens of the conquered lands. The writings of Abu Ali al-Muhassin al-Tanuhi, a judge in 10th century Baghdad, gave an astonishing sense of the Islamic elite's opulent lifestyle. Al-Tanuhi recalled, for example, that the Abbasid Caliph Mutawakkil desired that every article whereon his eye should fall on the day of a certain drinking bout should be colored yellow. Accordingly, there was erected a dome of sandalwood covered and furnished with yellow satin, and there were set in front of him melons and yellow oranges and yellow wine in golden vessels, and only those slave girls were admitted who were yellow with yellow brocade gowns. The dome was erected over a tessellated pond, and orders were given that saffron should be put in the channels which filled it in sufficient quantities to give the water a yellow color as it flowed through the pond. When the servants unexpectedly ran out of saffron midway through the afternoon, the caliph ordered them to fetch yellow fabrics from the public treasury and soak them in the water channel so the leaking dyes would keep the pond flowing with liquid of the correct hue. The afternoon's decorating scheme cost the empire's citizens 50,000 dinars. Allah had promised great rewards to the faithful, and he had delivered in spades. But no holy force stood behind the presentation of his gifts. The mechanism responsible was something far more down to earth. Muhammad's ideas, like those of Christ, had been a social glue creating a superorganismic bond, and the growth of the superorganism possesses the one power every prophet from Jesus to Marx has dreamed of: the capacity to deliver a small slice of utopia. Why men embrace ideas, and why ideas embrace men. Humans grab at ideas because ideas knit them together in groups of people who agree with them. They provide the comfort of companionship and mutual aid. That's one way memes seduce humans into their power. What are some of the others? Memes ride the human mind by offering the men and women who spearhead their cause a richer life. Fidel Castro, who carved out a slice of the New World to feed the Marxist-Leninist meme, acquired the run of half a dozen homes, a fleet of Mercedes-Benz limousines, Russian Gazik jeeps, luxuriously wood-paneled helicopters, a fishing villa, boats, gourmet foods, fine scotch, and what may be the ultimate luxury, a personal pâté chef. Memes frequently make the temptation to riches and power even sweeter by disguising the pursuit of these prizes as selfless idealism, ascetic dedication to a cause. Castro, after all, was not a greedy man, but a dedicated idealist. Memes also seduce us with the illusion of control, thus tweaking our hormones into higher gear and turning up the vigor of our immune system. What's more, the insights and technologies they produce sometimes actually do help us get a handle on the elusive forces of our fate. These enticements are some of the reasons humans embrace the meme. But why does a meme grab onto humans? So it can use a social bunch as a tool for self-expansion, driving a superorganism like a tank. More about that in our next chapter. Memes have an ultimate ambition, taking vast chunks of the world into their possession and restructuring it according to their form. It may seem strange to call a meme ambitious, but the mere shape of a successful meme dictates its acquisitive behavior. In fact, the evolutionary race between concepts guarantees that those that develop the cleverest lures are most likely to survive. Take, for example, the religious memes that include the notion of hell. Anyone who doesn't bite the hook enthusiastically is guaranteed a dire fate indeed. Who says so? The meme. The casual non-believer is supposedly setting himself up for a hot time in the old town sometime shortly after his death. The meme, be it Christian or Muslim, comes complete with vivid images of an infinite skillet in which the unwise will sauté for infinity. Buddhism handles the problem differently. Fail to follow the precepts of the faith, and you may spend your next incarnation as a sextaplegic cockroach. These visions of horror work wonders. Terrified humans by the score allow unprovable concepts to take up residence in their skulls. After all, grabbing the meme is the only way to avoid ending up browned and crispy. What about those converts who occasionally doubt that the religious meme is really on the up and up? Or those who are tempted to subject the meme to the hostile light of logic? The successful meme, like any parasite, has barbs with which to prevent the would-be rationalist from shaking it out of his system. Only those will be saved, says the religious meme, who have faith. And what is faith? It is a blind and unquestioning conviction, an absolute willingness to harbor the meme forever, never trying to dislodge it from your gullet. Spit me out, says the meme, and you will tempt a fate worse than death. No, memes do not plot their conquests. They do not have to. In the manner of all true replicators, memes work automatically to resculpt as much of this lowly world as they can possibly grasp, and they have an invaluable ally. Memes fan out across the planet carried by vigorously scheming hosts. These humans, out for idealism, gain, guts, or glory, spread the meme with a vigor and enthusiasm that would have made Johnny Appleseed's fruit tree planting look lazy by comparison. The Romans conquered the Gauls and turned all Gaul into a Roman province, and Roman memes leaped eagerly into Gallic minds. The Saxons overwhelmed the Britons and turned them into peasants in a New England ruled by a Saxon aristocracy, and Saxon memes spread through the brains of the subjugated tribes. Americans took Hawaii and brought it under Washington's rule, schooling the island's children in American ideals, American memes. The Soviets seized Poland, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany. Then the commissars put the workers of these newly liberated states through political indoctrination sessions every day when work was over. They jailed those who disagreed with the new official dogmas. Eventually, the Soviet invaders shaped dependent nations whose leaders turned to Moscow for all major opinions, and whose goods streamed into the Soviet economy like blood cells flowing from the hand to the heart. The Russians had fed entire new populations to their meme, and the meme in turn had given the Russians a reward, a dramatic increase of prestige and power. At the center of each society is an imperious master, the meme. The gunboats of 19th century America, the tanks of the Soviet Union, and the armies of Islam were merely the arms through which a meme reached out to grab fresh matter. They were the hands with which the meme reshaped raw substance in its own peculiar way. Righteous indignation equals greed for real estate. Man has much more to fear from the passions of his fellow creatures than from the convulsions of the elements. Edward Gibbon. There is no nation, it seems, which has not been promised the whole earth. Elias Canetti. An amoeba making its way through a pond filled with fellow creatures has a habit those other beastlets may find irritating. The amoeba is a sluggish microscopic blob that wobbles slowly through the fluid it calls home, looking for something to eat. When it encounters some other enthusiastically wriggling micro-creature, it gradually enfolds the neighbor in a watery embrace. To do it, the rubbery amoeba doubles up around the hapless creature, pinches itself together, and literally surrounds the drop of water that contains its guest. Then it sucks the drop and its inhabitant deep inside its own body. The ingested droplet now appears to a microscopist as a temporary bubble, technically known as a vacuole, moving within the amoeba's transparent form. The amoeba floods the bubble-like dungeon in which it has trapped its captive with digestive fluids. Slowly those liquids pick apart the proteins, amino acids, oxygen, and hydrogen that make up the body of the squirming prisoner. The host absorbs the resulting soup. Then his metabolism busily reassembles the components of his erstwhile boarder, this time fashioning them into sections of amoeba. One entelechy has disappeared, another has been replenished. William Buckley, the arch-conservative, and Arthur Schlesinger, a highly credentialed liberal, were arguing one day on Buckley's TV show about America's budget deficits. They disagreed about nearly everything. The one notion they concurred on enthusiastically was that bureaucratic agencies, such as government departments, mindlessly and inexorably attempt to increase their power, their budget, and their size. Like hungry amoebas, social groups have an automatic desire to grow. Schlesinger and Buckley had noticed a mechanism that guides the behavior of every kind of social pack, from a cluster of converts in a brand-new religion to the followers of a fresh scientific idea or the patriotic citizens of a state. Jeffrey S. Wicken of Pennsylvania State University feels that this hunger is characteristic of all evolving complexes of components, from genes and memes to massive ecological systems. He says, for any evolving system, innovations and strategies that focus resources into the system while at the same time stabilizing the web of energetic interconnections of that system will be selected for. Superorganisms are hungry creatures, attempting to break down the boundaries of their competitors, chew off chunks of their opponent's substance, and digest and redistribute it as part of themselves. Human conglomerations have an advantage over those of other species, for in their voracity they are driven by two henchmen, the meme and the animal brain. Egged on by its co-conspirators, the ravenous voice of a superorganism calls out to charismatic men and women. Disguised as revelation or inspiration, it has spoken to humans as diverse as Muhammad, St. Paul, Moses, Hitler, Joan of Arc, Mahatma Gandhi, Saddam Hussein, Lenin, and the Ayatollah Khomeini. Its message varies, but under the many disguises is one imperative. Gather a group together and awaken them with my words. Take all those who find themselves in the condition that I describe and weld them into a mighty force that will impose its dominion on a large swatch of the world. The voice of the superorganism calls out to those on a lower level as well. To them, it dictates sacrifice. The converts have a sublime perception of truth and feel caught up in a frenzied oneness with some superior being whose power leaves them in awe. But the holy vision or lofty secular ideals that create this thrill may be merely the voice of the larger social beast calling for some ultimate contribution, demanding that a 7th-century Mohammedan hurl himself against the defenses of a city far from his ancestral home, or that his descendant drive a truck of explosives into an American office building. Americans, too, have heard the cry of the superorganism. We have been eager to funnel fresh food into the hungry maw of our society. Albert Beveridge, an influential American senator at the turn of the century, had a habit of making statements like the following. God has made us the master organizers of the world to establish system where chaos reigns. He has made us adept in government that we may administer government among savage and senile peoples. He has marked the American people as His chosen nation to finally lead in the regeneration of the world. This is the divine mission of America. We are trustees of the world's progress, guardians of its righteous peace. Beveridge's words were designed to justify swallowing foreign societies and reassembling them as pieces of the American organism. Two territories that the senator and his colleagues were particularly eager to absorb were Cuba and the Philippines. If it possessed intellect, an amoeba hunting for fellow creatures whose substance it can absorb would find such rationalizations for digesting its prey quite handy. Just think. His hunger represents an attempt to regenerate a senile world. An ideology is usually a high-minded mask for a group's itch to take power and resources from other social groups. It's a meme, a cluster of ideas anxious to fatten on the substance of a superorganism's neighbors. Hans Morgenthau, the political theorist, has said that men don't willingly accept the truth about human nature, and especially about political nature. The aim of politics, Morgenthau says, is not to make people better or to alleviate their misery. It is to increase the power of one man or group of men against the power of another man or group of men. Morgenthau says our enemies are never as bad as we make them out to be, and we are never as good as we think. We're convinced that we're moral, and we know damn well that our enemy is only out for power and resources, but has no morals at all. Yet we, too, are out for power and resources. And our enemy, like us, has a moral sense. He uses that moral sense just as we do, says Morgenthau, to narrow the aperture of his consciousness and ignore his appetite for power. Hidden by the positive attributes of political and religious movements is the rapacious desire to redistribute resources, removing a chunk from their superorganism and adding it to ours. Marxists have a slogan: property is theft. They explain that capitalism is an excuse for plunder. It allows the property-owning classes to rob the workers of the fruits of their labor. But under Marxism's sophisticated arguments about the dialectic principle in history lies another form of thievery. For Marxism's implicit message boils down to something like this: the dirty capitalists have cornered all the goods. They hoard the tools of production, and they end up with most of the riches that result from industrialization. Those filthy bastards, let's knock them off their sacks of greenbacks and divvy up the loot. Marxists deplore imperialists, but Marxist revolution and imperialist conquest have something in common. They're both the expropriation of someone else's property by violent means. Marxism and imperialism aren't the only urges for plunder disguised by pious finery. The just God of the Old Testament promised the Hebrews someone else's milk and honey. When Muhammad brought the merciful words of Allah to Mecca, he handed out a rationalization that helped the Meccans snatch a third of the known world from its previous owners. The Crusaders later used Christianity as an excuse to try seizing many of those lands back from the Mohammedans. Ideas do more than merely bond a group together. They justify that group's expansion. Like the hungry amoeba, the superorganism is anxious to grow. It is anxious to feast on the flesh of its neighbors. Ideas dress the act of cannibalism in the garb of rectitude. Shiites. Moral indignation is jealousy with a halo. H.G. Wells. Battles don't just take place between societies, they take place between the groups within a social unit. And ideology is what galvanizes these groups for their struggle over turf and power. In 1917, Russia was in serious trouble. Russian citizens had entered the First World War with tremendous enthusiasm. Then they had bogged down on the Eastern Front for years, losing battle after battle to the Germans. The demands of the war had strained the country's infrastructure past endurance. Transport and supply had broken down. Soldiers fought without bullets, went through the winters without adequate clothing, and made it through each day with scarcely enough to eat. The faltering railroad system ceased bringing adequate supplies of food to the cities. In Petrograd and Moscow, citizens waited at 3 a.m. in line for a scrap of bread, their faces literally turning blue as the temperature dipped to -40. A frustrated mass of humanity was boiling with anger, anxious to find someone to blame for its misfortunes, eager to uncover a scapegoat. The Bolshevik ideology gave them the perfect target for their hostility. Lenin said that all these problems were the fault of the propertied classes and the bourgeoisie. Russia was at war because the propertied classes demanded it. Russia was losing because the propertied classes were sabotaging the efforts of the soldiers. People were starving because the propertied classes were hoarding all the food. The answer: destroy the propertied classes and, in the process, take from them everything they had, their homes, their clothing, their power. And that's exactly what happened. The enraged populace had toppled the government of the Tsar long before Lenin arrived from exile. But now, inspired by his oratory, hordes of common men and women rushed into the elaborate homes and well-stocked stores of the better off, snatching their food, fur coats, and furniture. The new ideology did not solve Russia's problems, nor did the theft of clothing from the closets of the well-heeled substantially enrich the masses. The war which the Bolsheviks had promised to end dragged on. The shortages of food became more intense. Iron and coal production ground to a virtual standstill. To make matters worse, Russia was plunged into a bloody civil war. In that internal battle, more than 14 million Russians were killed. Over 5 million simply starved to death. Others were shot by neighbors whipped to a murderous frenzy. The peasants had been promised the greatest fruits of the new order's redistribution of resources, and were told that they would receive the land expropriated from the landlords. But, as Yevgeny Yevtushenko wrote in the official Soviet Writers' Union weekly, Literaturneya Gazeta, the promised gates of paradise proved to be a trap. Years later, the land the peasants had been assured would be theirs was taken firmly from them by the revolutionary authorities under Stalin. Those who objected did not fare well. According to the Russian government's History of the USSR, in some regions, 15 to 20% of the peasants were deported. For every kulak, relatively well-to-do peasant deported, 3 or 4 middle or poor peasants were arrested. Peasants were packed into unheated cattle cars and sent to distant mountain locations. They lay half-naked on the frigid floors of railway stations along the route, dying of typhoid and simple starvation. In all, nearly 15 million of them were killed. Aleister Crowley, a longtime member of the USSR Academy of Sciences Institute of History, calls the result the first socialist genocide. But under the new ideology, power and resources had shifted. They had slid from the old propertied classes to a new elite. The new privileged class was the pyramid of dedicated Bolshevik bureaucrats who now had an absolute hold over the land, the factories, and the food. An ideology had been the tool a leader, Lenin, had used to unify a group. Ideology had been the weapon with which that aggregation of humanity then seized the resources of another. Ideology had been the force that allowed one superorganism to coalesce from chaos and swallow its neighbors. Like Marxism, religions often tell the folks on the lowest rung that it's morally imperative for them to grab the goods of the class on top. In the 14th century, a group of groaning individuals wandered from city to city in Europe, whipping themselves as they marched. They generally came from poor homes, and their acts of self-punishment were more than the exercises of self-denial that at first they seemed. These flagellants had been told by their leaders that the end was about to come. When it did, rich cardinals and bishops would be tumbled from their lofty castles, tossed out of their comfortable beds, and torn away from their jewelry chests. The poor, those who had mortified themselves in the name of God, would take over. Meanwhile, these humble folk satisfied their sacred ambitions by killing and robbing Jews. Mohammedanism, too, appealed at first to the poor and the downtrodden. And even Christ's basic motto was, the meek shall inherit the earth. The Savior was not promising some intangible piece of sky, some heavenly wisp of cloud. He was offering real estate. Ideology is not only the mechanism that allows a superorganism to pounce, it is the indispensable armor with which one group inside a society girds its loins for warfare against another. In the early years of Islam, battles developed between two major Muslim sects, each professing its own form of orthodoxy. But under the surface of the ideological struggle was an entirely different kind of a fight, a confrontation between subcultures for dominance of the Islamic world. The battle between the Shiites and the Sunnis began only a generation or two after Muhammad's death. On the surface, the debate was over who should inherit the power of the Prophet. Who, in short, was the man Allah had chosen as the new spokesman of his truth. On one side, the Shiites believed that the proper leader of Islam was Ali, who had taken Muhammad seriously at a rather difficult time, when the merchant planted himself on corners and attempted to preach the truths he had picked up in his cave-bound conversations with an angel. Not a soul outside his own home believed him. His only follower was his wife. Ali, the Prophet's cousin, had been 10 years old when Muhammad began his harangues. The youngster listened attentively to the seemingly lunatic new religion. Then the boy threw in his lot with his older relative. The Prophet probably welcomed the new believer with disproportionate enthusiasm. If he couldn't make a dent among the adults, at least he had won over a child. When Mecca's town fathers plotted to murder Muhammad while he slept, young Ali acted as a decoy. The killers crept up to the Prophet's bed in the middle of the night, only to discover that the sleeper stretched out upon it was the faithful youth. Meanwhile, the holy man was hot-footing his escape through the desert. Not long after, Ali made the long trek to Medina to rejoin his mentor. To forge even closer bonds to the chosen one of God, Ali married Muhammad's daughter, Fatima. Young Ali became Muhammad's lieutenant and standard-bearer when the Holy One led his followers in raids on passing caravans from Mecca, sustaining 16 wounds in one battle alone. Furthermore, the Prophet had treated Ali as an adopted son. Now that Muhammad was dead, the Shiites believed Ali was the man all Mohammedans should obey. Ranged against the Ali-following Shiites were those who believed in the legitimacy of the Banu Umayyah. In the days when only Muhammad's wife and cousin had believed in his utterances, another had come to uphold the truth of his mission. It was Muhammad's best friend, Abu Bakr, the first male adult to embrace the Quran. From the moment of his conversion, Abu Bakr had stood by the Prophet with an astonishing loyalty. When Muhammad fled from Mecca, the only man he trusted to travel with him was Abu Bakr. When Muhammad had moments of doubt or weakness, it was Abu Bakr who sustained him. In AD 632, Muhammad grew sick and feverish, then weakened and died. His last words were, "No one is needed now but that friend, Allah." But someone else was needed, a caliph, a successor, and Abu Bakr became that successor. He organized armies of Arabs and sent them out to conquer. And conquer they did, beginning the process that would quickly dismantle the ancient empires of the Byzantines and Persians, digesting them as segments of an entity whose name the world was only now beginning to hear, the Empire of Islam. Ali waited patiently in the wings as Abu Bakr led the faithful. The young man was certain that his day would come. When Abu Bakr died, Ali and his Shiite followers were confident the mantle of power would descend on him. But it did not. Instead, it passed to members of the Banu Umayyah tribe. The Banu Umayyah, like Muhammad himself, were Mecca's merchants. They were men of the world, accustomed to dealing with the polished citizens of Damascus, Cairo, and Baghdad. They were organizers, able to understand and administer the affairs of state. All these skills were desperately needed in a superorganism that would go from the possession of one town to the digestion of Persia, Armenia, Syria, and Egypt in only 33 years. But the Shiites were not willing to take the Banu Umayyah's succession lying down. They claimed that the usurpers had stained the holiness of Islam. With their captured wealth and expropriated palaces, their elegant robes and princely ways, the Shiites claimed that the Umayyads had strayed from the spiritual path of Muhammad's truth. The followers of Ali staged a series of battles and assassinations to purge the Prophet's legacy, but they lost. On one level, the conflict between the Shiites and the Umayyads, whose successors are today's Sunni Muslims, was over religion. It was an argument about which is the true Islam, the Islam of wealth, sophistication, and ultimately corruption, or the Islam of purity, self-denial, and attention to the poor. But on another level, the struggle was something else. It was the grappling of two superorganisms to see which could swallow the other, a wrestling match between two massive subcultural divisions among the followers of Islam. It was a contest between the people of the country and the merchants of the city, a fight between rich and poor. While the Umayyad followers were city dwellers sustained by trade, the adherents of Ali, the Shiites, were uneducated, accustomed to living at the subsistence level, and dedicated to the notion that bloodshed was the only source of a man's nobility. The Shiites identified with the poverty of Ali himself, a man so penniless he'd been forced to turn to relatives to obtain the money he needed to raise his children. These illiterate wilderness dwellers felt that the Spartan way of life that had fallen upon them as a necessity was holy, but that the customs of the city were not. The Shiite followers of Ali overlooked the fact that though Muhammad had preached generosity toward the impoverished, he himself had been a city dweller, a man of wealth, and, like the Banu Umayya, a merchant. The battle was more than a contest between abstract ideas. The Shiites were fighting for the right to install members of their own group as the governors of the recently conquered cities of Cairo and Damascus and as the rulers of Mecca and Medina. They were out to guarantee that when the treasures of battle flowed back from the conquered capitals of distant lands, a Shiite would divvy them up, and Shiites would receive the jewels, tapestries, and slaves. After the Shiites lost, the Umayyads became the rulers of an empire that would someday extend as far west as Spain and as far east as India. But the battle between subcultures in the Arab world did not end. In fact, it became a semi-permanent feature of Islamic society. In later ages, new reformers sprang up, inveighing against the wealth and luxuries that had corrupted the old leaders. The reformers preached poverty and purity. They railed against the corruption of money, fine palaces, and showy clothes, and they promised to sweep clean the holy places of leadership. Gathering followers, the reformers frequently toppled the old rulers. Then a strange thing invariably occurred. The ascetic leaders who had praised the simple ways of the desert moved into the palaces of the materialists they had driven out. Served by slaves and fattened on the fine food and pleasant ways of the city, they too grew self-satisfied and wealthy. These zealots had made a mass of humanity hungry for the goods of those on top and had justified that hunger as saintliness. They had pulled a social beast together with ideology, and each had used the momentum of a ravenous superorganism as a crowbar to pry open the palaces of power. Today, the descendants of the Shiite Bedouins attack a new set of city sophisticates, machine-gunning them in buses, torching their shopping districts, or bombing them in cafes. This time, the vulnerable city folk against whom the Shiites direct their rage are Egyptians, Frenchmen, Germans, and Americans. The alleged motivation of today's army of the faithful is religious idealism, but the real goal is a bigger piece of the action. Once again, ideology has become the device that justifies a superorganism's need to nibble the flesh of its neighbors.